put your hands up, wave it side to side for good luck. For the nights like this, put your hands up, love the moment even from dusk. Yo, you always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
Nothing comes between us, dancing like ballerinas under the moonlight all night long. How these plain and simple scenes get painted so vividly by you. I just wanna stay with you.
And the water's rolling dance whenever our eyes meet. You know you leave me in a trance. It means everything to me looking down below. The one I seek to find, no matter where you might go. Remember you'll be on my mind.
Always watching over me, somehow you make me feel invisible. Power to my soul, yeah. I'm not easy things that used to bother me, cause your existence just lights me up, yeah. You always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
Within the inner heart I plead for you to talk to me. I wanna hear all the good and bad news stories you have. As I drift across the sky, the overhead turns high. So good night, let me sing a lullaby. I'll be singing, baby.
Time is shining, I'm down around. I'm gonna drive until the break of dawn, rounding out. I'm on a mission, riding out. Whatever it is I gotta do, riding out until the day I meet you. I'm riding out. I look up in the skies, asking out a while, but never let it faze me. I'm keeping good vibes when I'm on the road. Watch out for all surprises. What it provides is good and bad, but nothing ties.
Another one day in the night, let me paint the view, color down with my light. For every moment share with you, night and in the day, and never fully gone. Go and be back again until the coming over down.
For the days ahead of us, put your hands up, wave it side to side for good luck. For the nights like this, put your hands up, love the moment even from dusk. Yo, you always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
Two hands meet at zenith, nothing comes between us, dancing like ballerinas under the moonlight all night long. How these plain and simple scenes get painted so vividly by you. I just wanna stay with you.
And the water's rolling dance whenever our eyes meet. You know you leave me in a trance. It means everything to me looking down below. The one I seek to find, no matter where you might go. Remember you'll be on my mind.
Always watching over me, somehow you make me feel invisible. Power to my soul, yeah. I'm not easy things that used to bother me, cause your existence just lights me up, yeah. You always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day. gotta do. Riding up until the day I meet you. I'm riding up. I look up in the skies, asking out a while, but never let it faze me. I'm keeping good vibes when I'm on the road. Watch out for all surprises. What it provides is good and bad, but nothing entices.
Another one day in the night, let me paint the view, color down with my light. For every moment share with you, not in the day, but never fully gone. Go and be back again until they're coming over down.
For the days ahead of us, put your hands up, wave it side to side for good luck. For the nights like this, put your hands up. Love the moment even from dusk. Yo, you always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
Nothing comes between us, dancing like ballerinas under the moonlight all night long. How these plain and simple scenes get painted so vividly by you. I just wanna stay with you.
And the water's only dance whenever our eyes meet. You know you leave me in a trance. It means everything to me looking down below.
Somehow you make me feel invisible. Power to my soul, yeah. I'm not easy things that used to bother me, cause your existence just lights me up, yeah. You always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
Within the inner heart I plead for you to talk to me. I wanna hear the good and bad, new stories you have. As I drift across the sky,
Riding up until the day I meet you. I'm riding up. I look up in the skies, asking out a while, but never let it faze me. I'm keeping good vibes when I'm on the road. Watch out for all surprises. What it provides is good and bad, but nothing entices.
Another one day in the night, let me paint the view, color down with my light. For every moment share with you, not in the day, but never fully gone. Go and be back again until they're coming over down.
For the days ahead of us, put your hands up, wave it side to side for good luck. For the night.
Hey.
Love the moment even from dusk. Yo.
Hey. Oh my god, I'm looking at myself on two different screens. One of them is time delayed. Is this what it feels like to live in the infinite regress? I don't know, Chad. I don't know. How are you doing outside of the underworld that I live in? I can't complain though. I really can't complain. It's a nice underworld, right? For an underworld, it's like the one thing that I ask of an underworld, right, is that it has good tunes. And thanks to Orpheus. That's true. Dressing like ballerinas. That's what we're doing. We got some new music for today. We're gonna be talking about, I don't know, I hope this doesn't feel like too old of a subject, right? But there's something going on between Vaush and Deep Fat Fried. And like at first I thought it was just like a friendly exchange of differences of opinion. Now I'm starting to question. We watched the debate between Vaush and Paul's Ego. We watched the debate between Paul's Ego and Demon Mama. And it turns out that DFF has still has some stuff to say about Vaush, right? Not about the network, not about Whiteleaf, right? They're not really aware of what all they're talking about, and the fact that if you make videos criticizing Vaush, well, you might just get videos criticizing you back from a million orbiters. But I guess maybe they'll find that out the hard way. Maybe they're not. Maybe they don't care. I get the feeling they kind of don't care. Like after hearing what Paul had to say about Vaush, which I mean, Paul cooks. I'm sure that if I ever talked to Paul and we just talked about all our belief systems, we'd find plenty to disagree on as well. But I gotta agree with Paul on some of the stuff that he's saying about Vaush, and it's like, it's about time. It's about time somebody with that size like actually puts that out there. You don't know who Paul's Ego and DFF are? Do you know who the Amazing Atheist is? Right, because this is a deep cut. I mean, not really, I shouldn't say that. It sounds like I'm calling them Glup Shitto. I'm not Chud Logic. I'm not calling anyone Glup Shitto. If anybody's Glup Shitto, it's me. I'm the fan favorite. I'm the deep cut. You're talking to the deep cut right here, right? So far be it from me to call anybody else like a homegalol when I am a certified homegalol. But you know, essentially we're going back to like the days of Gamergate, right? And well, no, actually before then, right? The days of internet atheism. Internet atheism in all of its forms and its metastasization into what became anti-SJW YouTube. We saw TJ's video about that and how he in some ways feels responsible, even though he wasn't trying to do right-wing political shit. He feels like he contributed to it in some way. And also his concern about like the Vaush is like learned like the worst lessons from them. So essentially we're talking about like a new atheist from back in the day, kind of a legend in terms of TJ. Paul is a friend of TJ. DFF is like TJ's podcast with Paul and Scotty, and they've been sparring. They've been verbally sparring with Vaush and apparently Demon Mama. But now I'm wondering, like, we left that Demon Mama video as soon as I think TJ came on and said something that sounded like kind of like TOS, kind of like those trousers of Satan. We don't want to get into the trousers of Satan, okay? I'm not trying to get into the trousers of Satan. I hope you're not either. Because you might not like what you find once you get into those JO joggers of Satan, right? You know, nobody needs to get into the trousers of Satan. That's just bad memes all night long. You'll end up just never being heard from again if you make that leap. I hear that there was some duck abuse yesterday. Dog abuse. I think you heard that wrong, Duck. I think you heard that wrong. There was dog abuse, and what I'm talking about is like this like Southern phrase that I where did I hear that from? I feel like Bill Clinton or like it sounds like something a Southern politician or a politician that's trying to sound Southern would say. Duck, you left this last time. Wait, what happened? Was there duck abuse? Was there anything bad going on towards ducks? I feel like it was just that phrase, right? The hurt dog hollers. And like I said it, and I mean, you know what it means, right? The person that the criticism corresponds to is going to be the one that complains the most loudly about it, right? It's kind of a self-report, right? That's the idea of the phrase. Now, I thought about the actual metaphor and like where it comes from. Why is the dog getting hurt? And like, I can't think of anything other than some redneck like throwing rocks or throwing something at dogs, which sounds horrible and you shouldn't do. And I don't endorse, because remember, chat, animals are innocent. Animals are, and I'm serious, like, right? I don't know if Vegan Stallion is here today, but I hope you didn't think I was being sarcastic there or having a go. I do agree with John Sakers that animals are innocent, right? I am actually that freaking meta modern, right? That's a serious statement from me. That's not me making fun of people for caring about animals, because if anything, the people that deserve to be made fun of are the people who don't care about animals. That's right. Oh yeah, YouTube chat. Look at your, if you've got a membership, look at your emotes, because I added a few things, right? I just added 2 for now, but I'm going to be adding more, because apparently I think what happens is that the more of you there are, and I mean YouTube members, the more emotes you get, right? And I think you might actually, I haven't seen what the limit is. The limit might be astronomical at this point, because we do have a lot of people membering up. Can we watch more of Adam and Stitch? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Even though I feel like that caused a huge fight in the chat, I think we can handle it. I hope we can handle it. Yeah, you got it. We got the toxic. I'm a little late on the toxic gossip train, but the Void coffee is timeless, especially when I'm always drinking. You know the story behind the Void coffee? Like this cup doesn't actually tell the story. I used to have a cup that was the perfect shade of green, and I didn't even realize it until I was on stream, and I bring up the cup, and the cup is just like not there. It's like see-through, right? You're seeing right through the cup, and it's, you know, I'm drinking coffee, but it's Void coffee. So that's where Void coffee comes from. That's where that reference comes from. But yeah, I'm gonna add more stuff. I'm gonna try to have time to do that. I don't know. I gotta be honest, chat. I have been like doing a lot more streaming than I'm used to, streaming for a lot longer, and being a little bit more serious about this stuff. And I feel like it's paid off. I feel like that engagement is there. I feel like that support is definitely there. So I'm gonna keep on trying to go in this direction. It's actually kind of pulled me out of, you know how depression works? Oh my God, chat, I'm gonna lose my audience by talking to you about depression right off, right? But I'm sure this is relatable to like a lot of people out there, right? It's a very, very common experience, especially now in this environment that we're existing in. I hate to say, I was about to say post-COVID, but I don't know. When you look at the rates, I don't know if we're post anything. But yeah, like it's a depressing world out there. It's hard to deal with. And the worst part about depression is you don't really realize it is like on you, like a purple cat laying on your chest, until you get a little bit of that cat off your chest and start to see like, wow, you can see it in the past a lot easier than you can see it in the present. And like, I was like, I don't know, it's like a winter thing. Yeah, it's pretty common for people to have seasonal affective disorder. I don't know if that's what that was, or just I went through such a hard year. Last year was a very difficult year, very unexpected, month that I spent without really a home. I was staying with friends, right? I don't want anybody to be worried. I did have some really cool friends step up and house me in a really nice place too. Like they were like, come stay with us, and I was like, damn, this is fancy, right? I kind of lucked out, but it was scary. When you put all your stuff in a U-Haul and you go to what's supposed to be your apartment, and you find out that you are locked out because the person that subleased the place to you did not check with the no, not complaining, because like it sounds like something that like I would do. It's something that everybody deals with, right? Landlords never want subleases, but you kind of need one if you're, not going to be in the house. You want to get paid for the fact that you don't want to be paying for 2 places at once. But God, it was messy. It was so damn messy. I blame the landlord, for the record. It's definitely 100% the landlord's fault. And just really greedy thing to do, to change the locks on somebody as soon as you realize that they've moved their stuff out and they're still on the lease, right? Anyway, I had to deal with some wild shit, right? And so I'm sitting there with a U-Haul, and I'm like, this U-Haul is like my home now for temporarily. And I'm just like driving all around the city, like trying to set something up, trying to get into a place, or, paying entirely too much for hotels, and living out of a freaking U-Haul. It was wild. And of course, U-Haul doesn't like the fact that you're living out of a U-Haul, because you rent a U-Haul, you reserve it for a preordained amount of time. And if you keep it for longer than that time, they're not happy. I have never seen, I felt scolded. I felt like I was talking to my dad when I go back to the U-Haul, dealership after finally, getting all my stuff out of it. And the U-Haul dealership is like, you're a bad person. Do you know that you're a bad person? you caused us so much trouble. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I literally couldn't do anything else. It's the landlord's fault. That's the problem. Why is it so hard in society to actually blame the landlord? And I don't just mean the landlord, okay? It doesn't end at the landlord. There's more to blame than the landlord, right? But that's one example of like, you know, where the actual problem comes from. The fact that housing has become a commodity, the fact that housing is this, you know, money-making thing, rather than just like the simple fact of putting roofs over people's heads, because people's heads need roofs on them. They need beds, they need electricity, they need water, they need food, right? Can we cover the basics? Maybe? Can we cover the basics? Anyway, I came through the year with flying colors, and I'm kind of surprised to be saying now that we are at 2K, because it felt like I was in like, oh my god, my journey to 2K was wild, right? I started my stream, I got to like about 1.5K, and then I immediately lost half of those subs, because half of those people were only there because I was like friendly with, you know, some assholes on Twitch politics, and as soon as I spoke up against them, they didn't want anything to do with me. And so then I go down to this, like, you know, I wouldn't have been like I went down to the size where I wouldn't have been monetized, right? If I had not gotten monetized previously, and then getting back up like over the 1,000 hump took forever. Stopping losing subs took forever, and then getting to 2,000 took forever. But things are starting to really work now. Things are really starting to come together, and that is thanks to you, right? Everybody who has liked my stream, everyone who has supported my stream, thank you so much. You know, you're the reason that I'm here, that I'm able to bring this stuff to you. Seriously, without the support from the members, I don't know where I'd be. In fact, I don't want to think about where I would be, because it's scary. 2023 was your best year. Nice. Well, that's good. That's good. But yeah, like I got depressed through all that, and I didn't really realize that until I started to come out of it. And maybe it's like the sun peeking through the clouds. Maybe it is like just this project of passion that I'm involved in now. Maybe it is like just this community that supports me. I don't know what it is. Probably a lot of things, but I feel so much better. I feel so much stronger. I can see like a way forward instead of just like darkness all around. And I'm just happy. It's this music. That's what's doing it. It's the fact that a new Persona game came out with a new soundtrack. And I don't know. I really like the composer of this stuff. Some people are like, why are you listening to elevator music? No comment check. Please, does elevator music go this hard? You gotta recognize the difference, right? Elevator music is backgrounding, right? Elevator music is not improving. Elevator music is not cooking. Elevator music is just, I mean, you know, it's some dead shit. And I feel like this is the opposite. But yeah, you know, elevator music tends to take a lot of, what do you call it? There's a name for this. There's cool jazz, and then there's smooth jazz. It's smooth jazz. The smooth jazz movement of the 1980s, like Kenny G, I guess inspired elevator music. And so that's why some people, when they hear jazz that's not, I don't know, Coltrane, they think like elevator. Elevator. I'm in an elevator. Like, you are in an elevator, okay? But it's not just an elevator. It's also the Velvet Room. It's also the Velvet Room with Elizabeth and Igor, and no, it's like I'm joking because there's an elevator in Persona 3 that you get your personas from. Anyway, I don't know if we'll ever play this because this game is just fucking dark. Little story, right? You know, so I used to be a gaming streamer when I started out on Twitch. I was a Minecraft streamer, and the problem with that was that I'm a tiny little streamer. I'm playing Minecraft, but I'm talking about politics while I'm playing Minecraft. And so people that come in to just like see Minecraft, they're like, I don't want to hear about Tim Pool. I like Tim Pool. What are you talking about? Or like, I don't care about Tim Pool, right? And then people that would have been interested are like, Minecraft? No, I want to watch non-compete. I want to watch the Surfs. I want to watch, you know, Hassan. I want to watch politics, right? Not Minecraft. So it was this weird little niche that I tried to occupy that was just like not working out for me. But I have always done a little bit of variety in my streams, like, right, whether it be fun stuff, cute stuff, or video games. And I played Persona 2. There's 2 games, right? Persona 2 is actually, like, got 2 parts. And I played the first part through. I almost finished the second part. Someday I'll get back to that. But this is Persona 3. They've made a reload. They've made a new version of it. And I'm loving how I'm watching some playthroughs and I really like the game. It's just so dark, right? I remember playing Persona 2 and having like an X mod like go off on some unhinged screed about how this was like really dark shit that I was playing. Like the themes of Persona 2 were somehow like they were they were dark, I guess. I don't really see it that way. I feel like this game, this is a game where you literally summon your persona with a fake gun to your head, like, right? It's like I don't know if it's literally a game about like realizing that you will die and accepting your fate. Like, this is the dark game. This is the dark game. So I'm a little bit like iffy about playing this on stream, especially considering that some people have you know, issues with self-harm and you know, even though that's not, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor like about facing death. It's not about self-harm, but like some of the memes are just a little too close. Like it got made in the emo era. I don't know what Japan was like at that time, but in the US, like, right, it was an interesting time, right? So Kevin MacLeod does make elevator-esque tunes sometimes. I feel like his are good, though. I like those. You're good on Adam. You're good on Lilo and Stitch. I always forget their name. I always completely forget their name, and I want to call them Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch. But so, like, yeah, let's get started with the stream today. Oh my god. Yeah, I made a tweet that looks like... Is it popping off? I don't know. It might pop off. It's just like, what am I talking about here? I'm talking about Pirates of the Caribbean Part 6. People have been talking. I don't know if it's officially announced, but it seems like it's gonna happen. And it's gonna happen without Johnny Depp. Like, Disney wants nothing to do with Johnny Depp. Also, probably the character after 5 movies is probably a little played out too. So they're replacing Johnny Depp. And I don't know, I think right-wingers are not handling it very well. You know? Okay, so here's what it is. Disney is considering a replacement for Johnny Depp in Pirates 6. Not a replacement, not like somebody that's gonna play Captain Jack Sparrow. They're thinking about making the film about Anne Bonny, a real-life pirate. But people don't like the fact that... that a black woman is playing the lead here, right? This is just some classic right-wing gamer shit, unfortunately. All female Pirates of the Caribbean, yes. But yeah, that's why I made this tweet talking about how the right-wingers are gonna flip out when they hear about Fear and Loathing 2 in Las Vegas starring Kate McKinnon as Raoul Duke. That's right. The Hunter S. Thompson self-insert played by Kate McKinnon this time. No, I don't have any... I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But anyway, good, nice memes. Nice memes. Those pirate movies haven't been good since Keira Knightley left. I haven't seen a pirate movie since maybe 3. I think it was like since Pirates 3. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like the quartering is going to have a coronary over this. Do you want to see what the quartering is doing? Wait. Where's my phone? Oh my god. Where did... Oh, it's charging up. That's where it is. Oh my god, I have to bounce this because I've got a
You always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
I don't know how you get pictures from your phone to your desktop, but this is how I do it. I send it to someone on Discord. And then I get it from there. There's probably better ways to do it, but you want to see a thumbnail? Are you ready for this, chat? Take a gander at this, right? This is the Quartering's latest thumbnail. Does this show up okay? Yeah, enough of it shows up. Enough of it shows up. Look, I criticized... There was like 2 years ago or something like that. I went over Xander Hall's... a Xander Hall video about Thought Slime, right? Which had a picture of Thought Slime with their mouth open and kind of making a little bit of the Ahiago face, and there seemed to be some sort of like fluid in the mouth. And like when I saw it, I was like, did Xander Hall alter Thought Slime's thumbnail in order to put some unidentified fluid in Thought Slime's mouth, as if like to say, how does it taste? Right? Like, I thought that's what was going on there. I thought it was like, it was a way of Xander Hall saying, suck my D, or something like that. It turns out, actually, no, that was in the Thought Slime avatar. The fluid was already in the mouth. In this case, though, what is this? What is going on here? What is even going on here? Can somebody explain this to me? As much as I hate Disney, I'm strangely glad Johnny Depp's smear campaign didn't work out all that well for him. It seems, well, the story about the Johnny Depp stuff is all about what came out after the trial, right? There was a group of Johnny Depp hardcore fans, and they somehow put their money together to purchase or to unlock some of the paperwork, some of the, you know, some of the court stuff. And they thought it was going to be like, this is like the real shit about Amber Heard here. And it turns out, no, actually, this is the real shit about Johnny Depp. You just unlocked the vault of like shit that makes Johnny Depp look not so great. So, you know, I think a lot of people miss that story, but that's kind of how it ends up. What is going on though? What is going on? Like, can we posit an explanation from this? Does anybody have a reason about why Neil deGrasse Tyson has a fluid coming out of his mouth? Like, what is the quartering doing? Like, look, it's one thing, like I know that like there's a lot of people that got like horny posted about, but Neil deGrasse Tyson? Really? And who are the other two people on the thumbnail? I hear some of you asking. Those are the two hosts of, it's called Trigonometry. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing that it exists. It's embarrassing that it's called Trigonometry. And it's embarrassing that I know about it. It's embarrassing that I don't have to like look these guys up and figure out who they are. I know who they are. They are right-wing grifters with a channel called Trigonometry. Get it? Like it's like trigonometry, but instead trigger, because you want to see the SJWs get triggered. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is gonna get triggered when he finds out the quartering put fluid in his mouth. Like, what is up with the fluid in the mouth? Are they woke? They are. They're the opposite of woke, I guess. I mean, is this Gatorade? What's coming out of his mouth? I don't get it. It's the Powerade Arctic flavor, right? Is that what that is? I don't know. It looks kind of sticky. Who thinks about, like, because I was accusing Xander Hall of doing this. It turns out Xander Hall actually didn't do this, right? And Xander Hall's girlfriend, of all people, came into my chat to let me know that she had made the thumbnail and thought Slime's image was not altered. So I was wrong about that, accusing Xander Hall of doing something that, like, immature and gross, putting fluid in somebody's mouth on a thumbnail, right? It turns out the quartering just was like, can you imagine the conversation with the thumbnail artist? I want some glasses on there. Some feminist glasses. I want like a non-binary symbol on the face as a tattoo. Trans flag, pride flag, and some gender fluid coming out of his mouth. I guess that's what's going on. I don't know, chat. I don't like watching the quartering. If you want me to watch this, I will, I guess. But he's boring. He's boring. He's depressing. I can't stand him. Is he like drunk when he's making his videos? Because it feels like it. I feel drunk watching the quarterings videos. What did Neil do now? Neil, I don't know. Went on trigonometry. That was probably Neil's mistake. But anyway, the quartering is celebrating what he thought was a dunking. Neil deGrasse Tyson politely destroyed on his woke gender ideology. So it's the woke gender ideology. He was tasting all the ice creams from the Bill Nye show. He's always drunk. That's confirmed. That's real. I don't want to say anything that's not true. I don't want to get sued by anybody. All of this stuff is under the rubric of, as always, of allegedly, right? We are saying allegedly. I'm not saying that the quartering peed in his basement. I'm saying that the quartering allegedly peed in his basement, right? I didn't say that the quartering shit himself at Walmart. I'm saying that the quartering allegedly shit himself at Walmart. Neil probably just slightly pushed back against their transphobia. I'm guessing. I think you're right, Autumn Leaves. That's the most likely. Yeah, defending trans folks, probably something like that. But yeah, I don't know what to do with that. I thought about posting about it, but that would mean having to put this on my timeline, and I don't know. I try to keep my, yeah, trigonometry. They are called trigonometry. I don't know who's more cringe here, the quartering or trigonometry, but they're both pretty bad. Okay, so what have I not done that I'm supposed to do? Oh my god, you're hello chatting from... Oh, okay. From yesterday's. Possibly, I don't even know. I need to make a new one, right? I need to make a new... So what are we talking about today? Today on stream, I'll be covering the continuing beef between Vaush and member. Am I gonna get yelled at by DFF for this? Do they not want? No, they've got to want this drama. You got to see what Paul says. Like, I don't think I'm blowing this up. I don't think I'm drama frogging. I don't think that I'm and DFF member Paul's ego. Paul goes hard in this one, calling him Vaush Limbaugh. Get your popcorn. I think it's popcorn is appropriate here. Get your popcorn ready. Prepare ye the way of the popcorn, which is into your mouth, of course. Wait, what else are you gonna do with popcorn? And maybe we can ask the quartering for some toppings. some toppings for that popcorn. Maybe not, I don't know.
Two hands meet at zenith. Nothing comes between us. Dancing like ballerinas.
Okay, I like the dressing like ballerinas part. That's my favorite part of the song so far. I love the soundtrack, by the way. As a DFF watcher, I can confirm they want the drama, if only for audience engagement. Paul even openly admitted as such. Okay, because like I'm not trying to, I don't know. I'm not trying to play with somebody's dirty laundry here. I would never do that, Chad. If you hang up your laundry, I'm not gonna come up by and play with it. That's weird. Even if you hang it outside on on those clothespins and stuff, I'm not gonna. Anyway, this metaphor is whack. Let's just post this and get this shit started. Okay, so there's the post. I'm copying the link and sending it to you in chat if you want to help out with this, right? And believe me, this does help out more than you, even if you have a small, you know, Twitter following or whatever. Every like helps. It's a potential,
DVD super chatted $5. As a DFF watcher, I can confirm they want the drama, if only for the audience engagement. Paul even openly admitted such.
It's weird how the delay goes, but yeah. They are drama farming. A few years ago during the lockdowns, they had over 7,000 patrons. They lost 2,500. Did they lose that just because they weren't making videos as often, or what's the story with that? What's going on with that? I gotta admit, the lockdowns were a weird time. I feel like I put out more YouTube videos, but I did less streams during the lockdowns. And now I'm like the opposite. I'm pretty regular. Like, right. So if you don't know, like if you haven't grasped it yet, my schedule is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. That has been what's working out for me, giving me a little bit of downtime that, you know, theoretically I could make videos during, but I've just been having to take care of real life stuff instead. Oh my god, I don't like how this butterfly is making my hair be weird. Should I redo this? Alright, so there is the... Oh yeah, I'm putting this in the chat. There it is on Twitch and pinned. And then I'm gonna put it... Ooh. I'm gonna put it into YouTube chat as well. DFF and Drunken Peasants both get over 1,000 live viewers after some good drama. Probably, I'm trying to see it. Did anybody have a theory about like why their patrons went down? They have a good content strategy. I don't know, chat. What do you think about that? Because we reached 2,000. We reached 2,000. And I mean, like, you know, that's the subs, right? So on one hand, like, I kind of want to do like a members only event as a gift to those who support me, but at the same time, I'm not like the guy. I don't like paywalling things and stuff. I know that's what they do, and maybe it's naive of me to not want to paywall things. Like, you know what the Drunken Peasants do? It's kind of a genius strategy, right? They'll do like a what's it called? A gauntlet, right? A gauntlet is when you watch some ridiculous shit. Like if I was to watch Roseanne Barr, you know, that's not because I enjoy Roseanne Barr. I'm kind of punishing myself, right? And you might be kind of enjoying that punishment. Or you might be enjoying being punished along with me, right? I don't know how you see it, but, you know, it's like a punishment. It's a gauntlet, right? And then they start off with like the road to the gauntlet, and then the gauntlet itself is like a Patreon only event. So you got to be like a Patreon. You got to be like a super supporter of DFF to even see that stuff. And the only thing I don't like about that is like, if I had a movie theater, I would always leave the back door unlocked. Maybe it's because I'm a Sam Cedar fan. That's what I remember about Sam Cedar, is he always had, you know, special content for members, but there was always a way to kind of get in if you're not a member. Sam lets you in the back door, and I want to be the same. As soon as I went to click pin, oh, I took it from you, I'm sorry. I was too fast on that one. Does anyone enjoy Roseanne? I mean, maybe Roseanne from back in the day? People tell me that Roseanne was good back in the day. Roseanne was cooking. You have to keep in mind 7,000 patrons with at $7 is about divided by 3. Divided by 3. That's the key right there, Mr. Garrick. That's the key. Divided by 3. That's still not bad. You gotta ask them if they need a fourth. Anyway, no, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm sure I would not fit in. But they're cool. They're cool. I appreciate their commentary on Vaush. I agree actually with a lot of their commentary on Vaush. I know that, you know, we're very different content creators from a very different era with very different aesthetics, but I appreciate them. She used to be funny. Never liked Roseanne, but that's just me. Used to watch her show. Oh, yeah, she had a sitcom. Yeah, and that's the one where, like, so if you watch like a lot of sitcoms, it's like unrealistic. I think the common example people always give is Friends, right? If you are working at Central Perk, making coffees for people, you are not affording that apartment. You are not putting like recliner chairs in that apartment, right? It just doesn't make sense. Like what those people are doing versus how those people are living in New York of all places, like super expensive, right? So, you know, that's a classic thing about sitcoms, is that they are like aspirational, and that maybe that's their appeal, is like, you don't, your apartment doesn't look like this, so you want to see somebody, you know, living in the lap of luxury, even if it doesn't make sense particularly. But then Roseanne, if you look at it, like she has, like I've seen pictures of the old show, and she actually has a quilt like my grandma's quilt. In fact, I think it might have been my grandma's quilt. Maybe Roseanne bought my grandma's quilt at a sale or something. I'm pretty sure that was my grandma's quilt. I'm pretty sure my grandma made that, right? But it's shit that people that don't have money would have in their house. And that was rare. That was, oh my god, I can like the comments. Stevie D, you are the first comment that I've ever, look at that, liking the comment. I don't know what that does for you. Oh, other people can like it too. Look, I can like it both ways. That's kind of neat. When did that go in? That must have been a recent addition. Well, hey, if YouTube's gonna make its chatting and its live stream function better, right? Listen, YouTube, I'm just saying, it would not be hard for you to eat Twitch's lunch for breakfast. You know what I'm saying? You get to the office slightly before Twitch, and they do all their meal prepping, right? So all their lunches are like there in those little what do you call those things? You know, it's like it's got different sections for different like foods for people that food prep. I'm so jealous. If you food prep, you're awesome. You're awesome. You're better than me. I should food prep. Like, right? It saves money. It's healthy. It makes it so you don't have to constantly cook when you don't have time. I should food prep, but I don't. So if you're on that, then new YouTube feature unlocked, right? Roseanne was a factor. But he turned out to be a raging thief, and I was woken up by the ATF yelling in my bed. Oh god, I'm sorry, Soul Life, I didn't read the first part. Never liked Roseanne. I had a friend that liked reruns and almost ended our friendship. Oh my god. Roseanne was a factor. Okay, so there was other factors. I get it. There was other major factors in that friendship ending, but that is one thing. Look, I can relate to that, okay? I dated somebody, and if you're out there and you watch this, no hate, okay? We like different things, and that's okay. And I shouldn't have given you such a hard time about it. Okay, I was a super meanie butt, okay, if you're out there listening, my ex, right? But this ex really liked Adam Sandler movies, okay? And I don't even like movies or I don't even like, I mean, I don't, okay, I shouldn't say that. I don't hate movies, okay? I'm not like the Vaush of cinema. Vaush classically hates music. I don't know how anybody says that, right? I'm not gonna say anything ridiculous like I hate movies. Obviously, I like a lot of movies. Obviously, there's a lot of movies that you know, there's movies that have probably changed my life, right? So not hating on movies, but what I hate is like sitting for 90 minutes to 2 hours. That's what I don't like about movies. It's a little bit much. I'm an active, kinetic kind of person, right? I'm bouncing around there. And yeah, my ex was more of the, you know, my ex worked a hard job and was, you know, wanted to sit down on the couch. It's totally understandable. Like we, you know, different people, different strokes for different folks. So no hate. Adam Sandler liking X Club. Hell yeah. Computer Bailey. Hell yeah. Never watched movies, but whenever I ended up watching one, I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, there's some good movies. There's some good. In fact, I think the Vanguard we're talking about. Who is it? Richard Linklater? I have watched. Let's see. I think I've seen Slackers. I don't really remember that well. I've seen Dazed and Confused. I've seen Waking Life. There's a lot more Richard. Oh, and Through a Scanner Darkly. But there's like a lot more Richard Linklater movies that I have not seen. And I'm not quite the cinema aficionado that Zach and Gavin are, unfortunately. I looked up Dr. Greger's formula for the vitamin C facial serum. It's 3 grams of ascorbic acid, 30 grams of water. Okay. So you're not spreading disinfo. Yeah, I won't report you to Michael Greger this time. You know, but yeah, it's some good videos over there at nutritionfacts.com. If you haven't checked them out. 80% of foreign particulates in theater seats are comprised of fecal matter. How is that possible? How is that possible? Through a Scanner Darkly is awesome. The other thing about movies is like, I feel like a lot of movies that I've seen, like with my ex, like, I saw Altered, and it's like a weird thing. Like, you know, when you're altered, depending on how you're altered, you might kind of sleep through a lot of the movie. And so like a lot of the movies that I've seen, I've like kind of only half seen, or I didn't see them. I might have been slightly hallucinating when I saw them, or I don't know. That's just how we watched movies back in the day. Like we even had this euphemism where like movies took on a second meaning. When we were talking about like watching movies, there was also like a code of like, you know, sometimes you'd be watching a movie and you'd also watch Cheech and Chong, or sometimes you'd be watching a movie and you'd also watch Pulp Fiction, right? Sometimes you'd be watching a movie and the weirdest one was like mushrooms were Tales from the Crypt. Like that was the because you just don't want to say that stuff on, like, I don't know, on the phone. You know, just, yeah, I was thinking we could watch, you know, the new Richard Linklater movie and Tales from the Crypt. That would be a good combo. That would be a good pairing. Leg day, hell yeah! Oh my god, Vegan Stallion, doing the leg day. Leg day is so important. That's the one thing I really appreciate about Foreign. You can tell that guy never skips leg day. That it's amazing. His legs are like really... Like, look, I am a student of anatomy. I am a student of physiology. And I am a student of, you know, sports, you know, science, right? And that guy, you know, you can see all of, like, if I wanted to talk to you about the muscles of the upper leg, right? The quadriceps and hamstrings, I feel like Foreign would be like, you know, you can see them. You can clearly, they're all very distinct. You can see, you know, really clear, you have chicken legs, but they're strong. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, a lot of people think that hypertrophy, which is like gaining visible muscle, is the same as strength, and it's not. It's not. You can be a lot stronger than you look. You can have muscles that are very flashy and not be that strong. You can have muscles that are, you can be able to say like push up a lot of weight like I can on a leg press, but maybe your squat is not that magnificent. Maybe your deadlift is not that magnificent, but yeah, that's why I find exercise fascinating, actually. That boy Foreign, if he ever asks me for some man arm candy, I will not say no. I used to intentionally work down at Wendy's, down the Wendy's ice every night so I could clean the freezer and make sure the ice was fresh, and it smelled like a dirty bar. Wait, that's where they say, oh wait, because we were talking about the fecal matter in the movie theaters. I don't understand. Like, I could understand some other weird things being in movie theaters, but I don't understand where the fecal matter comes from. Just the cordyceps. Wait, is that the thing that takes over the bug? It's like some kind of ad break in 4 minutes. Oh my god, it's Shakespeare. Thank you for reminding me. I have been bullshitting with y'all for about an hour here, which is good because, like, that's what a professional streamer is supposed to do. You don't want me to just launch right into the content. That would be silly. But I also have to remember to let you know that if you're watching me on Twitch, there's an ad break every hour, on the hour. That's an ad break that lasts 3 minutes. And 3 minutes may not sound like much, but it can feel like 3 hours, okay? If you no longer want to see those ads on my stream, you can get out of them for free with a Twitch Prime. If you have Prime, you have a free sub. If you give that sub to me, you will no longer see ads on my channel. You can also get out of the awful 3-minute ad break with a sub that costs you $5 to Twitch. That's how much they charge you. Or there's a possibility, and I don't want to get your hopes up, but it can happen. It does happen, and it is possible for you to be given a gift sub, just like you could get given a gift membership over on YouTube. You can get given a gift sub on Twitch, but I gotta say, you're more likely to get that if you're active in the chat. That's just what I've noticed, is that people that show up on gift subs are generally farts. Are invisible poop clouds? No way. That's horrible. I remember like having like a friend whose dad would always drive us around places, and he would always fart. And I didn't get it at first, like when I was like a little kid. Like, because I remember my mom, when she would fart, she would tell me that somebody must be eating eggs. Like, right, we're passing a house where somebody just cooked eggs. That's what you're smelling. It's the eggs. I'm like, Mom, you're the one laying eggs in this car, okay? But no, she had me fooled for a long time. Like, I didn't understand like farts, I guess. But yeah, this guy that was like my friend's dad, and he would take us everywhere, drive us everywhere in his car, and he would F with us. He would F with us so hard. He would be like, the smell is coming to eat Irene. Like, right? Like, I don't know. Literally gaslighting. Anyway, enough weird stories from my childhood. My weird childhood. I feel like a weird childhood makes for a weird streamer, and that's what you're looking at right now. Speaking of what you're looking at right now, let us see. Oh my god, it's a flying squirrel! Ah, what? Yo! Look at that shit, that's real life. Unlike weasels, which are clearly mythological creatures and don't exist in real life. Yes. Oh my god, we got the what is going on? Yo, this is better than the Trump dance. He's bopping. Is he dancing to the music that I'm playing? I feel like he is. My god. Did I ever get my non-money out of this music? I think I did. No meme here. Just so cute. Wait, should I know who this is? Should I know who this is? What does this even respond? Oh, this is... I'm not gonna watch it. Okay, I just won't watch it. Well, I mean, that's the right answer. If you're a right-winger and you see my post and your response is this, look, I'm gonna like this, okay? I'm gonna like this because that's the right response. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to watch. Nobody says that you have to watch it. And also, nobody says you have to complain about it. And you will probably look less silly if you're not posting all over the place talking about shit being too woke. You will probably be taken a little bit seriously. There's the leg day. There's the oh my god. Well, see, you got some definition there for sure. Yeah, look at that. Look, you know what I like? I'm looking at the calves here, right? I'm seeing some definition in the calves. And as somebody who does a sport that involves kicking, the calves are where it's at. I don't know what you've heard, but the calves are so important. If you like dancing, if you like kicking, if you like thanking TTV Rogue Nemesis for following me, and if you like avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which everybody who needs to hear me at this point cannot hear me because they're stuck in the ad break, but I'm gonna give you a little longer if you want to, right? To interact if you want to. I'm not forcing you to do anything with this post on Twitter, right? It does help me out. It does have the potential of letting people who are not aware that I'm streaming and might like to enjoy the stream with us. It does have the potential of letting them know that oh wow, I didn't even pin this on YouTube. That's my own fault, right? I have to. Oddly enough, macrobacteria looks just like corn. It's corn. There we go. That's what I should have done. I pinned the message, so now it'll be really easy to find if you want to interact with it, if you want to, post on it, and especially if you've got memes that are like flying squirrels and stuff like that. I mean, that's just amazing, and I love to see it. It's amazing to me that people still want Pirates of the Caribbean. This is from the Pirates of the Caribbean post, right? People still want Pirates of the Caribbean sequels enough to care if Johnny Depp is in them or not. Can't imagine these movies are making money or the noise that they used to. Yeah, I mean, there's been 5 movies filmed by Bobby Kennedy III. Oh, in Aspen. Wait, is this real? A prequel? A prequel? There's really a prequel to... I guess it's not with... That's not Johnny Depp, right? Jay Bulger. And Cheryl Hines, who's married to Robert Kennedy. Wait, is Bobby Kennedy III? Is that the son of Robert Kennedy Jr. casting his mom? Is that? I know a little bit about this, chat. I know a little bit about this. I was surprised to find out that Cheryl Hines is married to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And in some ways is like when he got asked if he was going to be Trump's vice president, she was with him, and she answered for him. She said no. She said that's not gonna happen. And I think the real answer is like, that is not gonna happen with me as your wife. I think that's really what was being said there. Yeah, we gotta get to the content. I have been edging you for quite a long time. I just want to make sure that people who want to interact with the post are able to do so. And have time to do so, because it's up there right now. It's in the pinned comments, both for YouTube and for Twitch. And this is your chance to post cute memes as well. And, topical memes. But especially flying... What is this called? Like okay, what is like a squirrel is like, what is like the order genus? Wait, it's like domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Yeah, it's a sugar glider. I mean, if I ate that much sugar, I'd be gliding too. Yo, that's so cute. I can't get enough of this. It's not a flying squirrel though. It's a sugar glider. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look like a squirrel when I actually look at its head. It looks fucking amazing though. It looks freaking amazing. Like, do you think that if they altered my genes that I could have those flaps? that I could have like furry flaps of skin on like in between my arms and my legs. Cause like I want to be able to do that someday, chat. It's an aspiration, right? They first they have to genetically engineer cat girls. That's important. They got to do that first. But secondly, they need to give me those the flaps so I can fly. So I can become a Fledermaus myself. Squirrels look like crazy bodybuilders up close. You know what really looks like a crazy bodybuilder up close is kangaroos. Okay, look, this is the last thing I'm gonna look at before. Buff kangaroo. Look, I just can't get over. Look at this shit. Look, that's the one right there. That's the kangaroo right there. That kangaroo is not Natty. That is not Natty. That kangaroo is on... Like, I need to talk to that kangaroo's doctor, okay? What kind of regiment is that Roo? Okay, we're seeing a little too much of the Roo down there. That's enough. Let's see, like...
This is Australia's most iconic kickboxer.
Damn.
Kangaroo, the buff marsupial. Kangaroos are 4 marsupials.
And they're flexing. They're flexing.
And they are the largest marsupials on Earth, specifically the red kangaroo. A newborn.
No! Oh my god! I was like, this is TOS.
About 1 inch or
It's not.
2.5 centimeters.
It's just a baby kangaroo.
Red kangaroo.
It looked like
Grow up to 8
TOS.
feet or 2.4 meters and weigh up to 200 pounds or 90 kilograms. With pure.
Okay, there's music on this one, and it scares me.
Weight. As a result, they are.
Every time I watch a short, and it has music. Oh god! And this is the guy. This is the guy who's a kangaroo was like holding his dog or something, and he goes and punches it. But yeah, kangaroos are seriously. Roger the roided kangaroo. That's Roger. Damn. Alice Springs, what are you putting in the water?
The muscle is very similar to like a bodybuilder.
That's a strong kangaroo.
As a man kangaroo, if you ever want to have like a wife, you're gonna have to fight for her. You try to get their opponent in a big bear hug, basically, and wrestle them. And Roger did that bucket. He gave it a big bear hug and just hunted it like a cat.
Oh yeah, the one where he's drowning the dog.
Roger sees me.
Yo, you're gonna get effed up. Careful. Roger and Barnes are featured in the show Kangaroo Dundee. Oh, is he Barnes?
I've got to make sure I run away.
Aw. Roger does have a softer side. Oh, Barnes rescued Roger after his mother was killed on the highway. That's cute. The baby kangaroo is really cute. What did he feed this kangaroo?
Not be released back to the wild because he may run into people.
He cannot be released back into the wild because he will kick the shit out of all the other kangaroos. It wouldn't be fair. That kangaroo, there's no way that kangaroo is Natty. There is 0% chance. Right, okay, so like I said, I'm gonna leave my, I'm gonna leave the post. Oh my god, we do have more. Look at this tiny dog playing with, oh! Wait, yeah, that's definitely a tiny dog. Because it looks like a weasel, but I'm pretty sure it's just a different breed of dog. A dog, it's like a small dachshund, chat. That's a small dachshund, clearly, and not a weasel. Because weasels don't exist. Wait, are those capybaras? Zero, are those capybaras? Those are capybaras! That's like the most chill animal ever. Okay, so you got a little while I get the streaming material together. No, you know what I should do? I should just look over here. Okay, we can't look at the Drake leaks. I'm so sorry. I know you all want to see Drake and his snake, but the Drake snake is not something I can show on, I can't show that on YouTube. I can't show that on Twitch. It'll get me in trouble. Oh yeah, we should cover this. Why is none of the above trending? Oh my god, Hassan's covering some cool shit. Like, I'm not trying to advertise for Hassan today, though. You're here for me, all right? If you... okay, so yeah, this is the Nevada primary. Now, I don't know what the story is, and I haven't been able to find out. Does anybody know? For some reason, Donald Trump not on the Nevada primary. I don't think it's because they kicked him off due to his insurrection, like due to appear, you know, participating at, like, it's not a 14th Amendment thing as far as I know, but for whatever reason, Donald Trump did not get on the. It's strange, like, right? This happened with Biden in New Hampshire. They had to do the write-in Biden, and they wrote in Biden for 60%. Still, yeah, like, still Marianne and the rest of them could not get traction, even though Biden was only a write-in candidate. Here, Trump is not even a write-in candidate, but you can choose none of the above in Nevada, and 62.9% of people chose none of the above over Nikki Haley. And of course, like, the Trumpies are being like, that means Trump. That's 62.9% for Trump. I don't know, is it? I'm sure a lot of people were happy to be able to vote for none of the above, even with Trump on the ballot, but... Yeah, losing to none of the above is pretty embarrassing. So, yeah, like I said, similar to the situation in New Hampshire. Oh, okay, we gotta look at this, right? I'm afraid this is about Bernie. Here, let's turn off the music and get serious for once. Let's get serious. Are you ready to get serious? Are you ready to get physical? Get into, like, oh my god, wait, this is a late night. Hope I don't get in trouble for playing this, but...
Almost 4 months after the horrifically unforgivable acts of October 7th, you've called Hamas a disgusting terrorist organization.
So first step...
Many hostages are not back, and yet...
First step, condom Hamas. Okay, he's condomed Hamas.
Yet we also see an unspeakable loss of civilian lives in Gaza.
And yet, also in addition, there's like tens of thousands of people, like, closing in on 30,000, maybe already 30,000, maybe more than 30,000. There's a lot of civilians losing their life in Gaza. But that's like an asterisk. That's like an afterthought, right? Like, oh yeah, there is also this. It's not great.
Any optimism for a peaceful future for Israel?
Fucking fence rider, right? And I'm talking about both the host here and Bernie.
I hope to God it takes place. And as you've just indicated, Hamas began this war with their horrific, brutal...
Israel began this war with the Nakba.
Terrorist attack against killing 1,200 innocent Israelis, wounding more, taking over 200 people hostage. But I have to tell you that what Netanyahu and his right-wing government are doing right now to the people of Palestine, of Gaza, is indescribable and unspeakable. I mean, we're looking at 26,000 people who have been killed.
Oh, Michael Corcoran Googled Nevada Trump. After reading the explanation, I'm still confused. I guess the primary is non-binding and was disavowed by the state party. But how did it end up like that? Did Trump not file his, like, paperwork or something? Like, it's got to be something weird like that. Reminds me of how a group that is not a sovereign state can start a war, right?
2/3 of whom are women and children, 65,000 people who...
And that's why, you know, that calls to mind the war on terror. That calls to mind the war on terror. This is a fucking undefined war that just becomes the conduit, the the midwife for whatever kinds of wars George W. Bush wanted to start. In terms of Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, he wanted to go to Iran, right? He wanted to take that train. I mean, he listed out like 5 states that he called the axis of evil that were like on watch, like, right? So I mean, it's clear that the George W. Bush and the people for a new American century had bigger ambitions in mind. They didn't quite get there, but yeah, it just became a free pass for it's like Xbox War Pass or something.
Have been wounded. We're looking at 70% of the housing units in Gaza
They pay $7 for all the wars they want.
have been damaged or destroyed. Can you believe that? 70%. You're looking at 1.8 million people pushed out of their homes. God knows where they're going. And right now, and this is
so sad to see Bernie end, like, probably not only his career, but I mean, I gotta be honest, like, he's close to the end of his life. I mean, I never thought that Bernie was some kind of savior. I never thought that Bernie was more than a, democratic socialist or a sock dem, but was going to do anything stronger than reform. But still, this is a sad way to end things for him.
Hope everybody hears this. You're looking at the
Okay, so Trump won the caucus. Oh, yeah, these are weird, right? There are states that have a caucus and a primary. I think there's another state too, because I remember like seeing a primary after it was Washington State had a primary, or they had a caucus and then they had a primary, because I was like, wait, they've already had their vote. Why are they vote? Why am I seeing Washington again? And it turned out it was because they have a primary that, like, I think is non-binding. I don't remember, but yeah, that confused me too at first. It was like I said earlier, Trump didn't do a primary vote because he was participating in the caucus. But wait, how does that make it? Did he just didn't need to? Let me see. Zara's got an article.
possibility of hundreds of thousands of children starving to death. And
At this point, it seems like more than a possibility.
we in the United States, through our financial support of
He is so late on this.
Israel, are complicit in what's happening. And I will be damned if I'm going to give another nickel to the Netanyahu government.
And this is what people really don't like about this, right? Unfortunately, this is not just a Netanyahu problem. This is an Israel problem.
In order to continue this war against the Palestinian people.
Do you see? I mean, it all seems so.
Nobody's gonna say anything. Nobody in the audience sees. Here's what's wrong with that.
Impossible. I mean,
Nobody wants to hold Bernie accountable.
I certainly don't know the solution. I wouldn't ever claim to. But do you see any hope for optimism that there's a future for the Palestinians and Israelis?
The history of the region is terrible. You know, we don't have time to.
UC Love's got stats for me: 35,000 dead civilians, 1.8 million displaced, trying not to starve to death. But do you disavow Hamas? That's the real question. A change to state law in 2021 transitioned the state from a party-run caucus to government-run primaries. Interesting. So not the state party. Change came amid a series of new voting initiatives geared towards improving voter access, like expanding voting by mail, at a time when other states were placing more restrictions on voting to counteract allegations of voter fraud. Yeah, I mean, like that. There are certain like policies that were in place under the lockdown that needed to stay like locked in, right? Voting by mail is one of those. You had more percentage, a greater percentage of people participating in the election than ever before, right? That's a good thing. At a time when other states were placing restrictions on voting to counter allegations of voter fraud, because those are really serious allegations. I'm sure the courts took them really seriously, right? Those allegations, the courts took. Oh no, that's right. The courts threw them out because they were bullshit. Voting to counteract allegations of voter fraud in a protest to that move, the Nevada Republican Party, which has argued that the caucuses are more secure and encourages candidates to connect with voters, are holding caucuses anyway. Nevada Republicans have made it clear that the caucuses are the only method to earn the party's delegates in the state, which, while effectively barring anyone from the primary ballot, on the primary ballot from appear. Ooh. Oh, so you got caucus or primary. That's your choice. What a weird situation. Yeah, I really hope some of the good things would stay and be a silver lining on COVID. That things like safety nets would maybe even just become not a partisan issue, but something that the American people across the board demand.
To go into it, deals with the whole.
Because I am convinced that a lot of the economic anxiety is really a factor of the withdrawal of some of those programs.
Costs 6 million Jews. It deals with the displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from their homes.
Extending unemployment. Yeah, we should extend unemployment. We should continue to extend unemployment.
But at the end of the day, the people, Palestinian people, are entitled to a homeland of their own. So we're talking about a two-state solution. Hamas cannot be, in my view, part of that equation. They are a terrorist jihad.
So you're giving them an unlimited pass, right? Because what's going to happen is when this kind of horror show goes on in Gaza, you're ensuring the continuance of Hamas or potentially a more militant organization. And then the existence of that organization will be used for just as justifications for future atrocities.
Jihadist group, there are people.
Bernie, I hate to say this, but you're sounding worthless.
Palestinians who believe in democracy, Palestinians who do believe in improving the lives of people there.
Not the Palestinians who believe in self-determination, no, but the ones that are, oh my God.
Work with those people and create a long-term solution.
If you want a partner for peace, you gotta do something about Israel's policy. That's the way that you do that. If you want a partner that Israel can negotiate with and we can start to de-escalate, you got to de-escalate the tens of thousands of people.
Israel has the security that it is entitled to, and the Palestinians have a state of their own and the freedom that they are entitled to.
Okay, really, really fucking disappointing. And it sounds like seems like I'm not the only one.
Netanyahu's extremist government to drop more bombs on innocent Palestinians. The Israeli government has already killed 27,000 people. 11,500 of them were children. I'm tired of my colleagues coming to me whispering, I don't really like Netanyahu. Well, then why are we sending him billions of dollars with no conditions? He literally is telling us over and over again what his intention is. I'm tired of my colleagues coming and whispering to me, Rashida, I support two-state solution. Great. Then send money that conditions for.
There is no courage in our system of government. There is no courage in Congress.
A two-state solution because Netanyahu has over and over again told us he never wants to see a Palestinian state. So I'm tired. I oppose Netanyahu's war crimes and want him gone too. But many of my colleagues that continue to tell me that do not want to condition the aid. They give it to a genocidal maniac. My message to my colleagues is simple. If you don't support Netanyahu, if you're disgusted by the countless videos of lifeless children pulled out of the rubble, if you actually believe in upholding human rights and international law, vote no on a blank check to Netanyahu's genocide.
So I'm thinking this is wrapped up in the immigration bill, which is like I said, I described this as like, when we're talking about a shit sandwich, you're usually talking about like there's something good, but it's wrapped in like a bunch of bullshit. It's wrapped in a bunch of bad stuff. But this is like the keto version, right? There's no bread. There's no good part. It's just shit. It's just garbage. Like, Frozen 3, which we totally need, and Toy Story 5 will be released in 2026. Anybody else sick of sequels? I don't know. Maybe if somebody wants to make the argument for sequels, I'm willing to hear it. Bernie sucks. There's a reason he was just a compromise. Oh yeah, he was the last compromise, right? Of a left-leaning lib and never a savior. Hell no. So Zootopia 2, 2025. I mean, I guess these are like, you know, financial decisions that are being made. But I don't know. I don't think I've seen Toy Story 4 or 3. Wait, people want Sora from Kingdom Hearts in Fortnite? Is that what's going on? Disney collabs with Fortnite, Sora in Fortnite, more Square Enix games in Fortnite, Final Fantasy VII. Okay. Yeah, like this is like, they don't want a grimace shake in Fortnite. They want, wait, Sora is finally here, but this was for Smash Brothers, right? Disney and Epic Games. Wait, what's going on? Are they what are they actually adding to? People really want Sora in Fortnite, huh? Wait, I'm just trying to figure out like what they, so they're adding, who are they adding to Fortnite? Can anybody tell me about this? Who's actually getting added to Fortnite? Because there's a reason that people are like shouting that they want Sora. It was so still that you thought I froze. Yes, Stream Elements is just a bot. It's a weird thing to name a bot because like it's just the software that my stream runs on until I replace it with something. Oh yeah, chat. I'm actually thinking about, so I'm thinking about replacing my software. I know the Vanguard uses StreamYards. I think Letterhack uses StreamYards also. And there's a lot that I like about that, but what I don't like about that is it seems like you have to pay for a good version of StreamYards, and I'm trying to get my costs under control as much as that. You use raw OBS. I might do that. I might actually go to raw OBS. It's more complicated. It doesn't hold your hand, and it's a little bit more costly on your processing power, I think, but yeah, I do want to change it. What I really want to do is to be able to get like super chats and you know, chats that I want to like address, like to have them like hang out like right up here. You know what I mean? That's what I really like about the Vanguard setup, is that when they're when they're responding to a chat, the chat's like right in front of you. You added that? Wait, Nightbot? I mean, you do have the ability to program stream elements a little bit. Mods have that, you know. I don't know how it works on YouTube. I know it works on Twitch. Anyway, I am not sure what's going on with Fortnite, but you can use an Elsa. Okay, Elsa. They're adding Elsa. They're adding Elsa and a lot of Disney stuff. And like, I really shouldn't be looking at Disney stuff because that's a great way to get copyright claimed. That's the best way to get copyright claimed. I mean, does Elsa shoot or oh my god, I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it, aren't I? Is that really the Elsa in Fortnite? Elsa in okay, somebody made like an Elsa in Fortnite. It's not real. Wow, Elsa twerking. But is she gonna freeze people or is she gonna shoot a gun? That's what I want to know. Okay, let's get going. We got so much content and so little time. As always. We can look at the Miskiv situation really I don't know, chat, do you care about Miskiv? One in chat if you want the Miskiv story. Two in chat if you want me to just go on to DFF versus Vaush. I don't know if chat even knows who Miskiv is. Yeah, okay, so this is like, let's go on to this.
I would be totally fine with this being the last time we cover Vaush.
No free speech, no guns, no offense.
Okay, so here's something that we haven't covered yet. We sort of did, though. We covered a little bit of this, but apparently there's more to the story, and it's very good.
Christians? What kind of conservatives are you? Oh, you're from California! You're not even a Texan!
So this is the convoy? The MAGA truckers.
San Diego.
And they came all the way down to Eagle Pass, apparently to fight with each other?
America doesn't believe in that Constitution!
To baptize each other in cattle troughs. Okay, that sounds like that's gonna be a bad scene. We gotta skip over the fights.
You're a violent thug! You're a violent thug! That's all you want. Jesse, watch out! This guy's trying to... You don't like God? You don't like the Bible? You don't like Jesus? Hey! You can't touch me! Don't touch us! You're on camera. You want to go to jail? You want to go to jail? Don't touch us! We will not be touched!
I mean, I'm sure there's some libs watching this stuff and saying that Biden is a strategic genius. The background of this this convoy is that you had a situation where the organization which is supposed to be in charge of the border patrol, was getting pushed around by the Texas National Guard in a power play by Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. The Supreme Court weighed in on this matter and said, the supremacy clause holds that the federal government has jurisdiction over the border, and there was still there was like a nominal maybe attempt to comply with it by allowing them to take down some of the razor wire, but not but they kept putting it up afterwards, right? So essentially, this is a confrontation that Greg Abbott and like 25 Republican governors wanted with Biden, that Biden just like ignored, de-escalated, whatever, and then tried to pass that caving in bill that we covered yesterday. But so, you know, these people came down to support the Texas National Guard and prepare for the Civil War that all the right wingers, and especially Tim Pool, were hoping they would get to see. And this is what they did instead.
The trucker movement from a couple of years ago has morphed into a marauding group of angry.
Oh God, this is
someone to fight with. And since the convoy,
this is TYT related, right?
some to discover.
Do not be deceived. Stop thinking that everybody who waves a flag and shouts freedom is your friend and a good person, because we have people like this trying to join up in the movements.
Does she have like an eyebrow piercing?
I found this out the hard way. I found it out the hard way. That not everybody is in things for the same reasons you are. I was in the People's Convoy, and what a disappointment that ended up being. What a disappointment to find out that these people that you were with, they weren't like you. They didn't care about the country.
It was a pedo convoy? Wait, what happened? Yeah, no beef with JR. Like, JR's just getting kind of pulled along by the organization, by his friends, right? JR's in a shitty situation.
They were a bunch of grifting live streamers that wanted to make money off of the people in America who were hardworking and sending their money, little old ladies, old men, people who had to wait for their paychecks so they could give a little bit of money to help people drive around and shout freedom and fight for freedom.
The PP convoy?
Trump has conned businesses.
Wait, what's with the PPs?
Associates, law enforcement agencies, and entire cities out of money. He's pardoned people like Steve Bannon after he was busted for conning MAGA supporters for that Build the Wall fund.
And to find out that it was really for nothing. To find out that the people involved, a lot of the people involved that are involved in this convoy right here were really bad people. They were bad people who did not care about the causes that they joined. They used them for their own profit. How sad is...
You know what's really sad? Is that MAGA is first and foremost a human centipede of grifters. Because when you find an audience of people that have gotten suckered by somebody that all of his life has been a con man, like Donald Trump has always been a con man, when you find a group of people like that, you found your suckers. There's one born every moment, and they're deposited right into the MAGA movement, right? There's a ton of them. And they don't have, they're, you know, in this, they think that this is a movement, right? Donald Trump is using them. Donald Trump is fleecing them. Donald Trump is convincing these people right now to pay for his legal bills that he got from breaking the law. And, you know, are you really surprised that there's like it's like dung, you know, if you deposit cow dung somewhere, you're gonna get flies. Don't be surprised when the flies find the cow patty, because that's what flies do. They look for a cow patty, they smell it, and they go to it. And that's what people have done. Like there's so much of this MAGA movement that doesn't have anything to do with politics. It has to do with people making money off of deceiving others. That's what it is from the very get-go. And, you know, like I said, it's a human centipede.
When there's people who really care.
Yeah, the California hogs are something else.
He successfully begged them to pay for legal support in order to help him fight what he calls injustices carried out against him, only to shove that money right into his pocket. But supporters haven't solved that equation just yet, because they're fed a constant diet of fear and anger instead of solutions.
But yeah, I'm just surprised that like more of these people haven't we haven't seen more of these videos.
I know you've been seeing this stuff come across your For You page, because it's coming across mine like crazy.
There's an arcing electrical cord that's melting. That sounds scary. Are you okay, Soul Life?
With this at the border. And I'm not a big political person. I'm not. I listen to my father, who's been on this earth way longer than I have and been through way more than I have. So I kind of listen to him, and I listen to my husband, because they're older than me and I respect their views. But with this,
did you notice that? Did you notice that? She, like, they, them, her husband. I don't know. It's just, you definitely don't experience, like, I know people that like, will sort of use, like, they, them pronouns by default. Some of it is, like, they don't want to misgender anyone, and like, if they just, like, use the strategic they, them, then they don't have to learn anybody's pronouns, and they feel like they're covered. Sometimes it is, like, if you don't know somebody, like, then it makes sense. Like, I'm going to see the doctor, but all you got is the doctor's last name. You haven't seen, you don't know, so you use they. I'm going to go see them. They're going to examine me today, right? When you don't know somebody's pronouns. But it's weird to hear somebody refer to their husband. She kind of listens to her husband. She's talking about her husband, like almost like a, anyway. It's just interesting. That's all.
Border. If this goes bad, it's going to go bad for all of us. Does anybody have this gut feeling like I've had that, like, maybe this weekend I need to get some...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, BCAT K, but...
necessities in this house so we can survive if the does go bad? It's just kind of making me nervous because, I mean, these people that they're letting into our country are not good people.
They're people. They're human beings. They're like you and me. And, they have... some of them have been put into really bad situations due to United States foreign policy. That's the part that never gets mentioned, right? Part of what makes the United States appealing, it is how much we fucked up the rest of the world, how much we fucked up other countries. The kind of regimes that are in place in other countries due to United States interference. But they're humans, they're people. And they're not, like, more violent than, citizens. In fact, probably less so, because they know that their ability to be here is somewhat conditional, somewhat in limbo.
Like, I have nothing against, any Mexicans or anybody coming into this country the right way. But these people are criminals. They are, like...
Based on what? Based on what Tim Pool says? Based on what Donald Trump says? Where are you getting this?
Criminals.
And look, Anna Kasparian, I lay this shit at your feet. Even though you give that caveat that, after all the shit that you say, after all the moral panic that you help the right wing stoke about asylum seekers, you're painting a picture of dangerous, violent criminals and adding to the idea that the dangerous, violent criminals could not be American citizens, which they are. Right? You can shut the door and keep all the bad stuff on the outside. There is no door. You cannot shut it. And that's the bad stuff is already in your country, right? And you need to stop blaming outsiders, people that you're, just seeing as outsiders, that you're seeing as different because they're coming from another country. You need to stop doing that and actually care about,
And I'm kind of scared.
Everyone seems to be tired, scared, and don't know who to trust.
This sucks. I hate the position that JR is being put in. Somebody said earlier they don't have a particular beef with JR. I've always liked him. I've always appreciated when he was on the main show. The few times that I ever saw him on the main show, I always felt like, he had, of all the Young Turks, he was like one of, if not the most, interesting, host that they had. And, I'm guessing, he's been with Jink, since pretty early on. So it's hard for him to cut ties here, but he's saying stuff right here that's getting contradicted on the main show. And that is not a cool place to be.
But despite their convoy,
he makes Anna uncomfortable? What? Is there, like...
shrinking and fights starting, they do take a few moments to recharge and connect before a new day of being terrified.
Yeah, there's some good people on the TYT team. Here's our dude getting baptized.
Andrew just gave his heart to Christ recently.
He just gave his heart to Christ.
December. It just happened in December. How many believe that we serve a God of new beginnings? Man, this could be a new beginning for each and every one of us today, and I know it is for Andrew right now. New beginnings.
Like, there's a 50-50 chance that this guy actually, like, giving his heart to Christ means that he became transphobic, racist, and, like, right, the whatever transformation, like, there's half a chance that the transformation they're talking about is he used to be a liberal. He used to be a cultural Marxist. This guy got his degree in sociology from the Devil's Institute of the university system of the cultural Marxist indoctrination, but then he had a change of heart and he gave himself to Christ.
Father, we just thank you for Andrew.
This is what it's all about.
We thank you, Father, for his obedience. We thank you, Father, for his life.
They're gonna cut his hair after this.
I used to be a very different man.
in front of me, honey.
Every talent.
When I came up out of that water and I got filled with the Holy Spirit, my wife and I, Jamie over there,
come on,
that transformed my.
Anyway, I think we saw this already. So yeah, that's what we're doing down in Eagle Pass with the trucker convoy. That's how it ended. I don't know how it started. I guess it started with people thinking they were going to take part in a civil war, which never materialized. All right, what are we at? Oh my God. We're like 10 minutes. Yeah, it's a good time to do the main story for today. So let's, this is going to take a while, right? This is a long session from Paul's Ego talking...
Totally fine with this being...
Talking all about Vaush. The
last time we cover Vaush ever.
Onion nuggets.
I don't know. I feel like you're kind of good at it. As somebody who covers Vaush all too often and can actually sort of understand. Wait, are those good? Are onion nuggets good? I'm trying to decide because onion rings are definitely good. But something about the onion nuggets, it seems like they might be a little too concentrated onion. Like you need a good ratio of bread to onion. That's, I think, what the crunch and the, you know, the crispiness, right? That's what I think that's what makes like onion rings good.
And I've been
But there's some bad onion rings out there too. What I hate about onion rings, and maybe you can relate to this, right, is when they cut the onions too thick and there's too much moisture in there. And so you got a layer of crunch and you got a layer of sog. And then you got the onion. And the onion's like slimy, right? I don't like that. I mean, I guess I don't like the onions that are, you know, cooked to hell and they're totally dry and, you know, that's not good either. But anyway,
I've been losing a lot of sleep over this recent news, you know.
What news is that?
I just am fucking, I gotta hold it together, dude. Honestly, I'm gonna cry.
Try.
I just hate to see.
Is it a thickness issue or a temperature issue? I don't know. I'm not exactly an expert on frying. A blooming onion is good. You feel like death after eating it. Yeah, it is. It's too much. It's too much, especially when you dip it in that sauce, which is good. It's great sauce. You will be like George Costanza biting into an onion. Wait, when did that happen? That's a Seinfeld thing? Onions are more spicy when they are cut thick, or true? I mean, I can deal with a little spiciness.
International maritime trade interrupted.
When the whole onion comes out, and you have to eat the crust separately. Oh, yeah. No, that's what I hate. Right? You're eating the onion, and as you bite into it, the onion slips out. Right? I don't like that. I like to bite into the onion and I take a bite of the onion and of the crunchy part, right? That's what I want.
Oh, I'm sorry. These goddamned Houthis. These goddamn Houthis, man. As a socialist and an anti-capitalist, I got to tell you guys, dude. When
I think I might have to sit down for this.
Maritime trade gets disrupted, the fangs come out, you know? The fangs.
This is what I was saying.
There's a line.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, there is, you know.
I mean, I could think of a million reasons why a radical leftist anti-capitalist should support America bombing a country to protect international maritime trade.
Oh, God.
Oh, maritime trade.
Think of the international maritime trade. Oh, God.
I'm thinking about it right now. I don't like
What are those billionaire oligarchs that own those big shipping containers full of consumer goods supposed to do?
Oh, God, no. Oh, the only good Houthi is a dead Houthi. Massacre them all. I don't care how many innocent civilians you have to kill in the process. That's sarcasm.
Parking lot. These Houthis have gone too far. Vaush has a point. Paul just salty. Wow, you uprooted me, bro. Goddamn.
Got him.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Paul. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Nothing is more important than international maritime trade, dude.
I love it, dude. Dude, my prediction that Vaush is just like a lib in sheep's clothing, dude, coming full circle in the last 6 weeks. Just hanging out. Like, let me give you guys an example, since I'm having a VDS segment right now. Maybe we're
clearly
later too. Like, I don't know, but let me give you guys an example. I'm going to explain some positions to you. There's this commentator who has a lot of positions that I really disagree with.
Okay.
Like,
so I'm wondering, right? Is this like I mean, obviously the first encounter between Paul's Ego and Vaush was pretty contentious, but I got the feeling that it was like, no, we just like really disagree. And then the Demon Mama versus Paul's Ego thing, they obviously disagreed about a lot. I thought that Demon Mama was just like, I hate to say it, but like ignorant about a lot of the stuff that had to do with the war on terror. And you know, it's probably hard for Paul to take that, being somebody who, you know, remembers that well. But then what I wonder is, like, we cut out when TJ came on and said something that was TOS, right? That was the trousers of Satan were invoked. I didn't want to have anything to do with the trousers of Satan. That is some place that people go and they never come back. So, you know, I just immediately ended that segment and deleted that stuff from the VOD, because I don't want to deal with that, right? But we never saw the ending. I think that they hung out and they talked for, you know, 2-3 more hours. Did anybody see the rest of that? Did they leave on bad terms or something? I'm just wondering, like, I feel like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle, because I'm trying to cover this whole thing here. So yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, this is Deep Fat Fried. This is their Onion Nuggets channel. The Onion Nuggets are like bite-sized portions from the Deep Fat Fryer. And it is comprised of Paul's Ego, TJ Kirk, who you may remember as the Amazing Atheist, right? And Scotty. And I think that at least Paul and TJ were on Drunken Peasants too. So if you remember Drunken Peasants, if you remember the Amazing Atheist, if you know who TJ Kirk is, that might give you a little insight to who this is. Otherwise, just understand that they are, you know, they come from the old OG atheist section of YouTube, but kind of doing their own thing now. I can't tell if those are real subs or not, but we're about to get a bunch of them. Either that's, yeah, I still can't tell what this is, right? Because I don't see anybody showing up as donating subs. I just see a bunch of memberships that may or may not be real, or they just maybe an OBS thing. Wow, indeed. Ads in 5, right. like we got 3 more to go. Scotty is basically TJ's producer. Has Scotty been with them since, like, Drunken Peasants, or... Anyway, if somebody donated you were already a member who donated them. See, I don't know. If you were a member before, oh my god. Did your membership just, like, was it coming up to a month or something? I don't know. Avocado has a high smoke point. I've heard that. Don't know about walnut is good for frying. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like walnut's good for dressings. Yes, half Black Reaper. That's what I would use walnut oil for. Although I don't really use a lot of oil because I know entirely too much about how common rancid oil is. But you could probably get yourself some good oil if you're paying a lot for it. Some good cold pressed oil or something. But yeah, it's a whole thing. And then you have to think about the smoke point. Yeah, that's that what you said, the smoke point. It's all about the smoke point. Scotty is TJ's brother. Has been around since the start. Okay. But yeah, walnut oil. If I had some walnut oil, I would definitely get some salad. If I could afford walnut oil.
Anti-drug, pro-American intervention overseas, pro-bombing the Houthis, you know. It's pro pretty much any war project that America's got going. Anti-music, thinks music is a total waste of time and like a brain drain, you know.
Not as much of a brain drain as the top of the hour ad break. That is a 3-minute break that we end up paying. Oh my god, Moe Nope, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Michael Corcoran, Kelsey Soloway, Adria Staley, X, 100X, Syra Sai, you all just got weaseled. And you've got Moe Nope to thank for that. 10 out of 10. So yeah, I mean, like this is an ad break that comes at you on Twitch every hour on the hour and lasts for up to 3 minutes, right? That's 3 minutes that your eyeballs get plucked out of your head, taken away and sent not to the eyeball zone where they can be exposed to, small leftist content creators, but rather to the ad zone where they can be exposed to whatever ad Twitch wants to sell you, what Twitch wants to serve to you, right? I have no control over that. But what you have control over is possibly the ability to no longer see those ads through using a Twitch Prime sub, which you can do for free. It costs you nothing. If you have Prime, you have a free sub to use on Twitch. If you use it on my channel, you will no longer see those ads. If you pay Twitch $5, you will also no longer see those ads. Oh my god, we got competing alerts here. 24-hour Persona 5 dance party stream. I need to get that. If I can get my, we can play that rhythm game if I can get my PS4 fixed. I've got the blue light of death though, unfortunately, on that. So yeah, the other way that I wanted to mention that you might possibly be able to escape the ad break, and this is not for sure, this is a roll of the dice, but if you like to live dangerously, right, I will tell you that there's a chance that you could be gifted a sub, just like 5 people were just gifted memberships over on YouTube from Moe Nope. You could be gifted a sub by somebody out of the generosity and their goodness of their heart. Don't expect it, but it can happen, and it does happen, and it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Actually, I think the same thing's true on YouTube as far as chat activity leading to subs. Looks like the DBZ God. Wait, the DBZ God. Are you talking about Lord Xenos? Xeno-sama. Is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking about Whis? Oh, Beerus. Are we talking about Beerus? Oh, you're talking about the angry cat. It does look like Lord Beerus. It does look like Beerus-sama.
Who am I talking about? Rush Limbaugh or Vaush?
Vaush Limbaugh. That's who we're talking about.
I mean,
why does the radical left sound like Rush Limbaugh from 15, 20 years ago? Is what I'm asking everybody. Like, Vaush guys, I know you're out there in the chat.
Did you know that Beerus and Whis are both named after adult beverages? True.
Can you?
The weasel left.
Why? Vaush's takes are indistinguishable from Rush Limbaugh's takes. Vaush Limbaugh, dude. Vaush Limbaugh.
It's Vaush.
Vaush's bite.
Gotta get my VDS segment out of the way. I know everybody wants it, so.
You know what? Maybe Paul can hold up against this one, but this might be a time Paul can just go, take a deep breath, be relaxed.
Take a deep breath, deep breath.
Yeah, maybe I'll agree with everything he has to say here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, TJ. Oh, TJ left. You know what, Paul?
I'm here. I'm still here.
Oh, okay, I thought you left.
I'm just
maybe Paul. You've been uncharitable. You've been mean. You've been maybe Vaush been mean to you for sure.
I've been bad faith.
Maybe this is the time if you fucking really listen, Paul. Clean your fucking ears out and hear what he has to say. You guys can find some common ground.
My dude. I am going to be good faith.
Yep,
I'm going to listen and respond directly to these arguments.
Look, Paul, you're a very emotional guy. Maybe that passion, emotion sometimes just takes you further down the.
We got new stuff from Midwestern. Oh my God, from Midwestern Marks. One in chat if you know who we're talking about.
The logic and the reason of these.
I feel like I've mentioned them a little bit, but I'm not sure if people are aware of this this YouTube channel, right? These are also people that have had some criticism for Vaush in the past, have debated Vaush, but I don't know. Look, the enemy of my enemy, and Vaush is my enemy, right? I just disagree with him, but the enemy of my proverbial enemy, let's just say, is not necessarily my friend, and that's so true. With what's coming out of Midwestern Marks, but
arguments.
I don't know if people are aware of this content.
You will invariably see that Vaush is correct and this is the correct path.
My dude.
Paul is
I haven't. By the way, Paul, I've not done that song, but the reason.
Well, chat. I mean, would you like to see? Well, we watched. There's a debate. Yeah, we could watch. Do you want some more debate analysis after that? I mean, this isn't really debate analysis. This is roast analysis. I mean, this is, Paul reacting to a video that Vaush put out that I didn't catch. I didn't see this. Maybe this was during the whole Hassan thing, but I missed this clip, right? And it's just, you're gonna hear what Vaush has to say, and it's just ridiculous.
I haven't done it is because
they're praising Tucker. Wait, are you saying on Twitter or are you saying on like on YouTube?
Because I've thought about it too much, and it needs to be a spontaneous thing that just comes from the moment.
It does.
I mean, I could have done this.
Well, people always say that I like to pick fights with people and that I'm all about the drama, but I promise you, I'm not trying to start drama with Midwestern Marks. I don't know them from Adam. I just the stuff that I've been hearing them say sounds a lot like they're headed down the same road, or maybe they already were on the same road as like Haas and Jackson Hinkle and the rest of the what do you call them, the MAGA Marxists. They're going full MAGA Marx. So maybe we'll get into that after this.
Oh, like I was
as a treat.
I kept thinking about it too much. I was like, my dude, my guy, my dude, my dude, my guy. And it's just like, no, it's too.
Dude, you know what you should do? A Vaush cover of Goodbye Horses.
I don't even know what that is. What is that?
That Q Lazarus song that the Buffalo Bill.
I didn't know who sings it, but geez.
Tucks his junk back.
Okay, so just to be clear.
Left is allergic to pragmatic, effective.
Just to be clear, okay, that's a horse reference. Sounds like it might be a transphobia reference coming, in another context it might be. Paul's talking about the horses in the song, and that is, what is that reference, what does that refer to, right? Because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people think it's a meme or a joke that Vaush jokes around about being attracted to horses. No, it's not. It's something that when Vaush was sexually harassing someone in Discord, and she said she wasn't interested in that, didn't want to talk about that, said no. Vaush's response was, okay, well, that's understandable. Oh, by the way, what about with a horse? He just throws that in with he throws some zoo into the mix, right? That's what it refers to. And it's kind of weird that it's become a meme and a joke, because it actually wasn't. It definitely wasn't a joke for the person, for the person who had to deal with him on Discord DMs.
behavior.
Sorry, what was that? Did you guys hear that?
What was it?
In the background there?
What was that? Yeah, I don't know. What could that have been?
Hey, I'm just hearing things.
The left is allergic to pragmatic, effective.
Was that a horse?
So you heard it too?
I mean, maybe.
Sorry.
He made Adam of YMS uncomfortable. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, look. I don't know what Vaush. I don't really care what's in Vaush's libido. Okay, that's not what this is about. What it's about is like an inappropriate and gross thing that he brought up in the context of sexually harassing someone. So
back one more time.
Good. I mean, we're trying to be in good faith here, but I'm confused.
Once more.
Yeah,
the left is allergic to pragmatic, effective.
It's weird. It keeps. I feel like the horse comes in at a different.
Yeah, like a slightly different time every time. It's very strange.
it's almost like
Strange horse.
Yeah, you know how strange it is? It's almost like it's not on Vaush's audio. It's almost like somebody added that in the... Anyway.
Nay.
I point out,
the
though,
left is allergic to pragmatic, effective behavior. I literally saw a tweet just the other day with like 50K likes that was like, the ceasefire now crowd is failing the same lesson that the defund the police crowd failed. And I thought like, oh, okay, are we going to say we need like to lower our standards? Because I don't think like ceasefire now is that bad of a goal to argue for. And then it continued, we need to stop kowtowing to the establishment and bending over backwards. We need to stop watering down the message. The real message should be destroy Israel now. 50K likes or something. Like,
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as destroying it. Just move it to Wyoming.
Can I ask you a question, bro? Because TJ, you're way more you, TJ. Or I guess Scotty too, but I know Scotty's not a social media guy. So I'm asking you. Why do these motherfuckers care like what gets likes on Twitter? Like why is Twitter this dude's barometer on
Because one of Vaush's favorite punching bags is the online left, and he shares this in common with centrists like Sitch and Adam, with even people like Aristocracy, who Vaush platformed like uncritically, right? Somebody that's just an absolute, racist when it comes to talking about Palestinian. Vaush just brought on and like normalized to his audience, right? So he has a penchant, he has a predilection, he has like a tendency to use the online left as a punching bag, to be like, aren't you glad you have me? I'm not like the other lefties, folks. I'm not the crazy left. I'm not the tanky left. I'm the sexual harass you with horse anatomy left. That's the left that I represent
on like politics and life.
As a Twitter addict,
yeah,
and as a Vaush watcher, and as for some reason, even though I know for a fact that Twitter is not really all that reflective of reality, when I'm on Twitter, I'm convinced that it is reality.
That's the weird thing that you saying that confirms my suspicion that it's like an alternate reality game over there. Right?
Yeah.
It's like a place where you and everybody else can pretend that their opinions on shit has super dense, like realistic weight in the world.
Yeah, and the more hearts you get, the more powerful your opinion becomes.
And when something that you don't disagree with gets a lot of hearts, it's like, we got to make a video about this right now, What a weird little subculture.
I think it's just questioning, like, why would this idea even have any influence? Like, I think it's like the shock of.
I also think it's suspicious that he's not showing the tweet itself, because
why would anybody like have like animosity towards Israel? I can't imagine.
Well, not only that, but like, if the tweet really says what maybe he'll show it later. I don't know. I haven't watched the whole thing.
Yeah, perhaps.
But if the tweet really said something that incendiary and this whole video is prompted on, like, I'm going to react to that, like, why not show us that tweet? Like, did it really say that exactly in those terms, or was there something more nuance to it? I mean, like, without seeing the tweet itself, it's kind of hard to say. But I don't know.
Yeah, go out there and protest, destroy Israel, or like end Israel or whatever. And you see, yeah, incredibly effective political messaging that's going to get you far. 50K likes, most.
Well, apparently it did get him far because it got him 50K likes, right? So
yeah,
it did get him.
and it got him featured in a Vaush video. Look at how far-reaching this opinion was.
What is the social media game? Social media game is get attention. That's what Vaush is doing.
That's what we're all doing here, isn't it?
It's like, say, why would someone make?
We're all playing that game.
An outrageous statement. It's like to get you to respond to it, to get people to talk.
We're all part of that human centipede. Right.
It's over the phone to save their life. So I don't know. I do hate it here. I do hate it here. I think that in terms of like trying to get good people elected or trying to stop bad people from getting elected, the only people that are really worth your time are liberals. You can move like the young left vote, and I'm not saying.
Is this reminding you of any other content creators? Maybe even a content creator that Vaush himself might have gotten his start talking to? Is this sounding familiar? Don't waste your time with the goddamn online left. Instead, waste your time with liberals.
Leftists don't vote at all or don't participate at all, but they need to get dragged along by the actual.
Yes, Paul?
Yes, Paul. We're calling on Paul.
Did he just say what I heard?
Here, I'll play it again for you. This was by the way, the moment I knew I'm pulling this for Paul for sure.
Destroy Israel now. 50K likes or something. Yeah, go out there and protest, destroy Israel, or like end Israel or whatever. And you see, yeah, incredibly effective political messaging that's going to get you far. 50K likes, most of which I assume are from teenagers and people who couldn't order a pizza over the phone to save their life. So I don't know.
Yeah, what do you expect, right? I know he's like trying to talk about pragmatism and outreach and changing hearts and mind and all that shit, but like, what are you supposed to do in a situation where there are senators and congresspeople going behind the scenes talking to Rashida Tlaib saying that I don't like what's going on either? I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm going to say it to you behind the scenes, right? What are you supposed to do in a frustrated and effed up political atmosphere where, regardless of the fact that the party whose president is in power, the party that controls the Senate has got 70% of its constituencies saying that they do not want this to continue. They want a ceasefire now. They do not approve of the president's policy of enabling this stuff, and nothing happens. Like, what do you expect, Vaush? What do you fucking expect?
Hate it here, I do hate it here. I think that in terms of like trying to get good people elected or trying to stop bad people from getting elected, the only people that are really worth your time are liberals. You can move like the left, the young left vote, and I'm not saying leftists don't vote at all or don't participate at all, but they need to get dragged along by the actual power group.
Let's drag the riffraff like
Paul's trying to even
along.
process this shit. Like, I can see the gears just a turning in Paul's.
Paul has no response.
Is
Paul
this
is
like
in
a
the
meme? Is he going to be like, just kidding, guys, in a second?
So I alluded earlier to another content creator, right, who Vaush got his start talking to. Of course, I'm talking about Destiny. Of course, I'm talking about DGG. And I'm talking about like the way that Destiny, after taking on the alt-right, after having like a short-lived friendship with Hassan, even asking Hassan, to educate him a little bit about leftism so that he can understand it a little bit better, has just been, punching left for the entirety of his career. Now, if you don't know, the way that worked out was this, right? Destiny makes a splash debating the alt-right and debating some people that you wouldn't think of as alt-right, right? That didn't really register as alt-right until they debated Destiny and had, essentially alt-right takes. Like JonTron is the one I'm thinking of, who Destiny basically unmasked in front of a large audience. After that, after making such a splash that he gave hope to some people on the left, he definitely gave hope to Bernie Kratz and people like that, if not, leftists. Cause yeah, the alt-right, the emergence of the alt-right as a palpable political force was really scary to a lot of people. The emergence of Trump was scary to a lot of people. So, you know, people were given hope by some of Destiny's debates. He got criticized from the left and responded to that by not burning a bridge with a single person. Like, I mean, he did burn the bridge with Hassan, but realistically, he's burning the bridge with more than just Hassan. He's burning the bridge with the left. He's saying that these people are the bookend, right? It's on the, you know, you got the alt-right, they're bad over here on the right, and then you got the bookend for that, and that is, you know, leftists. Like leftists, communists, they're also bad. And when he did that, there were a bunch of people that he had gotten excited that were watching like ContraPoints videos, and ContraPoints is another example of like a liberal who ended up with a substantial leftist audience. But when Destiny made it clear that he despised the left, those people had no place to go. Enter Irish Laddie. Why do I say Irish Laddie? Well, if you don't know, Irish Laddie was Vaush's name before he was Vaush. You know, those screenshots where he's sexually harassing someone. The name on that account was Irish Laddie. That got changed due to the advisement of some of his sycophants. Like, I'm thinking his sysadmin, White Nervosa, and people like that. You know, change your name because this is now like you know, these are going to be, these screenshots are going to be associated with your name. It ended up that it kind of didn't matter, and that they're, you know, when you change your name on Discord, the screenshots change as well. So there's plenty of screenshots with Vaush on those that came out. But you know, while this was happening, essentially, and part of the reason that Vaush did not disappear after being exposed as a weird Discord predator, was because people were so disgusted by Destiny and they needed a place to go. And who did they know that was a leftist, that was claiming it, that was calling himself a libertarian socialist, right? Vaush. Vaush's proximity on the left to Destiny caused Vaush to be the beneficiary of Destiny's burning the bridge with the left. So all those people that were given hope by, you know, by Destiny's debates early on, and then, you know, kind of disillusioned by the fact that, you know, he obviously hated anything to the left of democratic socialism, and maybe even some aspects of democratic socialism, they went to Vaush. And Vaush has been aware of this phenomenon ever since. Like, he knows what grew him, what got him big, what allowed him to pop off. And it was that proximity to a creator who was, you know, essentially extending the middle finger towards a side of the political spectrum that had become somewhat enamored with him. Vaush has always been conscious about something like this happening to him, right? You know, he split Destiny's viewers. If somebody was proximate to Vaush, but on the left, you know, visibly to the left of Vaush, but friendly with Vaush, and Vaush pulls some shit like this, it's going to cause a split in Vaush's community, and that person that's standing to the left of Vaush is going to be the beneficiary. Vaush never wants to get Vaushed, never wants to be out-Vaushed, right? Never wants his community split up and divided by somebody who's actually, you know, a real leftist. And so real leftists become targets for Vaush. And that's a lot of the drama around Vaush, right? It's not about, like, he can't get along with anybody. It's not just that he's an asshole. It's not anything like that. It's the fact that he is aware of the danger of people standing to his left. And he takes shots at all those people before they can even get, you know, ingratiated in any way to his audience. So, I mean, that's the background of what we're seeing here with the drunken peasants. Now, it's really weird, right? Because you're talking about TJ Kirk. You're talking about somebody who was known first for his atheist content and known second for his anti-SJW content. Somebody who should not be to Vaush's left, right? And granted, this is Paul's ego. This is not TJ, right? I'm sure TJ, you know, has expressed his own disagreements with Vaush. I don't think they're as stark as Paul's disagreements with Vaush. But it's strange to see TJ come at Vaush, and we did see that in that video where he gives kind of, like, you know, advice to Vaush and Demon Mama sort of looking at him as somebody that is parroting his most like his most unnuanced takes on feminism and subjects like that, right? So it's a really strange thing to see somebody from the old anti-SJW sphere, and granted, TJ's somebody who recognized what he was doing and didn't like it and got out of it and changed, you know, he's a very different person than he was back then. But it is a sign of the times that Vaush is now getting criticized from the left, from somebody that was part of that culture, which was reactionary. And I think TJ recognizes that now.
Or is his opinion is the only people that it's worth your time to politically advocate for are the Hillary Clinton liberals? Is that what,
in terms of like trying to get good people elected or trying to stop bad people from getting elected? The only people that are really worth your time are liberals. You can move like the left, the young left vote, and I'm not saying leftists don't vote at all or don't participate.
Let me ask you a question. Rather than do what I normally do, what is the charitable interpretation of this take?
I honestly,
because you know
have
what
no idea.
my instinct is to immediately go like, well, that vindicates me, because I'm on record 3 years ago saying I feel like Vaush is like pipelining radical leftists into liberalism, and I feel like he just kind of did that. Right?
Paul, follow your instincts on this one. Just go ahead.
Pragmatically, Paul.
I think you just need
the most likely candidate to win.
Remember what your doctor ordered,
liberals.
Paul. Remember what your doctor ordered.
Yeah.
A low salt diet? Is that what the doctor ordered? I mean, is that what they're saying?
I don't like being right about shit like this. I really don't, because I know there's a lot of young people that look up to this dude, but he is indistinguishable on a number of really important issues from Rush Limbaugh, dude.
Trump would be worse.
This type of shit is so far outside of the socialist paradigm or the revolutionary paradigm. This is just straight up like, let's make the same mistakes our parents did. And I don't know how I could charitably.
Baja Blast is a crime and Mountain Dew needs to be held accountable.
Interpret this like if maybe there's something like,
yeah, he admitted it. Like, I mean, this is somewhat of a watershed moment. Like, right, Paul is even like questioning himself. He's even asking TJ and Scotty, like, am I being bad faith here? Am I misinterpreting him? Am I not being charitable enough? And TJ's like, go on.
Like, I know what'll be claimed, that I'm taking him out of context or that I'm not. So maybe we should listen to a little bit more, but
yeah, we can hear more.
Right at all, but they need to get dragged along by the actual power group. And that's liberals. When it comes to like ideological activism, the left is a little bit more useful, but when it comes to anything even remotely tied to
okay, so like you basically like, Paul, you're the pipe dream, but when it comes down pragmatically, the liberals are the ones who control the Democratic Party. They're the only viable option because Trump is basically fascism or a pipeline to fascism, or at the very least, just a terrible presidency. Like it's gonna draw us even closer to the precipice of destruction. So
as much as Vaush likes to talk about pragmatism, and that is kind of the place that he hangs his hat, like that's the that's his distinction from the rest of the online left, is that he's pragmatic. I see something fundamentally unpragmatic about taking your, and like I'm gonna take Paul's word for this as far as Vaush's audience being younger, maybe younger than his, maybe younger than mine, but taking people that in the wake of the Bernie campaign were a little bit more engaged, we're a little bit more active, we're a little bit more of a force on the political process than they had been, and essentially telling them there's no hope. The best you can hope for is Genocide Joe, right? We need Genocide Joe because Donald Trump is double genocide Donald, right? It's I don't know. There's something really unpragmatic about that. There's something really unpragmatic about, like, you know, Vaush, because like what comes back at Paul and TJ, and I think they mentioned this later in this VOD, is that they get a lot of accusations of being doomers, right? You know, when they talked about when they debated Vaush earlier, right? A lot of what you know, came back at them was your views are naive and childish, and you're being a doomer. But what is more doomer than the sort of capitalist realism that Vaush is, you know, artificially limiting the horizons of possibilities in his community with this kind of shit? What I ask you, who is the true pragmatist here? And I'm gonna say maybe it's Paul. Maybe it's Paul.
To do that ideologically, but pragmatically, you're not going to win, is what he's saying. You're not going to win. Your ideas are bad.
Right. Don't waste any time in the real world with any kind of revolutionary ideas. Just suck it. Like, it's basically the same.
Yeah, we can have an academic debate or discussion about it, but that's
right.
But
when it comes to actual action in the world, you need to do everything you can to vote for liberals and nobody else.
For the actual power block.
Even if there's a third party candidate that's way closer to you,
well, then you're going to spoil the chance of that person,
right?
Because the election's so close. If you do that, you ensure the other side, who is bad, is going to win. So you can't.
Yeah, he's talking about voters, not politicians. He said liberals. They're liberal politicians. You know, they're not like super liberals or some other
he's saying,
group.
yeah. Well, you can go back. We let me listen like
the entirety
times.
of the power structure, which is overseen by the politicians.
So if you're gonna recommend like what Vaush is recommending here, which like the best interpretation, the most charitable interpretation of what Vaush is saying here is strategic voting, right? You would love to have a better candidate than Biden. However, you do not have a better candidate than Biden that has a legitimate chance. If what you're gonna do is recommend strategic voting, which is like I said, like that's the best interpretation of this. The worst interpretation of this is it's just lazy radlib bullshit, and they're going to get into that later. But you know, if what you're really recommending is some kind of strategic voting, then you gotta elucidate the strategy. You gotta talk about, okay, you know, this really sucks. We got no choice, but the best thing that you can do, you know, with your vote this time, the best thing you can do with your energy is support Biden. That really sucks. That's unacceptable. Here's how we're going to make sure that 2028 is not like that. Here's how we're going to get to a situation that's not doom and gloom. Here's the way forward. Here's the strategy. Strategic voting implies a strategy. We all know that Biden is a terrible choice. He's a terrible candidate, and he's got terrible policies. And he's fully willing to sell out his constituencies, the people that put him there, right? The people that voted for him in 2020, he's perfectly willing to, you know, lie to us, to sell us out. It's not even strategic. It's not even like, you know, it's not even like he's getting any benefit out of it. I mean, he thinks he is, right? But you got to recommend a path forward. You got to tell people, like, this sucks. This is this decision that we have for now. This is the best that we can do right now. But here's what we're going to do in the future. There is no future. There is no strategy. There is no long-term plan in what this guy is saying. This is suck it up for capitalist realism.
I'm not misinterpreting this. I don't think. I'm listening to what he said. I heard what he said. This seems pretty on brand for me, although it also feels like he's saying the quiet part out loud really hard, and I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, is he going to go like
this has been Vaush's position? But I mean, I
right, but he's never like just explicitly been like.
This isn't a revelation to me at all.
The only thing politically worth your time is just cyclical voting for liberals. That's
what he advocated on this same show for hours.
Right,
so,
but he didn't say it explicitly. He tried to dress it up with all of this, like, fascism is around the corner, my dude.
To me, it's like splitting hairs, because I've always thought this is Vaush's position since I've heard him. But I mean, I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying, like, to me, it's obvious.
So he's like baby's first leftist that they, I don't know, like, And he's just out there like draping himself in the aesthetics of revolutionary leftism, but ultimately just funneling people into the Hillary Clinton mire. Is that what's going on? Am I wrong? Like, I don't know. I'm willing to be challenged. I'm looking in the chat.
I mean, he does distinguish that he does. I mean, like, I don't think he dismisses it entirely, but for all intents and purposes, practically he does. He does say it's like, well, it's not going to happen. That's not where the power base of the party is. That's not who's going to win elections. So even discussing that or trying to boost those people
Still Life, tell me about this new sandwich you invented.
is a waste of time because they're not going to win.
You know, action.
Don't agree with me on this topic. You're not a leftist. You're Rush Limbaugh. I pointed out several positions.
Vaush Limbaugh.
Taken, and not like old. I don't want to be accused of like combing through old edgy Vaush stuff. This is like in the last couple of weeks. Vaush has come out as anti-drug, and you shouldn't never trust a drug abuser or user. He's done this now, which, you know, like if you understand anything about American politics, you realize that liberals and neocons are really not that far apart on most issues. He's pro-war, super into the Houthi bombing shit going on. Like, I know Rush would.
I mean, yeah, liberals and neocons. I will point out, like, right, that neocons are not particularly relevant. This is a new strain of reactionary politics that we're dealing with that has a lot less to do with the neocons of the 2000s and a lot more to do with just fascism.
Like, I'm not conflating him with Rush Limbaugh baselessly. I'm pointing out some pretty big conservative positions that Vaush seems to parrot. So if you want to like defeat that argument, you're going to have to go back and say Rush Limbaugh never said that.
I think that what Paul's trying to point out is specifically like Vaush's takes as of recent on foreign policy. Vaush's takes, you know, for whatever reason, like he's really bothered by stoner culture, right? And has some kind of weirdly moralistic condemnations for that, right? I think that's what Paul's saying, if that makes it clear, because yeah, it'd be silly to say that there's no difference between you know, even the worst Democrats out there and Trump. But when you got a situation where Biden is so willing to cave on such important issues, then you kind of have to reappraise that and ask yourself if there's as much difference as you thought there was. Wait, what's the new sandwich? A new sandwich just dropped. What's up, AC? I want to find out about this new sandwich. Okay, potato bread, hot dog rolls. Put mayo in it and mush it. Okay, yeah, mush them together. Just spread the mayo. Okay, then hot sauce. Okay. 3 different cheeses, pepperoni and banana peppers, and 2 chicken strips. Yeah, I mean, that does sound like a new sandwich. That does sound like a new sandwich.
Or Vaush means it differently and explain to me how.
Well, how about this? Can you think of a living person modern monologue, not monologue, analog on the right that you could compare that? Because I mean, I think with Rush, you're always going to get, well, Rush is dead. Who knows what the
okay? Well, yeah, I say Rush because he was the big, but like, yeah, like
he was the big dog.
Okay, Tucker.
Tucker would be anti-weed. Tucker would be pro Houthi bombing. Tucker's a
wait.
Neo.
Do we know this? I don't know if Tucker's the best. Like, I get what he's trying to say. That I think that like beyond the Rush Limbaugh take meister and the, you know, bringing up Tucker because he was pretty influential. You know, we're talking about like just a lot of people in right-wing politics.
Mouthpiece. And I don't know like how you reconcile hearing a point come out of your radical leftist streamer that could have came out of the mouth of Tucker Carlson on a normal night, on a Wednesday night on his show. You know, I
mean, I guess you could say, for being charitable, Paul, you've probably had some takes that agree with Tucker Carlson. There's probably takes you have that if we played it, I mean, you'd probably let's say Tucker's.
I mean, Tucker Carlson's kind of a.
You saying, well, Tucker's wrong. I guess you could say it's insincere, but if Tucker espoused the same, I mean, if we're trying to be charitable to Vaush, we could say maybe if we took one of your takes in that, at least with some reasonable amount of context, you agree with Tucker. There's probably some issues you guys agree on. I guess you could say that.
I mean, I'd be hard pressed to think of a social issue or a political issue that Tucker and I in total lock, like a contentious issue. Like drug use is usually,
I don't know.
Drug use is usually pretty contentious, and it's pretty right wing to demonize drug use and drug users and to fearmonger about drug use.
I mean, we see that with Fox News covering, San Francisco and other cities on the West Coast. Like, they're just homeless.
To treat all drug indulgers as a monolith, is pretty right wing, and that's exactly what Vaush did. I'm not being uncharitable. Vaush has labeled anybody that takes, the impossible standard, the inscrutable standard of when does drug use become habitual? That's the only qualifier he used was habitual drug use. You can drink a drink once a month and be a habitual drinker. If you have a habit of drinking once a month, you're habitual. So where's the line on that?
I guess it's the distinction of what are you considering?
As much as I feel like the Rush Limbaugh thing might be an exaggeration. That's why I called it a take-meister, right? A take-meister is just your basic Mott and Bailey argument where you say something a little bit histrionic, a little bit attention-getting, and your actual point is maybe a little bit walked back, right? That's the Bailey, being the initial point, and the Mott being what you walk it back to. I do think that there is a point in Rush Limbaugh being chosen as a representative of neocon politics. Like I say, neocon politics are not as influential as they used to be, but they are formative in even, the current Trumpian Republican Party. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if asking him to change it to Tucker Carlson is necessarily helpful. I get that Rush is dead. I get that neocons aren't as influential as they used to be, but it's still disturbing to see, the similarity between those viewpoints, right? And you could even say it's also the worst of the Democratic Party, which exemplifies those kind of. He's bothered by stoner culture, and he went to Humboldt. Maybe that's why. Maybe hippie. Maybe he was around annoying hippies, right? Listen, I enjoy a little bit of the THC and some of the CBD, but I can also admit that, especially to somebody that's not into that stoner culture might be a little bit annoying. And I have seen people, I don't know, any sort of culture that's dominant that you're not a part of is going to be maybe some sort of irksome.
Drug and what do you? I mean, you're talking about drugs taking over someone's life. That's a health problem. Of course, that's not good for somebody.
It just ignores the history of drug users being some of the most innovative scientists, artists, politicians, public speakers, comedians.
Well, that's recreational drug use. I mean, obviously, there's a distinction between someone who's hopelessly addicted to drugs.
No. I'm thinking of a sax player right now who is more than just a recreational.
Just mentioned a lot.
There are, I don't know. I don't want to overplay this, but there's a trope about artists having tortured souls, and people with tortured souls sometimes need to self-medicate. Now, that's not always true, but it is true. It is common enough that it becomes like a stereotype. Obviously, so who I've got in mind. Okay, let me just say it. It's John Coltrane, right? John Coltrane, brilliant, amazing, incredibly influential sax player, who used heavily on some pretty hard drugs and maybe as a way of self-medicating, and the dark part of John Coltrane, who I think, did he die of did he overdose? I'm not even sure if he did, but the really dark part, is beyond Coltrane's life. It's all of the younger artists that thought that his genius was due to his usage of a certain very hard drug, and they indulged in that drug, not for self-medicating their tortured soul, right, but because they thought that it would give them the ability to play saxophone, or the ability to make music, the ability to be as creative, as innovative, as Coltrane was.
I mean, of course.
A lot of it. So like it just ignores reality. It's a total Republican talking point, and it's coming out of Vaush, and he's being confronted about it, and he's doubling down on it.
Debating whether or not to jump ship, as it seems to be going the way of the SDS. Soaked on Left has made the argument that like if enough Vaushites join the DSA, it can be shifted over.
That being said, there obviously is a lot of moralizing in Vaush's critique of substance use, and it's not helpful, and it's something that you would hope that the left at least was over. You would hope that the left maybe could have gotten past.
But I genuinely wonder whether or not it's worth the effort, or if it'd be better to just let the DSA float off into irrelevance and wait and just like purely.
I socialist wonder if it's worth the effort to direct my growing fan base to join socialist organizations, or just to let them die.
Because the DSA are worse.
Yeah, the DSA isn't liberal enough for him. Yeah, the DSA is too radical for him.
Liberal, like most leftist.
He's like my brother. Brother uses all kinds of substances, judges people for their substance use.
Groups are worse than liberals.
Wait a minute. We're talking about the Democratic Socialists of America, right?
Yes.
They're worse than liberals. They're worse than the liberals that wrote the crime bill that put a generation of black men in prison. They're worse than the liberals that continued and expanded the wars in the Middle East. They're worse than the liberals that are hand in glove corporate K Street sellouts, just like the Republicans. They're worse than that. The DSA?
Apparently, according to Vaush.
The Democratic Socialists of America is the largest socialist organization in the United States with over 92,000 members and chapters in all 50 states. We believe that working people should run both the economy and society democratically to meet human needs, not to make profits for a few.
Poppycock.
Wow, what a total bunch of hogwash. I can see why Vaush is disavowing. Like, what?
How will this affect multinational trade if these so-called laborers get a bigger slice of the pie? I say negatively for the business class.
Actually, like, on which there are fulcrum issues in the United States, most of them orient around like progressive issues or basic economic liberal, like, welfare shit. And liberals tend to be on the same side as the left on that. The only difference is that the left is less effective. Like, what answers are you going to get out of a DSA?
Liberals, wait a minute. When's the last time a liberal seriously addressed an economic issue in this country? I'll wait. Where's this idea that liberals and leftists are close together on economic issues? Can I get an example of that, please? Would it be like when Glass-Steagall was completely and utterly eradicated under a Democratic presidency? Would that be an example of the liberals being better to go to on, like, when is this? When I brought up economics during our argument, this dude poo-pooed my whole economic argument as if it doesn't matter. The only thing that mattered to this dude was fascism is coming, my guy. A bunch of fear-mongering and a bullshit like, I think there's a 30% chance there'll never be another.
The other, okay, so I don't think that Trump ushering fascism in is at all like a silly thing to worry about. I think it's a very serious thing. I think it's a very real danger, right? But I also understand the relationship between capitalism, even liberal capitalism, and fascism. And looking at liberal capitalism as like a safe position by which to avoid a fall into fascism is a foolish path to take. Liberalism inevitably, capitalism inevitably creates conditions that are ripe for the emergence of a fascist government. So it's not a safety position. It's not
an election again based on what? I don't know.
Could happen. I mean, do
once the DSA wants a socialist organization in America to die.
I mean, look, in Vaush's defense, I mean, Trump could herald fascism. That is a possibility.
Yeah, a giant ass.
more than a possibility. Okay, see,
that is
crush the world.
This part I somewhat disagree with, right? Like I don't like, acting like, Trump is an overblown threat. It's just like more of the same and it doesn't really matter. And Democrats and Trump Republicans are close enough together where it sort of doesn't matter. I don't believe that at all.
That is
sweaty butt cheeks.
That is a fantastical scenario.
But I still think Vaush is wrong.
It is possible, but far more likely Donald Trump is the president, as presumed nominee of the Republican Party, could very well be elected as ahead in the polls.
Giant sweaty ass.
Could deliver fascism.
Is this Scotty?
He has no answer to this. He has no answer to this.
I don't. That's a Scotty, right? Sweaty butt cheeks. I know. Where did the sweaty butt cheeks come from? And this is the clip here, and the commentary proves your point. Wait, there's another part of that. Vaushites are not leftists, but go off, bro. We got a Twitter clip over here. Let's take a look at this. Is this a safe? There's no trousers of Satan in this clip, right? We gotta always be on the lookout for any TOS, which of course means trousers of Satan.
By 500, that's a $106,000 debit card. Not a bad deal. I don't think they're giving them to vets that are homeless in New York City. Not that I've heard, Curtis.
Well, in fact, our guys have just taken down one of the migrant guys right here on the corner, 42nd and 7th. While all this
Can you
is
pan the camera?
There's no fighting in this, right?
They've taken over. They've taken over. You'd like the camera over there if at all possible.
Can we watch this? They're gonna turn that is Scotty. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't saying Scotty is TJ's younger brother. Yeah, that's what I heard. Are we good on this, Shakespeare? Are we good? No trousers of Satan. I'm just nervous of. He said we just took down one of those migrants right over here. Let's pan the camera, and I'm like, I don't know what we're gonna see here. This is Fox News talking to Sean Hannity about. Wait, who? I feel like I've seen these dudes before. SLIW, U.S.'s descent into naked fascism continues. This is how Nazi gangs behave. Before the Nazis actually took power, they were empowered by the Social Democrats and liberals. I feel like I've heard it. This is like a NYC thing, right? You don't need to play any more of the commentary. This guy, these guys just blanket assault a kid. Okay, so we can switch back from that before we get the before we hit the trousers of Satan. You know, Satan has JO pants, JO joggers as well, and we want to stay well away from those tonight, right? Get the behind me.
Thank you.
Viable
trousers of Satan.
You wouldn't get by talking to your average like Midwestern Democrat, you know? In most cases, not much. The DSA can offer you maybe more in terms of like analysis or theory or whatever.
So basically, they're just out of lockstep with the country.
Guardian Angels, thank you. I couldn't remember what they're called, but yeah, they came about in the 70s and 80s. That's like the Dirty Harry era. That's the tough on crime era. That's the broken windows. You know, like admiring essentially these movies that I'm talking about: Dirty Harry, Death Wish. they're movies expressing admiration of dirty cops doing what the doing what the cops can't do legally to really, take care of the criminals, right? It's fascism, yeah. Red guy looks like something out of Starship Troopers. You're not wrong. Commentary tweet is what I was the commentary tweet is what was spoke to the point that I was talking about. Yeah, about the cyclical nature of liberal capitalism and fascism, and how, essentially far from the enemy of capitalism, fascism is the bodyguard of capitalism, especially when people start talking more seriously about revolution. Fascism is there with a alternative route, a counter revolution, if you will.
Doing or changing anything. In a lot of cases,
if you actually talk to people in these other states and other parts of the nation, besides like coastal elites, it's totally out of sync. So if you actually want to win, you have to basically promote these and in action act on liberal policies.
Do you think Vaush will go as far as to do a "why I left the left" thing?
For me, this kind of is that Midnight. Like he may not have labeled this like "why I left the left," but he's advocating for leftists to throw their lot in with liberals who are not leftists. Liberals are not leftists, dude. The Overton window has shifted to such an extent that a modern day liberal is indistinguishable from a 1985 Republican. Okay.
That is true. That is true. Some of them praise, including Obama.
He's poo-pooing.
You get praise for Reagan.
Socialist organizations in favor of funneling all this energy into libs.
At it protesting too, because their message.
Look, yeah, like I said, you get praise from people like Reagan out of Obama. A lot of people thought he was kidding. A lot of people thought he was using that tactically. What Obama was really doing was trying to hoodwink the Republican Party. But the thing about Obama is he's famous for walking into a room with people that are diametrically opposed to each other and walking out with both groups thinking, this guy agrees with me. He's lying to the other people, but he's telling the truth to me. And that's a faulty calculation. It's and like look at the debate that DFF had with Demon Mama, that Paul had with Demon Mama, right? In terms of underestimating the neocon movement, like comparing it favorably to Trump, right? I know that the point of that is to bring out how dangerous Trump is, and I do think he's dangerous, and I do think that he's something beyond a neocon in terms of the danger that he represents. But when you use that like the way that Demon Mama did, you end up sort of rehabilitating George W. Bush, and that's a dangerous prospect in and of itself, right? Something that had been utterly repudiated in the mass political perception, saying, well, God, it's maybe it's not so bad, right? That's also
is awful. No discipline or control. A lot of them are it's just worthless org. I know it varies.
I mean, I know something that's worthless that's on my screen right now.
I'm painting,
and it's not my vampire survival skills.
Yeah, you got to trust liberals for this stuff. I mean, it sucks that you have to, but blame lefties. Based on your debate, this is exactly what the Deep Fat Fried podcast wants for their political movements. They're
whoa.
There we go. Shout out. Shouts out.
I didn't even know we were mentioned in this.
Even Clinton was to the right of Nixon on economics. Yeah.
Oh, you actually didn't know? I mean, it's probably brief anyways, but we'll see.
I hope the rest of this thing is just a giant rant against us.
Or like a perfect example of the rot that I'm describing. DSA is losing members year over year. It needs a shakeup.
So
I'm still waiting for the NCC VDS rant.
I got to be honest with you. I want to get mad at this. I want to rage out, but this actually kind of makes me sad. This is kind of like more disappointing than rage making to me, because this dude has the ear of a lot of really passionate young people, and he's going to run them into the ground. They're never going to trust a person again. They're never going to trust leftists again.
You
After
are
they
a
spend
cancer
20
on the left,
Dude,
Paul.
when they spend 20 years following this guy's prescriptions and watch more of their rights piss away down the drain and watch the climate get worse and watch nothing happen, they're going to turn into people like me who don't see a point in going to the voting booth. He's just creating more Paul.
He's creating more Paul.
He's doing
Fights
exactly
to
what he should be doing.
destroy. No, Paul. He fights to make
He's
sure
got a
there's never
young,
any Paul.
motivated audience. He could be
True.
funneling these people into the DSA. He could change the parts of the DSA that he doesn't like. He could influx, put some new blood in that organization and keep it alive.
Why
and keep
save
the
a
fucking
poisonous
fight alive.
organization? A poisonous organization, Paul. Dare you?
Just more right-wing bullshit. Another win for the right wing. Here's a giant growing leftist audience being told that they can do no better than vote for Hillary Clinton over and over again.
TJ, if in your house you see a rotten floorboard, what do, TJ?
Pluck it out.
You pluck it out, as Paul should be plucked out from the left.
Vaush officially broke Paul.
They're turning on Paul.
Why don't you engage with
Then I
with what I'm bringing up and stop with the blood sport and cheerleading bullshit? Why don't you actually address some of the points that I've brought up in this? Because I don't know if you've noticed, I haven't salt exploded.
It's coming.
I've just calmly asked, like, why would a self-avowed socialist who
Oh my God, Vaush, she's officially a net negative for the left. Clinton added lifetime caps yeah, and that's how you end up with this situation where by the time the cultural memory on the left of the problems with Reagan is a little bit desiccated, you have Democrats that have essentially moved to the right of Reagan, and a lack of perception that is, that they've been losing ground.
who on other days might be advocating for like worker co-ops, that level of workers seizing the means of production, be chasing people away from the DSA and talking about the virtue of riding with Biden. I'll wait.
Well, if maybe the org should just die.
I'll wait, and you know what I'll get out of you and the rest of the little troll Vaushite empty-headed morons in the chat? You know what I'll get? More like,
okay, I gotta ask, have you seen these people? Have you seen these people out in force today in other chats? Anybody? I feel like I was in a chat earlier today where people were noticing kind of the reactionary nature of some of the chatters there, and I'm not trying to start any fights, and I'm not trying to, like the most worthless thing in the world is to call out chatters, right? That's just. And a lot of times the chatters that are annoying or reactionary or problematic, they're just repeating what they heard in other streams like Vaush, but they do seem to get around. They do seem to get around, and they do seem to spread Vaush's particular brand of brainworms. Vaush is against any type of affirmative action. Nothing really to like about him. There are way too many people unaware of the recent political history of America. Best to ignore those folks. I mean, like, Nixon is a great example to bring up, right? There's some of the moves that Nixon made. You could say that he was pushed and they weren't things that he wanted to do. But the fact that Nixon could be pushed on issues that modern Democrats can't be pushed on, and this is not me trying to rehabilitate Tricky Dick. That guy was a genocidal piece of shit. Fuck him. But like it just tells you like what we've come to accept from the political left, from what is like supposed to be the horizon of the political left with the way that the Overton window works in the United States. If these people are constantly giving ground, then not only are they worse than some of the Republicans of yesteryear, they are inviting the right to move further to the right by their complicity, by their weakness. Salt meter rising. Yeah, I think so too. I used to like Vaush primarily for advocating for LGBTQ people. Whenever he had to formulate an idea on his own, I just got pissed off at what he said. The worst that Nixon worse is that Nixon was very pro-violence and pro-genocide, but was a Quaker of all things. I didn't even think about that, but you're right, Shakespeare, you're right. He's not even great on LGBTQ plus issues. I mean, like, he does try to do like his real shit shows, I feel like, are the chips on his shoulder that he has in terms of racism, where, you know, he seems to think that like anti-white racism is the true danger, and feminism, where he seems to think that misandry is the true danger. Right? These are, you know, really highly reactionary viewpoints. He tries to trade on that by with virtue signals, which is all I can call them, towards being pro-trans, i.e. The J.K. Rowling situation, right? Vaush is attacking Queen Turf, which is good, which we think is good, but he is for the benefit of trans people, but he's doing that with misogyny, and thereby giving J.K. Rowling a really easy talking point to say, you remember how I told you how trans advocates were inherently misogynistic? Here's one. Case in point, right? You don't need to give her that case in point. You don't need to, you're not actually helping trans people, right? But that's why I call it a virtue signal. The Takemeister heard around the world.
Absolute shambles. Paul unhinged. Paul lost the plot, never engaged, dude. You've learned so well.
It is for me to advocate for the DSA in any capacity, where multiple people have emailed me saying that asking whether or not a entrant to the DSA is a fan of me is a question, like that they ask you when you're entering. Like, do you know how weird that
I'm
feels?
thinking of the people that
Look,
watch you, where it's like
the CPUSA asked the same question about like Caleb Maupin and Haas, right? They're worried about entryism. They're worried about entryism, and it's not like a unreasonable worry either. From what I've heard, people who are Vaush fans first and Leftist second are, are a problem for orgs, right? There is a real danger of Vaush fans joining an org en masse and then changing some of its most important precepts to suit them, to suit their white fragility, to suit their male fragility, right? To more reflect the environment that they've been in, right? They've gotten used to the idea that the Vaush community is a leftist environment, and when they go into an environment and they don't feel that same safety in being kind of misogynistic and being kind of racist, then they're like, oh, geez, this is like, this is liberal. And it's like, no, you've been hanging out in the liberal zone already, right? You're encountering intersectional leftism for the first time maybe in your life. See, Midwest Marx professors. These are the content creators, right? Involved in Midwest Marx. Should have been canceled because of his beard brush. Yeah.
Like, do you endorse this? That's my so people joining an organization is contingent upon what's.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I mean, that person
seriously
has their priorities in order.
When you're proffering shit like
it's getting dodgy in here.
Go to, like when you're selling young leftists, the only
you son of a fuck,
Hillary Clinton for your political advocacy.
You absolute
right to ask whether or not they're a Vaushite before they let them in the door. If I was a
do you
member
praise
of a DSA
Lord
chapter, I wouldn't want that doomer bullshit taking over my DSA chapter.
DSA at any
given
level.
How hostile you are to the very idea of socialist having an organization structure, why would I want to let a bunch of your little pimple faces into my shit? To drag it down into the toilet and funnel a bunch of money into the DNC so they can continue to rape the third world?
Can even advocate for the DSA on the basis that it's decentralized. I think that decentralized political organizations are a horrible idea. They don't ever
wait. What is this?
Literally never work. Like
Vaush actually said that when he showers, he puts a beanie on his wet hair once done and lets it dry to shape it. Like he sleeps in. Wait, a beanie on? How does a beanie stay on his chin? Who's the beardy guy on the top left? That is Paul's Ego, right? So, top to bottom, we got Paul's Ego. We have T.J. Kirk. Yeah, they like to change their names because they're funny guys. They're funny guys. They're funny, goofy, silly guys, and they like to change their names a lot. But yeah, TJ Kirk and Scotty, TJ's brother. So together they are deep fat fried. On his head hair. Wait. So you're saying he showers, he puts a knit cap on a la Tim Pool, and then he sleeps with it? Like wet? Is that what he's doing? Is that do I have that right? It seems like that seems uncomfortable. I mean, his hair is short, so it's not like mine. It doesn't just kind of stay wet for like hours and hours, but still, it seems kind of uncomfortable.
The only time you guys ever see any messaging from the DSA is when one of their smaller chapters goes AWOL and starts saying insane shit that gets like reboosted on Twitter. You know, if you want a big like 10
once again, my dude, my son, Twitter doesn't matter. I know this is mind blowing to your millennial ass. That
I'll give you one better.
Viewpoint on the world.
I'll go you one better. Reddit doesn't matter either.
Twitter doesn't matter. Half of those 50,000 likes were probably people with multiple accounts gaming the system. Twitter doesn't matter.
People like and share shit a lot, dude. People, I remember one time I shared something online and I hadn't even read it. It was basically some shit about vaccines, and it's like, it was like, and it made it seem like it was like basically clickbaity. It's like vaccines are bullshit. You know, so
my mom had a Twitter for a while. She got into Facebook and then she wanted a Twitter. And I watched her one day. She was on her Twitter and she was going through her feed just liking everything. And I was like, Mom, what are you doing? And she was like, well, I think it's nice to give them that little heart.
Oh, what a sweet lady.
Give them a little thumbs up.
What a sweet lady. I mean, I don't know what she's liking, but
the idea that is somehow reflective of anything you need to be talking about as a serious political mind is
I mean, and there's fake likes, there's bots, there's all kinds of crap. I mean,
it's like the 5th time in this video where you've deferred to Twitter as something that I should give a about as a person living out here in reality. What, like, are you that online brained and broken that you can't even think outside of like, he who wins gets the most likes?
He who gets the most likes.
Dude, getting a ratio doesn't have any consequences in the real world, bro. Give me a break.
I don't know. It hurts.
It has to be one big tent, but it's not.
As somebody who's been ratioed,
incredibly dumb. Wait, is PV not?
As somebody who's been ratioed by Vaush, Destiny, and Socked on Left, I gotta say, being ratioed hurts.
Decentralized?
It physically hurts.
PV isn't an advocacy org. It does.
So now he's talking about PV. Okay. So now I don't expect DFF to know about this, right? But I know that Vaush has a political action committee that he is, you know, kind of works with. I know that he works with Brianna Wu and Progressive Voice, right? This has come up recently. A lot. There's been a lot of chatter about Progressive Voice, and you know, just like none of it's good. And it's like I don't know. Brianna Wu is what the founder of Progressive Voice. But I don't know if the pack that Vaush does his canvassing work with is that PV. I don't know if there's like a separate one that people are talking about, or if that is, yeah, Brianna Wu for president 2032. Sketch as fuck pack. But is that the one? Is that the one that Vaush does his canvassing through? Some people are just nice like that. True, Mr. Garrick. Dude is a left liberal grifter. True. Wait, the only people to get under the skin of people like Vaush and Destiny is to be a cis white guy attracted to gals criticizing them. Not surprised.
Radical leftists aren't in one big tent has anything to do with people like you chasing people out of those organizations and funneling them back into the meat grinder that is the DNC? You think that might have something to do with it, my guy? My dude, my bro, my homo sap?
Hello, this is AITJ here to tell you that you must comply with the following directives. You must join the Pessimist
Okay, now
Productions Patreon.
TJ's saying this about their Patreon, but understand he actually he actually means it about my Patreon.
Live streams of onion nuggets every week. You are powerless to avoid all of our other shows like The Grease Trap, Abandon Hope, Hideology, You're Wrong, Fighting Boys, and more. The link is below.
This is so hard.
Click it, you wonderful humans. Click it, for I cannot.
And phone banking work, which is a lot more directed. For the most part, PV just directs people and it works with like existing campaigns, so different goals. Also, PV isn't like decentralized the way the DSA is. There's not like 50 PV chapters that all have total autonomy and messaging. What org should people?
Yeah, it's all Brianna Wu.
I don't know.
It's
Vaush, my intro to the DSA was
like he's making a virtue of the fact that PV is essentially directed by one highly fucked up individual. NCC will have 69 Patreon patrons by election day. Possibly. Progressive Victory, Progressive Voice. Oh my god, did I say Progressive Voice? Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, that's Sahil, right? Progressive Voice. Yeah, I did mean Progressive Victory. I didn't mean to... I wasn't talking about Progressive Voice. I mixed them up because it's there's two PVs. Not gonna lie, Bench of PP getting back to getting a #1 rap song during Black History Month is not... You did not have that on your bingo card, did you? Yeah, that's weird. That's weird stuff. Weird, wacky stuff, as they say.
Oh, great! Wow, dude, this is radical leftism with your Professor Vaush.
Oh my god, well, we're gonna get to the professors.
Just looking to get involved.
We're gonna get to the professors in a second.
What resources should I avail myself of? I don't know. Vote for Hillary. Like, what is this?
Meeting concerning where we'd hold a community viewing of a communist documentary, never went to another meeting again, Lamau. It's so embarrassing, dude. It's genuinely, it's so embarrassing. Heard the SRA can be okay.
What's
the SRA
embarrassing is watching you.
Yo, I went to a DSA meeting and you won't believe it. They tried to teach me about theory. Like, what the fuck? Maybe Irene said Progressive Victory all along and I just heard it wrong. I don't know. Maybe I mean, I do know that I have been known to mix things up. So it's like, did you get a #1 during Black History Month? Look, okay, so Ben Shapipi's #1. Let's talk about his Let's talk about Ben Shapipi. All right, Ben Shapipi gets no WAP, right? Ben Shapipi does not believe in a WAP. Ben Shapipi does not believe in the myth of the female orgasm, and the #1 that they got is on iTunes. Now, one in chat, if you buy things regularly on iTunes, do you pay for songs on iTunes? Anybody in here pay for songs on iTunes? Maybe like 1 or 2 if you really want to support somebody, but mostly no. I'm guessing most of you listen to your music on services like Spotify, right? So in a world where, you know, in a post iTunes world, #1 on iTunes doesn't mean shit. Other than there's like a lot of suckers willing to give Ben Shapiro money when they could stream it on like any service. They could, including YouTube's got a service, right? YouTube's got a service. I actually use SoundCloud because I'm old school like that. Yeah. So it's not even a thing. Like, but you know, to get a number like Forgiato Blow has been #1, right? You remember the MAGA rapper that we watched like a year ago? Forgiato Blow, the MAGA rapper, right? He had a #1. It's not hard. Don't conservatives buy copies? Oh, probably. Yeah, it could be something like that too, Computer Bailey. I had the best-selling flavor of SodaStream this year. It's kind of a big deal. I don't think I've ever had one of those. Vaush is convinced it. Well, he knows the theory for them, right? Vaush has read all theory, so as a result, his chat doesn't need to read theory. They don't. He's read all theory, and he says it sucks. It sucks. You don't need to read it. It's like having a best-selling book. Yeah, it's kind of a nothing burger. Anybody got that on Twitch? You want to post that? Vaush convinced his chat. Yeah.
Flag draped around your shoulders, acting like you're a socialist of any stripe, talking like a Democratic National Committee strategist, my guy. This is not a good look, my dude.
No. Yeah. Why do you think the DSA is like this? Because the CIA smeared a chemical on every door handle in America that makes leftists politically ineffective. Very unfortunate. Crazy how effective leftists are in like every other country. Like the United States had to go to multiple,
but not as ineffective as watching my stream without a sub and expecting to escape the top of the hour ad break. That is a strategy that probably will not work for you. A couple strategies that might do you better, though, are the strategy of using a Prime sub. If you have it, if you have Prime, you got a free sub to use on Twitch. If you haven't used it yet and used it on my channel, you will no longer see those ads. 3 minutes of your time added back to you. 3 minutes of my stream that you'll actually be able to watch, right? You can also pay $5 of eyeball ransom money to buy your eyeballs back from Twitch and no longer have to see those ads for a month. Or if you are exceptionally lucky and you are the subject of somebody else's generosity, that's a possibility too, but I don't want you to count on it too hard. It is a game of chance, although your chance of winning that game and getting a gift sub is much higher if you're active in the chat.
wars to try to stop the
Oh my
spread of
God, but
communism.
you will
SodaStream is made in illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank.
fight to the death anybody that wants to stop the cycle of failure.
Yeah, what does the left mean, Vaush? Good question.
Electing
good question
leftists in this country. Anybody that has any idea,
solid, yes,
far-fetched of how to break.
Well, wait, no. The only thing that wasn't solid about it was my timing, right? I've been forgetting to tell you, right? And you might have experienced an ad break, like 20 minutes ago, specifically because of my negligence and not letting you know that that was coming up. Googled it and it said that Ben became #1 on iTunes by crossing by crossing 500 sales? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Is that what it takes to have a #1 on iTunes? That's wild. Wow, they might as well close down iTunes. 500 sales gets you #1? I mean, it makes sense though. Like, why not stream it on whatever, Spotify? Too busy dying in Vampire Survivor to remind you. That's true. Apple has admitted that child labor was used to build factories that built its computers, iPods, and mobile phones. Yeah, no thanks. His total downloads everywhere is 76,000. Most proactive anti-capitalist and left-adjacent movements right now are either militants in the global south or disruptive protest movements. Yeah, how can they make money like that? I don't know. That's seems like a relic. Yeah, Apple is for people with money to spend. Yeah, I mean, generally, that kind of has always been their branding.
Michael, and get some effective leftists.
Not even a gold album.
To the top of the pyramid here.
And really, like, you don't have, this isn't too hard to figure out. Who's banging Ben Shapiro? For that matter, who's banging, wait, what's his name? I want to call him Michael McDonald, but that's the backup singer from the 70s, right? That's Michael McDonald. Norm McDonald, that's the right-wing SNL comment that is RIP. Tom McDonald, that's who I'm thinking of. That's the McDonald.
United States, you will literally fight tooth and nail and shame those people into oblivion. You barefaced cuck piece of shit.
Okay, so the one part I don't get about this is, why is Paul calling him barefaced? Does he mean like bear, like rawr, like that kind of bear? Like, does he mean like barefaced? Like, does Vaush look like a bear? Because he's not barefaced. He does have a beard. Yeah, his wife is a doctor. That's true. His wife has informed him that that like a wet ass P word is actually abnormal. You shouldn't expect that, and you also shouldn't expect a female orgasm because that is clearly a myth. Does he mean like a beardless youth? I don't know. Is that a thing? Yeah, I don't know what he meant by. He said bare face, but I don't know if he means BARE or BAR face. And I'm not sure what Paul means. Paul can't be talking about being clean shaven. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, because Vaush is, you know, not clean shaven. Barefaced means blatant. Yeah, that's true. It can mean that too. It means blatant behavior. Yeah. Maybe he means like a barefaced liar. I don't know.
Ever want to hear from one of your little simps, and consider yourself on notice in the chat, by the way, the few of you little vampires that are skulking around.
We're calling out the Vaush simps.
A doomer by one of you mother, I'm banning you. I don't even want to hear the word used with my name. This guy's the doomer. This is what doomerism looks like. Nothing we can do is we'll vote for Biden. What? Well, Vaush, you know, what theory should I read and what should I avail myself of as a young leftist looking to learn more about the struggle? I don't know. Whatever, you know. Read some theory, I guess, but ultimately Hillary, you know. Ultimately Joe Biden.
Who elected socialists. Every other country, socialists actually get to be effective, but not here. No. The UK? Well, not in Europe either. Okay, not in the West then. Vaush, what do you suggest? What I said, work with liberals. To be fair, I think it's a wealth thing. I think there are a few issues. Poor lefties also suck at this. Well, it's not just a wealth thing. I don't know. It's the community. It's social class. It's I don't know. It's the ghost of the USSR dragging us down. Whatever.
Why are there so many crickets coming out of you on this issue, dude? You socially aware dude, hedging his bets, doesn't want to push Vaush too far because you might be useful. Come on, TJ. Where are you at in this? How's this make you feel? Where you at?
Dude, TJ's gone, man. TJ is a wise
dude. You know what, dude? I understand that my position on the show is like lightning rod a lot of the times, but I really, dude, why are you hanging my dick out to dry on this? You got nothing to say?
I'm just letting you have your say, Paul.
Got it. Thanks.
I mean, you know, I figured I saw this video and I figured this is a good one to rile Paul up. So,
well, you were right.
So here we go.
Are you riled up, Paul?
I didn't even know.
I'm not shy about it. I mean, the reason I knew this would be great is because I heard this. I'm like, well, Vaush is pretty much saying all of the stuff that Paul.
You all rot, TJ.
What?
Let's throw a TJ Kirk soundbite. Why don't you give your analysis on what's been said so far, TJ? How do you feel about this?
Well, I was getting to that until Scotty interrupted me.
Oh, I'm sorry, TJ. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
I mean, Paul is not the first person to say it, but many people have accused Vaush of funneling leftist activists into mainstream liberalism and the DNC, and he's pretty much overtly doing that now. So there's really no denying that charge anymore.
Bad faith. Bad faith.
I mean, I would say that seems to be.
That is I'm just interpretation.
I'm repeating exactly what he's said. I think. I mean, I don't really.
It seems like that's not even like. I don't think Vaush would even disagree with that. I mean, he's stating that here.
I mean, that's the overt position being taken currently by Vaush. So there's really no controversy about it any longer.
I'd love to hear from Vaushites how they what charitable interpretation they're giving this. I would love to hear that.
Instead, I guess we can look at the comments. Is this
I've been reading the comments, and it's all just like Paul in shambles, Vaush totally deliverant, free Paul head. This, that, and I've already admitted it. I've got a bad case. I've got the world's most virulent case
of VDS.
That's what the video we're watching said. So we're
making VDS cool again tonight. I hope you appreciate that.
I'm talking about that. What are the comments on this video?
Oh, his chat? Who cares? These people are lost.
Well, you just asked you wonder what their headspace was. How are they going to spin it? So that's why I was referring to that. Is it agreement? Is it disagreement? What does it say?
Yeah, it's pretty much seems like they just all agree and stuff. I'm a DSM member and I agree with about 70% of this. So I guess not full agreement. 30% disagreement. So there's something, I guess.
The same number as us never having an election again if Trump wins. Good old 30%.
Because it's
The
oriented.
Vausheites like that number because it's low enough to go like, well, I was right, but high enough to cause concern. 30%. Oh,
Goal. What does the DSA even do? Like, real question. What does the DSA do? What is the goal of the DSA? Is it advocacy? Is it protesting? What do they do? Organizing? What does that mean? Organizing what?
What does that mean? Yeah, you wouldn't know.
As I understand it, works with leftist organizations that are more special.
Vaush organizing begins and ends
organizations
at canvassing for Democrats.
Local protest movements. They give young people that are members of it a place where they can actually come together and log off of Twitter and talk politics in a serious way and avail themselves of leftism and leftist theory. They provide a valuable resource for young leftists.
Okay, so they do nothing and
That's
serve
what they
as a
do.
de facto
So it's
party.
like the YMCA.
They help unionize places
I'm
all
getting.
the time. I don't think the DSA.
Yeah, but I don't care about that because I'm actually a rich Beverly Hills corporate vampire, my dude.
Damn, this is what I'm saying.
Unions when it makes Biden look good.
So I wasn't kidding when I said Paul goes hard.
Tearing down an organization that's done.
Paul goes hard.
I don't give a shit, bro. I don't know, my dude. I really don't care about the strikes, my guy. Go
Get
yourself.
out. Like, the
Critical
IWW
piece
has
of shit.
people whose job it is to do that. Like, there might be people in the DSA who do that, but what does the DSA do? Like, what is the
What do you think the DSA is?
The DSA provides a structure.
Wait, what is the DSA? If not the people.
And affect those changes in the labor space, Vaush. Why don't you go yourself?
Like, wait.
Having to speculate on.
Is he so woo-pilled that he doesn't think of organizational... He thinks of an organization as like a top-down entity controlled by like a person or people? Like, this is like woo-pill right here, my guy, my dude. I wish I could still rent rooms from the YMCA. Like, even if you had a bunk with somebody else, I miss being able to reliably. What's the deal with that? What's up, Black Lark? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Statist realism. But wait, what's the deal with that? Because there's a song YMCA that talks about staying there, and is that like something that they used to do? Is that something that they like still do? Like, yeah, there should be like an organization that that offers free housing. Does sound really. Does anybody know the story behind that? Like, because the YMCA described in the song YMCA sounds very different than... I only know the YMCA as like a... Vaush's mannerisms do sound like templates he downloaded. Yeah, he does kind of dial it in. Organizing means what it says. You organize events, readings, canvassing, media, etc. Vaush is doing a bad impression of himself. Yeah, you used to be able to rent rooms in NYC and other cities at the YMCA. It had more communal aspects to it, like communal showers. And like the whole, it's got like Christian in the title, but like I think that's like speaking to like the organization, like, because it's an old it's like YMCA is like an old thing, and maybe they weren't really they're not like trying to turn you Christian, right? They're just offering you many ways to have a good time.
This shows you shouldn't be talking about it.
We are a political and activist organization, not a party. Through campus, community-based chapters, DSA members use a variety of tactics from legislative to direct action to fight for reforms that empower working people.
They do exactly the type of shit that Vaush said that we're supposed to do between electoral cycles. They do letter writing campaigns.
Well,
they
now we're
organize
supposed to be
protests.
libs, not just during the election cycle, but just always.
Right.
Because
That's exactly what Vaush said to do, right?
There are plenty of things that you can do to change the duopoly and change what is politically.
All right, lay it out
acceptable.
lay out the change. How do I change
It's
the
called
duopoly?
everything other than who you vote for on election day.
Oh my god.
Advocacy, push.
Clark, thank you for the Prime sub. That's like my favorite way for people to get out at the top of the hour ad break, both because it costs you no money beyond what you're already paying for Prime, and because it shows me that you really care. Because like you will have one of those to give, one only, and if you give it to me, that actually means a lot.
Funding, arguing with me.
I already do advocacy.
Hold on. Go to local town hall meetings. Write letters to your local Congress people. Write letters to local people like mayors, town commissioners, even like local city planning boards. That can do a surprising amount of good. Hey, in the past decade or so, we've seen a recent rise in legitimately progressive politicians.
Between election cycles, which don't really matter, that's when the work gets done. So that's what the DSA does. They organize letter writing campaigns, protests, demonstrations. They support materially local organizations that are fighting the good fight, whether it be protesting the judicial system, protesting police brutality. They've supported BLM. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they do.
Okay, so I probably haven't talked about this in a long time, right? And I don't want you to overblow this or take this in the wrong way or overinterpret this, right? But there are like a lot of disturbing parallels between Vaush and Trump. The first one I see is that he's a PR operation, first and foremost. He's a brand, first and foremost. And his strategy seems to be to do and say fucked up things that get a reaction from a certain crowd, and to use that reaction from that certain crowd in order to ingratiate himself to his people. And that's where the cult following of Vaush really comes from. And the cult following of Trump, right? The second thing is that Trump is not about politics or policy as much as he is about loyalty and transactionalism. And as far as what Vaush endorses or shits on, it seems to have a lot to do with how useful it is to his aggregation of power, of influence, of clout, career advancement. And like I said, I'm not saying that Vaush is Trump. I'm not saying that he has Trumpian beliefs. I'm not saying that he's pro-Trump. I'm not saying that he's alt-right. I'm not saying anything like that, okay? I am just noting that his rise to prominence on the left parallels in an uncanny way Trump's rise to prominence in the Republican Party. Take that as you may. Anyway.
Grab this little head and squeeze it.
But isn't the
argument atrophied gray matter oozes out of his
Okay, that sounds like Trousers of Satan.
Oh, man. Well,
you can't squeeze people's gray matter out.
Radical leftists shouldn't join the DSA because it's pointless. But when somebody asks you, like, doesn't the DSA do good things? You go, I don't know, dude. Why are you even talking, you Twitter-brained, leaky-brained, online, shut-in?
But isn't the argument, you pause it, please. Isn't the argument about not, I know it's, I mean, obviously you shit on the organization, but isn't it about the efficacy of the organization saying like, yeah, even if they're doing those things, they're not doing it effectively because leftists aren't winning?
Yeah, I think there's more efficacy in having an overarching organization to help protest movements and labor movements locally and nationally.
And this kind of implication that, you know, leftists aren't winning or whatever group you're in isn't winning, and they would be winning if it was you in charge, right? Like Vaush becomes a good in and of himself rather than channeling progress or liberation or revolution or anything like that. It's like he is a good in and of himself to his community, right? They really buy into this. That even if you show them something that he does that is objectively bad, that is objectively taking us in the wrong direction, they see him as a net benefit, and that justifies unrelenting support, unqualified support. I think that's dangerous. That's setting up a situation where you've got a figurehead that has no way of being held accountable.
Than not having one. Are
Even
they
if
the
it's not-
most?
even-
are they-
but
are
even
they-
if it's not
have they-
effective.
have they had the most success in the United States?
Well, obviously.
Black Clark says, "Hey, been watching on YouTube. Keep up the good content. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, my friend."
Does that mean that we just don't do it and vote for Hillary Clinton forever? No.
Yes.
No, it doesn't. Does that mean we should dismantle the structure of that? What little bit of a safety net there is? No. Obviously, to me, too. I think anybody would say that outside of this context, but this guy doesn't get it. Because this guy doesn't have a grassroots bone in his body. This mother was lifted up on a satin pillow as soon as he was born, and he was held there his entire life. Never worked, never struggled, never had to worry where a meal was coming from, never had to worry where if his job was.
He salt exploded, yeah.
Mommy and daddy had that handled. There's no such thing as the slums of Beverly Hills, despite him saying that's where he's from.
Those are some mean streets, I hear.
The mean streets of Beverly Hills.
I mean, dude, Paul, you say that shit, but look, there's crime that happens in Beverly Hills all the time, man.
I heard the next GTA might take place in Beverly Hills, dude.
Scrap in Florida. I mean, that might be a smart decision.
Reason for that is because
I don't
it's
think any of that is
decentralized.
true.
Well,
Then
it's
tell me that what is Vaush's experience with poverty? Oh wait,
I have no idea. I have
never heard him tell one story that is indicative that he has ever suffered poverty in his life.
There's just a bunch of DSA chapters.
Do you have an idea about Vaush's? I mean, we know he was born in Beverly Hills and all that, or raised in Beverly Hills. Do you know if Vaush has ever struggled economically in any way? He's ever said? I know you're from,
he's in his early 30s now.
Okay.
His parents sent him to Cal Poly, which is the California Polytechnical Institute, a super high-end private college.
That's a nice school. That's a very nice
It's a
school.
super nice school. Super expensive to go to. That's where he got his education.
Okay.
And that's what I know. That's what I know about.
Wait, is that right? Can we confirm this? I feel like I've heard different things about Vaush's education. I don't ever want to be talking about somebody's personal life or, making it personal, bringing in friends, family, etc. I mean, college is like a little bit of it seems a little bit personal, but I have heard he's brought it up, he's talked about it, so I mean, I guess it's fair game. What he said essentially is that his school was one in which, so he's famously a sociology major. I say famously because that bachelor's degree in sociology is something that he constantly flexes, something that his fans constantly flex. You online leftists, you don't have a degree in sociology like Vaush. Vaush knows real sociological analysis, unlike you online leftists, right? I mean, it's a weird thing to flex because, it's a very common degree, not known as a particularly difficult degree. I would say that it can be a very useful degree. I know a lot of people who are majors, and but he describes his academic background as being a little bit different than most sociology majors. That being that there's two main kinds of sociology, right? There's one that is like, that when we think about sociology, we think about like conflict theory. That's, that's the most common kind of sociological degree. There's also a sociology degree that has more to do with criminology. That somebody that might be, going to a career in law enforcement would take. And he has said that his school's sociology department and its criminology department had fused, had become one, right? Had joined together. So I don't know what exactly that means, that he's got some kind of like a, his degree is essentially like a fusion of those two, or if, maybe the criminology department is kind of in the driver's seat or vice versa or whatever. But Humboldt, they don't have a sociology plus criminology program. They have a criminology program that is done through their department of sociology. So, I mean, do we know that? Because, like, they're saying Cal Polytech, right? Which is a weird place to get. I mean, I don't know. I know people that, everyone who I know who has gone there is like a STEM, has a STEM degree. He can smell crime. Yeah. Especially VDS, right? Especially VDS. My minor was in criminology too. He did the cop sociology. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hear people say Humboldt. I hear they're saying Cal Polytech. I don't know which one's the truth, and not trying to get all up in Vaush's business or anything like that. I'm just curious, since he has talked about it. Taking a bite out of leftism, taking a bite out of communism, right? Criminology is data-driven and is more quantitative than traditional sociology.
Well, she was raised in a rich, one of the highest priced zip codes in this country, and was sent by his parents to one of the nicest schools in California. That's what
overarching. There's nothing else. There's nothing that unifies any of that base or power. It's worthless. They do a lot of good labor and electoral work. There are people in the DSA who do labor and electoral work.
But what this distinction is? Can anybody explain to me what Vaush is saying here? Because this distinction is kind of boggling my mind a little bit. Like, right, he's talking about, like, the DSA doesn't do this. People in the DSA do this. What is meant when we say DSA? What is meant when we talk about an organization? Like, what is the other part of an organization that is separate from the people in the organization? What is Vaush actually talking? I don't understand what point he's trying to. There's Cal Poly in SLO and Pomona. SLO is more coveted. Humboldt was losing money because they transitioned to being a polytechnic a few years ago. Oh, okay. So now it makes sense a little bit. Yeah, he's McGruff, basically. Sounds like a Thatcher quote. People in the DSA are that's what I think. That's what I thought, right? Oh, San Luis Obispo. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
People come together and are effective and can effectively use each other's resources and work together for a common goal because, wait for this, guys, I know this is going to be crazy, they're in the DSA together. The DSA provides the venue and the structure for those like-minded people to get together and pool resources so that they can do good labor work, good advocacy for electoral candidates that more match our leftist sentiment. You dumb. Why are you acting like you're too stupid to understand this? It makes me think, because I don't think Vaush is this dumb, so it makes me think he has an actual axe to grind with socialists, which would make sense because it's
very destiny.
Ignore the socialists, vote for the lib.
But like
you really want to get stuff done in this country? Go work with the liberals.
Pains people who do that work. What I'm saying here is that the DSA as an organization doesn't facilitate any forward progress, Yeah,
that is just absolutely incorrect. They facilitate the organizational structure that brings these like-minded people together. They provide resources for those like-minded people to go out and affect change. That's it. This is the stupid. Dude. All right.
It just seems like a pit, or I guess more like 1,000 little pits in the ground that have been dug for people to crawl and die in. Vaush, I was loosely involved with the Young Democrats Club at my college. A lot of that
for people to crawl and die in.
Working alongside social democrats.
Sounds like his community. That sounds like he's describing his community.
Democrats. That's the pit that people have been crawling and dying in, bitch.
affected state and city politics around our school.
And it's sad to see because I'm
full of lunatics that never actually got anything done. Yeah.
Like, far be it for me to claim that there aren't good people like in that community that think that that's just the best that they can do.
Realize if you want to change anything, you have to do so within like viable channels of power. And the only
got to change the system from within.
When I look at his community, I see a lot of wasted potential.
That's how you change it.
And it is sad,
my guy. You've got to change the Democratic Party from within. Who said that a million years?
Does Vaush know about unions? Yeah, he just doesn't.
That's just how it works.
Well, you don't
talk about them
from within. You
apparently.
change it from without. It's pressures from outside of the system that are grassroots that come from the people that live under that system that change systems.
Well, even if you argue that would be effective, I mean, liberals are still going to make up some percentage of the population, even if there's other messaging, like you said, Paul, like even if it's 10% or 20% of people. I mean, so like there's still, I mean, within a coalition of government, which is, I mean, any political party's going to have different groups. I mean, you're still going to have to work with those people in some capacity, unless you completely replace them.
Yeah, God willing, we drag them along against their will to a better life.
Now, you know, Paul, I think you're still going to have to reckon with them no matter what.
They've been dragging my ass around my entire life. It's time for them to get dragged in another direction.
I don't think they want to get dragged by you.
I don't want to get dragged by them. So we're at
they're still dragging you. They could be dragging you all up and down the road, Paul.
They're dragging me because I have an albatross around my neck named Vaush and his ilk, who are steering
people
leftist energy away from protest,
they feel differently
away from
than you.
direct action and organizations that facilitate it, and into cyclical voting. For
Vaush has said here he favors viable action, Paul. He says he favors viable action, and your action is not viable, Paul.
Enough to like go to the communist club are the people who want to.
Oh my God, this is the club thing.
Reading circle?
Yeah.
So I guess this is another chip on Vaush's shoulder that we're seeing, right? I told you about the chip when it comes to black people. I told you about the chip when it comes to women. Here's another one. It's a club, an organization, right? His famous quote is, "The left is not your social club," and then he goes about trying to create his own social club on the left, right? It's not your social club, it's his. Left you a link on Discord where Vaush talks about his college history. It's timestamped. Here, let me put this back on for a second.
Exactly your prescription that you gave to us. You told us that the real work of leftism happens outside of the internet and outside of the electoral argument, happens in the streets, happens.
I'm gonna go pee, but let me grab Natalie's link so I can.
What do you do? What do you go over there, play Magic the Gathering with a bunch of other pimply time-wasting nerds at the commie club?
Like you're here trying to like convince your young audience to not do shit between elections.
Why are you there?
Effective things between elections.
Honestly, I'd be fine. I would be totally fine with this being the last time we cover Vaush ever.
Oh shit!
I'd be totally fine with it.
I don't know. How do you feel about that, TJ?
Well, let's take a look at this little.
I mean, I don't know, Paul. That's
okay. I had to come back really quick because
it's a little bit of a different topic.
Wait, actually,
this is about
the
Houthis.
Oh, this is Vaush's conversation with Mexie.
I thought we were done with this Vaush shit. She just like, I want to get.
Look, I'm gonna have to put this on because I don't. I know there's some trousers of Satan at the towards the end of I just remembered the DFF video that we're watching. Let me put on. First of all, wow. You know, I never watched this, but this might be a good watch because people have told me. Yeah, this is Mexie and Vaush. Mexie is involved with Positive Leftist News. Seems like a pretty cool person. I remember Mexie doing vegan content also, if I'm correct about. But yeah, this is a conversation that she had with Vaush, you know, with the intent of maybe bridge building. But looks like it's pretty contentious. Okay, anyway, I gotta pee so bad. I will be right back.
First of all, I was the 2-year president of the Sociology and Criminology Club in my class, and I led multiple conferences.
Oh my God, I gotta listen to this. Oh my God.
Including working with those groups. I was an organizing leader, and I was well respected by the peerage and by the university.
It got contentious.
I've done multiple acts of organizing, including like grassroots organizing and campaigning, multiple periods of time in between my college career starting and me becoming.
I'm gonna have to listen while I'm peeing.
I fucking hate going outside, so I'd rather stay inside and do my work online.
Ooh, there we go.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
It
And
does.
you're
It
weird.
has everything to do with what I'm talking about right now. Like, you don't, in interpersonal relationships, you don't always have to be right. It doesn't always have to be like, I am right. Like, if someone, like, you don't have to
I don't have an
agree with
interpersonal
somebody, but you
relationship with
have to-
anyone here, though.
Okay, fine. Like, if you're not actually trying to build relationships with other leftist creators, then like forget it. Like,
What do you
there's
mean?
no point to
Wait, what do you mean
conversation.
interpersonal?
Like, just relationships.
Like with the audience, or like with other content creators?
No, with other content creators.
Yeah, well, then let's talk with. I'll talk with them in private. Yeah, I've never said anything else. I respect the fuck out of Sean's videos. It's a shame he's a fucking idiot on Twitter. I respect the well, actually, ContraPoints and I get along, so there's that. I would love to talk to all these people privately. I would love to get them off my backs. That would be amazing for me. My job is hard enough as it is.
I was just trying to offer some thoughts as to like why they don't want to.
Okay, but I responded to your
You don't
thoughts,
wanna, like,
and I disagreed with them.
okay, so then I have nothing more to give you. I have no help to give you. So
Okay, wait. Do you think that maybe some of the criticisms you've levied against me could also be applicable towards like the rest of the left? Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't make up a bunch of really weird fucking accusations against somebody who doesn't target our community unless he's responding to accusations made against him. The only time I've ever initiated coming after the left was with Sean on Bernie or Bust. In my past year and a half on Twitter, I have never initiated drama against other left-leaning content creators. They attack me, and I respond to them. I don't care. They can all fuck off for all I care. I'm just trying to do my work. I don't like collabing with people. I'm just trying to build a little YouTube empire. But if they want to like work with what I'm doing, then fuck yeah. Like I'll talk with them. We can build some parallels in our audience. I'm not that antisocial.
okay, well, like I mean, it's no skin off my back. Like if this doesn't really work out.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Fine. Like if we're just going to continue the whole like SJW strong leftist, here's the divide, like whatever, like, you know, it's really no skin off my back. Like it's fine. I just thought maybe this could have been a more productive talk.
But I don't disagree with the importance of the conversation. I just disagree with some of the prescriptions that you've made here. I mean, my argument has always been this. I think that people like me are way the fuck better at doing the types of things that I do than any sensitive person ever could be, obviously. And I think that what I do appeals to a lot of people. So my thought has always been, why not just keep people like me on the front lines, and then the more sensitive lefty types can have their like backline communities where they build like a more sensitive and reciprocal and emotionally intimate space within their own communities, and I put people into there, and if you guys don't want those people, then I can work on keeping them in my community. But like, we don't fight each other. The right doesn't fight each other, you know. Sargon and the Nazis, even though Sargon's not a Nazi, at least ostensibly, like they tend to get along pretty well. They don't punch right, you know. We punch left all the time. Like it's not very productive.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't think you care what I'm talking about right now.
No, I don't think that, I just don't think that this is like super productive. And I think that, you know, the fact that you think that like what you're doing is so much more important than like anything that like a sensitive leftist is doing is like,
that. I said I'm better at doing
just
this
said
stuff.
that.
No, I said I'm better at doing this stuff on the front line. Converting like people who aren't leftists. Yes, Contra and I are the best people. Maybe Destiny too are the three best.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Empirically demonstrate those arguments.
okay, well, anyway, that's great. That's good. Good for you.
But what? Do you care about building a leftist space, or did you just come here to tell me that I'm fragile?
Oh my god.
I came here to honestly
Okay, so
faith, and this just hasn't been productive.
if you're not familiar with this content creator, like this is, you know, Mexie is probably one of the most wholesome, like agreeable, like non-confrontational like content creators out there, right? If you're having this kind of discussion, if you're trying Mexie's patience, like that's an accomplishment in the negative.
Nothing I've said has been in bad faith, whereas you've made many assumptions of me that were uncharitable to the point of being in bad faith. I've never made a single assumption about you or your intentions here.
Okay.
Wow.
Is that a slippery debate tactic of mine where I come in here and I treat you with good faith, but somehow at the end of the conversation you feel as though you've been treated in bad faith? Is that like another ninjutsu that I have?
God damn, his face is a little red too.
I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm always here to build a left coalition if you're interested.
Oh yeah, I remember the ponytail. Was the ponytail before the man bun? I feel like it was ponytail first, then man bun, and then the haute couture Vaush that he turned into now. I turned racist Republicans into racist Democrats. Congratulations. Vaush is like crying. Yeah. This is like, when people say like they miss the old Vaush, like I wonder if they knew the old Vaush. It's wild. It's wild. Like, this is the purveyor of positive leftist news, right? Somebody who does like almost like the exact opposite content of what I do. I show you the problems with the left. You know, Mexie's content, which I would recommend, right? Subscribe to positive leftist news. I think Mexie and people that she works with, I think they do good work over there. So, but yeah, you know, like, there is room for different kinds of leftist content. It's just like, what there's not room for is, I hate to say it, but entryism. And that's what Vaush seems to be about. That's what he seems to be doing. Intentionally or unintentionally. Vaush thinks he's some kind of leftist icon. I mean, and this is before he was like, I don't know, he's probably like, would you say like 100,000? Like, he's much smaller. I'm not trying to, you know, talk about people's numbers or anything like that, right? But he's definitely like a less influential figure at this point, and he's still up his own ass. He, ContraPoints, and Destiny. Those are the worthwhile people on, you know, and ContraPoints has actually changed a lot since then. This is before the before he basically tried ContraPoints' patience to the point where he went to UC Humboldt. Okay. I was the 2-year president and an organization leader. You're a nobody, Vaush. Sean is typically excellent on Twitter from what I've seen. You have shite overstated credentials. He's awful on the front line. Yeah, well, no, the problem is that, like, what I feel like I'm dealing with here is a rearguard action, right? A rearguard action, I think, I don't know, I'm not like a strategy and tactics, like, you know, I'm not a tactical streamer over here, but from what I understand is when you get flanked, you got to do a rearguard action, right? It sucks. You don't want to have to do that. You don't want to get flanked. You want to have good strategy. You want to, you know, keep your enemy in front of you, and not have to do that. But when you're in that situation, you have to fight a rearguard action. You have to fight, you know, an enemy element that is behind your lines, and that's kind of what we're dealing with. Couldn't help but chat while I was still finishing dinner, but I'm finishing laying down and lurking for real this time. Okay, what's up with Fuelmandra? Vaush is still pissy about the fact that he is now turning into a metric for activist groups. More and more refuse to work with him. Yeah. Well, I can see why. Like, right when we're talking about entryism, you know, that is why. Like, he seems to, you know, like I said, everything is about him as a good in and of himself. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? It's not for the good of the left. It's not for the good of, you know, the groups that we're fighting to, you know, liberate. It's about him. End all be all. And like, that's what reminds me of Trump more than anything. Vaush's people are usually the ones in the rear selling the org ass down the road for online clout.
Interested in it?
Yeah, ditto.
Okay. Peace. Holy sh!
So did I miss the part where he talks about his school? Natalie, did I go past that accidentally? Is it ahead of here? Is it after Mexie hangs up, or?
Shit. What an asshole. How am I the toxic one?
You're like the only one who's ever said that about Mexie. Like, this is wild for somebody to have that bad of a conversation with Mexie. It's a very beginning of what you missed. I thought I was listening to it, but like, I heard him. Anyway, we can go back to this after we finish with TJ and Paul.
From a stone on Paul.
Yeah, check this out. So this is it's a very short clip, so we'll just play it in its entirety.
All right.
Oh my God.
That they were just sort of
just in time to warn you about what's coming up on you, which is the top of the hour ad break, right? That comes out every hour at the top of the hour, around the top of the hour. And what I'm talking about is 3 minutes of ads if you're watching on Twitch. Those are 3 minutes that you would probably like to have back, and you can have back, and you could possibly get it back at no cost to you. What I'm talking about here is the possibility of using a Twitch Prime sub, which you've got one if you have Prime. And it's a sub that you have for free. You have one if you can use it on any Twitch content creator of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see ads on my channel, right? You can also get your eyeballs back by paying a ransom of $5. It's only $5, as someone famously said, to get your eyeballs back and not have to waste those 3 minutes at the top of every hour. There's also the chance that you could be the beneficiary of somebody else's generosity, and it is generosity, and you should not expect it, but it is possible that you could get gifted a sub. It can happen, it does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
being opportunists. But even then, even if I knew I knew like divinely somehow that the Houthis would stop if we did the ceasefire and it would work, I would still advocate for bombing them, I think.
He was shrieking about what a great organizer he was in school. Yeah, I heard that part. I just didn't hear the part where he talks about, his particular university and the dark alliance between criminology and sociology.
Wait a minute. So in this example, you're omniscient with divine knowledge that this will actually work, and you would still just be like.
So I gotta be kind of careful here. I gotta ride this, right? Because chat, I know that there are some trousers. I watched this before, and I'm so glad that I pre-watched because. Actually, that was why my stream started so late. I stayed up late last night, pre-watching this, to make to make sure that we had some good content for today. Something that was a little bit of a change up from what we did yesterday, and what we'll try to get back to in terms of finishing Sitch and Adam, But I did notice that the trousers of Satan made an appearance. And if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say trousers of Satan, look at the acronym that makes. TOS, trousers of Satan, right? We don't want to get into those trousers. We don't want to see what's inside those trousers. No interest in that. So stay on stay well away from the trousers of Satan. I got to ride the pause button.
Nah, fuck it.
Even if it was the right thing to do to allow them to not bomb them, I think I would still bomb them.
But with the powers of a god, were I to command it, it would be so. I would not command it.
Dude, I honestly.
Wait, are these the people that Vaush thinks of as habitual? Wait, which people that Vaush thinks of as habitual drug users? Vaush fans don't spend their Twitch sub on leftist streamers. Don't be like Vaush fans. Sub to NCC instead. Good idea.
Do not want to hear a word from you Vaushites again. You may as well skulk out of this community, bro, because my tolerance level is 0. After this,
he's had it.
There's no question.
He's had it. He's done.
To be the most self-delusional on the planet to not get the gist of the clips we just watched.
And I gotta say, about time.
If you want to continue doing that and LARPing the day away that this is a win somehow, do it outside of my presence, motherfucker. I've been real lenient with you motherfuckers on the cross appeal shit. Them days is over. I don't want to hear it. And unless you want to account for this and give me a cogent response for why this is anything, even approaching leftism, I don't want to hear it from you. I don't want to hear any more Paul so salty. I don't want to hear any more VGS. I don't want to hear any more Paul the Doomer. I don't want to hear any more bullshit third grade reinterpretations of my positions on.
So here's my prediction, all right? Here's my prediction. Paul says that he's done with Vaush. He wants this to be the last time that they talk about Vaush. It's possible. It's possible. I'm sure that Vaush will say something else, and it's very likely that Vaush might say something else that Paul will want to comment on. And I wouldn't, I wouldn't judge Paul for going back on his, word and covering it anyway. But more likely than that, chat, what you're gonna see maybe is an interaction between Paul and a Vaush fan. Right, that's the kind of thing. I think there's going to be somebody in the community. There is some crossover here. They're in every community, including my own. And look, if you're coming here, you're a Vaush fan. I mean, I guess you're your guy's not looking great here. Please don't think that I am standing in judgment of you. Please don't think that I'm sitting on a high horse. I am sitting on a high stool, right? But that's just so I can relax while I play Vampire Survivor and you know, watch whatever the hell this is. But yeah, you know, people can watch what they want. I respect your right. You're an adult. You can choose the kind of content that you like, the kind of content that you don't like. If you want to, you know, if you're a Vaush fan and you want to come here and in here and disagree with me, you're free to do that. All right. I'm not trying to, you know, police your consumption of content. I would say that it's pretty clear from, you know, Paul's reaction and Mexie's reaction and a lot of people's reaction, Contrapoint's reaction, that being a Vaush fan probably does not make it easy for you to coalition build with others. It's gotten pretty insular. I would say even more so than during the Fortress arc of years ago when Vaush got burned by some of the drama that he got into for the first time. But yeah, I mean, my line is this, all right? I'm not going to allow spaces that I'm involved in to be taken over by the true Vaush derangement syndrome. And the true Vaush derangement syndrome is looking at this guy as a good in and of himself, right? If your priority is your edgy boy messiah, then I'm going to fight you tooth and nail. But it's not because I hate you, and it is conditional on, you know, this kind of attitude that holds like a figurehead above all else, right? I think at this point it's clear to see what this has become and how detrimental it can be to the left. And please understand, it's nothing against you, Vaush fans, like, right? I'm not, you know, judging you. I'm not woke scolding you. I'm not anything, right? I'm just kind of sick of the effect that this is having on, you know, any attempt to do anything positive. Like I said, not even from a strategic point, which is what he always argues for, is kind of like a strategic voting, a strategic support, strategic canvassing, etc. And it just becomes riding with Biden. And like I said, you don't have to ride with Biden, right? If Biden is, you don't have to get in the Corvette. Wait, is it a Corvette? It's a convertible, right? What does Biden have? What kind of car does he have? You don't have to jump in with him when he pulls up and says, "Get in." Like, you wanna feel my hairy legs? You want some ice cream? Can I smell you? You don't have to get in. You don't have to get in. You don't need to do that, right? You need to strategically vote to make sure that, you know, somebody worse doesn't get into office, fine. But please have a strategy beyond that. Have a strategy going forward. Don't just make it like, you know, yeah, we're gonna fucking throw our vote at Genocide Joe because that's what we always do and that's the best we can possibly hope for. That does not give hope. That is not building a movement. That is dissipating the energy that Bernie created. And yeah, Bernie is a flawed vessel for that message at this point. Bernie is a very compromised, and I would argue, you know, has been a somewhat compromised figure from the start. But yeah, when you're compromising with Bernie, you know, and then you're compromising with Biden, it's just not like that doesn't forebode a good future. We got to have something better for 2028. We got to have something better for 2032. And we got to stop thinking about political life in 4-year increments, because there is so much more to politics than presidential elections. There's so much more to politics than electoral politics. Like Paul's saying, and I think he's right about this, outside pressure is crucial to any kind of meaningful change to the institutions.
Things to make me wrong.
It enjoys a 1960s Corvette while forcing you to go electric. Wait, where does that come from? It's a Corvette. It is a Corvette. Okay, so is it like a convertible? Is it yeah, wait. I'm sorry. What I mean is, like, I envision Biden pulling up in a convertible. Like it's like kind of like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. You know that scene where they pull up in the, except it's Joe Biden. He's like, "Get in. We're not like the others." You know?
Not a word. I see it. It's nuked. You're on notice now, motherfucker. This is a no Vaush community. From now on, I'm enforcing this shit. We can cover him on here, but you must better.
Okay, so coverage
now because I'm playing whack-a-mole now.
Whack-a-mole with Vaushites. Okay, that's a little stronger than what I'm willing to say, but I understand Paul's concern.
I'm done. I'm done putting up with you time-wasting liberal piss babies making excuses for this straight-out garbage. I'm done. There's no charitable way that you can interpret what just happened and still call this motherfucker anything but I'm with her, riding with Biden, liberal. And this motherfucker and his ilk are the reason why this country is going down the shithole, because they take.
Okay, so if I'm going to translate that to like a more current reference, it's the reason that our country's going skibidi.
Actual.
Wait, speaking of skibidi, do we have a new skibidi? I feel like it's about time.
Clown show that is the DNC.
I feel like it's a
account for it. Don't bring me any more commentary, bitch.
Okay, we gotta ride this thing.
Subreddit included.
Ride this thing, because I know at some point here it goes TOS. It goes Trousers of Satan. Oh my god. Onion Nuggets, quit putting out good content. I might have to cover you more. I might have to steal more of your content if you keep on putting out good stuff.
Whoever the nerd TJ.
Nah, no.
TJ's little subreddit lackey. Here's a directive from the top.
Subreddit lackey, listen well.
You see a Vaush simp that's just over there rolling around going, Paul Salty. Banned.
As you wish, Paul's ego.
Gone.
Wait, what's going on? Pessimism? What's going on? What's happening? What just happened? What was that?
TJ's little subreddit lackey.
Oh, that's the subreddit lackey.
Here's a directive from the top.
Subreddit lackey, listen well.
You see a Vaush simp that's just over there rolling around going, Paul Salty. Banned.
As you wish, Paul's ego.
Gone.
Okay, I get it.
I will pick you motherfuckers out of my pubes like crabs. Like
damn.
A case of the crabs.
Damn.
Buy one with tweezers if need be.
Damn.
You from my pubic region.
Do you hear that? Like deer ticks.
Right? You've ridden my cock long enough. Account for what was just said by Vaush. And give me anything approaching a cogent, charitable interpretation of that bullshit, or shut your mouths forever as far as I'm concerned. Literally go to the La Brea tar pits and jump head first in that motherfucker and join the mammoth bones at the bottom of it, you worthless sack of liberal simp shit.
That's a true smile right there.
I hope that was clear. I hope that is not going to be cross-interpreted in any way.
I'm sure there'll be no forthcoming response to you, Paul. I'm sure of that.
Wow.
The subreddit will not be blowing up over that one.
Yeah, Bang Cow or whatever your name is. TJ's little subreddit lackey. You're on, dude. You got a job now, motherfucker. You've been real light. I want every Vaush thread combed for signs of any of the shit that I just mentioned. Paul Salty, some reinterpretation of my position that I never made to straw man me and make me look wrong.
Yeah, we want cogent defense of Vaush.
All of it gone.
Cogent defense, point by point, why Paul is wrong. That's what we want. If you can do that, we're happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy to engage you if you think I'm wrong on this issue and you have some kind of.
So yeah, there's thought terminating cliches. We mentioned VDS, Vaush derangement syndrome earlier. There's that. There's Vaush bad. They engage in so many thought terminating cliches, and this like Paul Salty thing, it sounds like the same thing. So he's frustrated not by people disagreeing with him, but by the kind of like non-engaging disagreement that just ends in a thought terminating cliche.
Mr.
want to hear too.
interpretation.
That's what I want to hear more than anything. I want to hear the argument.
Literal liberal cuckery. If you can make that seem like good to me, I'm all for it, dude. But you're not gonna do that by going pototi. That ain't gonna happen no more. That ain't gonna happen no more until you motherfucker. I'm tired of you political tourists. All right, bitch. The zoo just tore down the barriers, and now I'm in there with you. So
some Jurassic Park shit right there.
You better not fuck around, bro. You better give the silverback a wide berth, is what I'm saying. All right. You want to talk shit? I may look like I'm just peeling a banana and scratching my ass and minding my own business, but my ears are pricked up, motherfucker. I'm listening for one little squeak of you pathetic, world-destroying simp pieces of Zoomer trash. Do it to me. Try me. See what happens.
I think he's serious.
Get out.
The ceiling's
Okay. Oh, the salt thing.
salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt.
I don't even know how to transition to the next segment we're supposed to do now.
We have another segment, and it's on what the on?
Infomercials.
Okay then. I feel like I stopped it just in time, just before we got into those trousers of Satan, right? That I'm always trying to avoid. Yeah, they threw a little clip in here. They threw me for a little loop. It's only important because I'm on Twitch. I think it's fine for YouTube. Obviously, they've got it up on their channel, and they're not dealing with the trousers of Satan. But the trousers of Satan, I guess, are just a lot more present on Twitch. They're like wider, they're larger, they're roomier. They're baggier. Yeah, Satan wears baggier trousers. One might even call them J.O. joggers when it's in on Twitch, right? So we're staying well away from those trousers of Satan, those TOS. Demons. Salty. It's all salt. It's all salt. Like he's turned the entire Vaush community into pillars of salt, I guess. Anyway, we've got, so yeah, we're making good progress here. I'm okay with this. I'm okay to keep streaming. Now, what I'm kind of interested in though is this shit right here. I never watched this. But I also promised you, chat, yesterday that we would continue down the road of the confrontation that is foreign man in a foreign land versus Sitch and Adam. That is, wait, where? I got 200-pound kangaroo here. We're gonna have to find it. We're gonna have to find it, but I do still have this. Oh yeah. Somewhere in here. There it is. All right, so it's this thing.
I had an idea the other day.
It's this thing right here. We got, like, they talked about foreign man in a foreign land and his video and his conversation with FD Signifier and PewDiePie and JonTron and how foreign was doing these two dirty, I guess. Right, I've had people in my comments being like, you're wrong. Sitch and Adam are centrist. Yeah, they're really the best political podcast out there. I see you. I see you. That's a nice self-report. That's a wonderful self-report. But yeah, I promised you this, okay? And now I've had, this presented before my eyes. This interaction between Vaush and Mexie that I never knew I needed, but apparently I do need it. Apparently I need this in my life. My question for you is, which of these do you want? This will be number one. Number one, Vaush and Mexie on tactical left unity, a case study in miscommunication and or deep disagreement. Wow. And maybe this got deleted. Did this get deleted off of Vaush's channel? Is this just like such a ugly performance by Vaush that he's like disavowing it and distancing himself? I don't know. I'm seeing it on a separate channel, so it's not on Mexie's channel, not on Vaush's channel. So there's a third party holding this up. And we've also got two. Two is going to be Sitch and Adam bristle at the implication that gamers might be a little bit racist. Wow, spicy take, hot take, unbelievable take. Never heard that one before. What a controversial thing to say. So the question is not like, are gamers racist here? The question is foreign man racist against gamers? I guess that's kind of what they're getting at. So pretty ridiculous conversation, but I was having fun roasting Sitch and Adam. I always love to roast Sitch and Adam. They're some of my favorite ingredients for a roast. So it's up to you. 1, Vaush and Mexie. 2, Sitch, Adam, FD signifier, foreign man in a foreign land. Let me know right now, chat. 1. So we got 1 vote for Vaush and Mexie. I thought you were asking for my input for what? Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not trying to make you panic, Moino. 2, we got a vote for, so 2 is a vote for gamers are racist, question mark. 2 is, okay, so we got 2 votes for gamers are racist, we got 2 votes for Vaush and Mexie, we got 3 votes for Vaush and Mexie, 2 votes for gamers are racist. 4 votes for Vaush and Mexie, 5 votes for Vaush and Mexie. 6, 7, 8 votes for Vaush and Mexie. Wait. No, wait. Now I'm confused. Wait, no. Miscounted. Ugh. Can somebody count this for me? Like, I had the genius idea. I could maybe. Okay, 2, 3, 4 votes for Vaush and Mexie. 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for, that's from YouTube, and then Twitch is like 1, 2 extra. Okay, so yeah, like looks like number 1, which is Vaush and Mexie, is 2 ahead at this point. Oh God, Midwestern professors. Jeez, we gotta watch that too. Nine votes for 1, 5 votes for 2. In both chats combined, 0. That was a very quick analysis. Thank you. You're lurking, it's a good time to delurk if you can, and you can vote. You can choose the content that we have next. We got one option. Option 1 is Vaush versus Mexie. Vaush talking to a very nice content creator that he somehow manages to have a heated argument with, mostly on his part, angry argument. And 2 is to finish what we started yesterday with the Sitch and Adam asking the question, is foreign man in a foreign land racist against gamers? All right. Another vote for Vaush versus Mexie. Stop this. That would be scared to even say that. Given Twitch's policies on election misinformation. Actually, you know what's funny is they rolled that policy back, right? They were hitting people who were reacting to, talking to, disagreeing with, like, the misinformation. They hit people, that did content like that with strikes and warnings, but then they reversed their policy and said, no, it's actually not a problem to spout that stuff, and didn't reverse the warnings, but whatever. You know, we deal with fickle gods here when it comes to platforms, right? They are very fickle gods, right? And that does not mean that my devotion to them is any less. And in fact, it is greater, because the gods have shown they can be capricious. So I must strive even more to please them. So it looks like, yeah, 5 is winning. Okay, I mean, like, if that's how it's going to be, if we don't have any more votes, anybody want to come into the last minute and say, no, I want to see Foreign Man. I want to finish this VOD of Sitch and Adam calling Foreign Man racist. Any more votes? Any more votes? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. It's Vaush and Mexie.
First, we're talking to Mexie. You all know Mexie, right? Breadtuber, vegan. You know how it is. No? Well, that's okay. Let's introduce you. Mexie has a PhD in political economy and theory. She is a big brain professor. Oh, yeah. Mexie's academic accomplishments easily supersede mine. So we are indeed talking to a brain lord, which is nice, of course.
And that's the one thing that never changes in Vaush's chat, is that people post dicks.
Yo?
Hello?
Hello!
Oh, hi.
Howdy!
Am I on?
Yes, you are on. Well, you're audible right now. I'll get video on in just a second. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty wonderfully. Thank you very much for coming on.
Meow.
Yeah, well, thank you for having
Meow chat.
I guess I'll just try and open, because I can't see you right now. I'm just seeing my face.
Yeah, I can't. If I run
weird.
if I run the camera through Discord, it's going to freeze my main camera because I don't have an auxiliary one. So yeah, I'll just I'm sitting. I'll describe myself. I'm sitting in a chair. I'm wearing a shirt. My hair's a little wet from the shower. That's kind of the vibe going on right now.
Well, I'll just bring it up so that I can see you, because it feels weird talking to like my own face.
That works too. All right, hold on. Let me get the thing going. As you're
She's a brain lord, but now in just a few minutes from now, she's going to be his community will be calling her cancer, no doubt. No doubt.
So far, you're on East Coast, right? So your day has actually started, whereas I'm still waking up.
Yeah, so I'm in Toronto. My day's been going all right. I had to go get some groceries, so that was always, it's always a struggle going out and getting groceries right now. So yeah, that was mainly my morning.
You're not.
And I just filmed something else.
You're not American?
Not American.
Ooh.
Nope.
All right. We're starting off the conversation
okay.
on a bad foot, but that's okay. We'll pick it up from there. All right. So I've known about you for a while. You're the vegan video. I know everyone has seen the vegan video because it's got quite.
Now here's my question: was Vaush's audio actually this bad back then, or are these artifacts from, I don't know, re-upload, download, compression? Could be either.
Views.
I always like to comment on people's audio, even when it gets me in trouble. Even when it gets me in trouble with larger content creators who might have less than stellar audio. I like to be honest. And chat, I hope you'll be honest with me as well. If I ever have less than stellar audio, less than stellar video, I'm somehow providing you a less than stellar experience, I want to hear back about it. What could I do better? That's the best information you can give me. I value that more than you can imagine. Vaush had trash audio back then, so this is real. This is real. Vaush's real audio. God, I bitched out, Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske over their Crystal and Kyle. Is that the name of their show? Like, it sounds right. We are a whiny bunch. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, that's good, right? I need you to be a sensitive bunch. Like, if you ever hear, you're like, there is squeaking in the background. of your sound. It's very slight. I can hear it. I want to hear that information because I'm assuming that my noise gate is keeping all of the squeaky. I'm sitting on a chair. Chairs are squeaky, right? If I want to. Anyway, chat. God, I'm just being a little bit too much. Am I too much? One in chat if I'm too much. You can see the way Vaush treats people is very different depending on what they look like and what their background is. Yeah.
Phenomenal video. And I think it encapsulated so many of the issues I had arguing with vegans, which is something that I do all the time, unfortunately. Really? And yeah, I guess I'd seen you on Twitter, and when usually, I think within this like online left-leaning sphere, when you don't follow a person, it's like saying you hate them.
Whoa!
That's the gist that I get.
Major chip on his shoulder.
I'm large enough now that when there are left-leaning people online, other content creators, and they don't follow me, I can assume like, okay, there's probably a reason.
Ego.
And we talked a little bit, I think, for the first time a few days
Warning,
ago.
massive ego ahead.
I was interested in asking like, what's your broader impression of me? Like, what's your history with knowing about me up until this point, I guess?
Oh my God.
Yeah, so the history of knowing about you.
Wow.
I guess I first heard about you from my partner who, this was a while ago, was like, oh, you should check out Vaush's stuff. He's doing some good work, debating Nazis, things like that. But I don't really watch streams. I don't really watch debates or anything like that. So I was like, yeah, all right. That's cool. I saw some clips of what you're doing. I was like, all right, neat. And then I followed you on Twitter at that point. And I was like, babe, like, I don't know. His Twitter presence is a little bit strange.
A little much.
Because at that time it was really like,
I'm guessing that what's being referred to here, and I'm not sure, right? But I'm guessing is the Thought Slime stream, right? The Thought Slime reaction, right? Vaush was arguing with Thought Slime online. Thought Slime had enough and blocked Vaush, and Vaush got really mad and went to YouTube and made the messiest stream that he's ever made. Right, and this is where, depending on how you grok it, it was a moment of weakness, and he was saying things about trans people that he really didn't believe, or his mask slipped. Right, those are the two viewpoints on this. My dad didn't have a lot of money, but he ran a large Chevrolet dealership in the state for years. Biden says the '67 Corvette was his father's wedding gift to him. I didn't know that. Wait, I feel like I've heard that, though. Maybe you've told me this before and I just forgot. I love that you followed me after I said I wanted to come with you and just forgot and bounced. Vaush getting messy. Yeah. Mexie is really sweetie, a thoughtful vegan leftist. She's super knowledgeable. For BreadTube, and just before anybody asks, no, she's not one of those kind of vegans. Whatever you're thinking, whatever your preconception, Mexie's pretty wholesome. I do not believe I've told you the Corvette factoid before. I didn't know.
I don't know. It seemed like
I'm just having deja vu. That's all.
I understood like you were kind of making this persona of like, I'm the bad guy of the left. Like I don't play by the rules, right? Like I don't apologize.
Is he making that persona
for my language and like?
Oh, she's not a nice. Bueno.
I don't know. It just seemed like you're kind of building up that kind of persona for yourself.
It sounds juvenile when you put it that way, but I mean, I'll take my punches. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, right. So it was like, okay, yeah, I see that. But then on the other hand, it was also like, I felt this real desire of like, oh, like, well, why doesn't the left embrace me? Like, why, whatever. But then simultaneously being like, oh, but they're too, I don't know, sensitive for me. They just take
their woke skulls
seriously. Like they're too much, whatever, right? So I was like, okay, that's kind of probably not going to end too well. And then soon after that was the Thought Slime incident.
There we go. I called it.
And then the stream after that. And yeah, I guess
it was a good time.
I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna dip right now. And so that's kind of when I dipped off the Twitter. And then because I don't watch streams, I was just kind of like, yeah, whatever, you know, he's out there doing his thing. And I never really thought, you know, oh, this is necessarily bad.
So you can kind of see kind of two different interpretations of following somebody, not following somebody, unfollowing somebody on Twitter. You know, Mexie's of the opinion that it's just like, okay, so when you follow somebody, it changes your feed because their stuff goes into your feed. And you might like their stuff going into your feed, or you might not. And in the case of Vaush, it was a not, right? And Vaush's thing of, like, you know, this half serious, like, if you don't like me, I'm so large at this point that if you don't like me, or if you don't follow me, I'm going to assume it's because you don't like me. Everybody knows who I am. Everybody's got an opinion. And, you know, not following me is kind of categorizing yourself as a not good person. I don't know. And he's half kidding. He's laughing. But you could see Mexie's got this thing of like, this is your persona, Vaush. This is who you play. It's not really who you are. There's a loving human being underneath that tough exterior. You just don't show it because you're playing a persona. Which persona would that be? Which persona? Chat, give me the number of persona that Vaush would play. Like, what persona is Vaush? Is Vaush Persona 1? Persona 2 Innocent Sin? Persona 2 Eternal Punishment? Is Vaush Persona 3 Reload? Is Vaush Persona 4? Is Vaush Persona 5? What persona is Vaush? He's Innocent Sin? The cursed one, yeah. The one that has like an urban legend about it. I don't know if it's true. But I did have a really weird year after playing that on stream. It's supposedly it's like a cursed game, but only if you played on stream. Strange urban myth there. Vaush is Persona 5 in the way that he probably would say everything sounds like Persona 5. He doesn't listen to music. He would not like Persona. Oh my god, that's a good point. He doesn't play video. Well, he does play video games, so maybe not the video games that I like. But he plays, what, Risk of Rain most recently? He played Subnautica. We watched him debating somebody playing Subnautica. He plays Bloodborne. Probably a few other things too. I tried to monitor Vaush's arrogance and ego. Sometimes he comes off egotistical, other times not so much.
But then, you know, my impression, I guess, I think a lot of the issue that people have is mostly with Twitter, and I want to talk a bit about like audience today and things like that.
Wait.
But yeah, I mean, I saw other people having.
Okay, so mostly Twitter. Because I feel like it's the other way around. Maybe it's just my bias thinking of the Thought Slime Meltdown stream. That's what it's called. That's what the historical event is, where Vaush kind of turned on trans people and said some really just fucked up transphobic shit. And like, it kind of tells, it's a good indicator whether somebody's like a Vaush fan or not, whether they either A, do not know about that stream at all, or they do know about that stream and they're somehow okay with it. Oh yeah, there's people that are like based, like they're especially DGGers. They'll go back to that stream with Vaush being, you know, angry and transphobic, and they'll say based, right? And then you've got people that go back and they say he didn't really mean it. He was angry. He was in a bad situation. It wasn't his fault. That's not who he really is. And then there's people that are like, yeah, that is who he really is. And that's why I don't trust him.
Some like not great experiences, and I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna I guess not engage. And then I started engaging just now, so
yeah, you're gonna have to forgive me. I apologize if I sound flippant. I genuinely have a really bad memory. The context in which we spoke to a few days ago with one another.
You're gonna have to forgive me. I've got to go to the door again.
That was following the Black nationalism drama, correct?
Yes.
I think okay, right. I just want to make sure. As far as I'm concerned, that's settled. I talked to some folks off Twitter, so I think that particular wave of drama has been more or less quelled, which is good because it didn't make for good conversation anyway. But yeah, I guess it's funny to me that I guess that would be like the incendiary incident that would lead to us talking. But I'm happy about that. I find that my job is a lot easier when people on the left don't fucking despise me. So it does, I think embolden me slightly. So you wanted to talk about audiences, yes?
Yeah, so I guess I just wanted to talk a bit because I mean everyone's obviously sick of the whole like, okay, here's the SJW Twitter and here's the dirtbag Twitter, or not Twitter creators or whatever, and yeah, I just felt like if because you still talk about like I want to kind of reconcile with the left, or I've seen that. Or, you said like, oh, it's frustrating when people on the left like don't respect me, because I think there is kind of a discourse out there that debate me bros.
Yeah, that's what they were called at the time. It wasn't debate bros, it was debate me bros, because they always say, you disagree with them on something or they disagree with you on something and they're like, debate me bro, debate me bro. And I mean, like, it's partially because people are content brained. They don't just want to disagree about something. If they got a disagreement, they want to get a debate. They want to get some clout out of it, right? That was the meta. The wildest thing about his thought slime meltdown is that it was only because he insisted on shitting on a trans person talking about trans things as a cis man.
Or whatever aren't really doing anything for the left, and that it's actually more of a harm than good. And I don't really think that necessarily, but I guess I just wanted to talk a bit about like what
Did I miss anything, chat? I'm sorry I had to go away. I gotta
I think could be the issue for a lot of people, and like where we could maybe find some inroads to make things better. And yeah, I'm glad you did bring up the Black nationalism thing, because I guess my biggest concern in coming on this stream was, like upsetting a lot of my Black comrades who were like very upset by all of that. But I think, I think that's even like a good
Jesus Christ, it's like a redux of all the problems with Vaush. Like Vaush wasn't asked to contribute to conversation, to the thought slime conversation. He melted down when he was told that cis opinions were not needed.
Of like ways in which like the flex could be improved like within the left, but I'm glad that you like talked to people offline and settled a lot of that.
Yeah, we can agree on that, I hope. If nothing else, even if there are differences in our rhetorical strategies, I'm sure we can agree that this guilt by association nonsense is probably not very productive for our discourse. The idea that like even the act of talking with me, because I know this, for example, I don't know, do you know who Lumi?
Oh my god, chat. Do you know who we're talking about there? This is a Twitch streamer, I believe. Guilt by association, right? That's what he's calling, like, people that have been burned by his racism for not wanting to encourage people doing content with him, for wanting to keep an arm's length distance from him, right? And it's an easy sell to somebody that comes on his stream, right? Because you don't want to be guilty by the fact that you came here. Mexie's come not with agreements or wanting to give Vaush cover, but with disagreements. But some would still say, and like I have told people before, my advice is generally like not to. I have friends, chat, that talked to Vaush and that resulted in months or years of harassment, that resulted in their virtual cancellation, that like I've seen him do fucked up shit to people by bringing them on. Lumi is one of the most wholesome persons ever. Why the hell would Vaush bring them up here? Because Lumi and Vaush are friends. That's why. And not a lot of people know that necessarily, but it is true. And in terms of guilt by association, Lumi is one of the people that has been. So we're talking about a streamer whose content is entirely different than Vaush's, whose opinions are entirely different than Vaush's, but that for whatever reason still views Vaush as a net good and as, you know, somewhat of a friend, albeit a friend that they keep at a distance. And people, you know, have had opinions of that because the community that Lumi runs with is a community that largely does not appreciate Vaush, does not see Vaush as a net good. So I'm not trying to blow anybody up here or get anybody in trouble or start any, you know, shit for anyone, because I know this has been a matter of contention for Lumi and stuff, but that's the background on it. Like that's the truth of the matter, right? And I'm not telling you what to think about that, all right? Because I appreciate a lot of Lumi's content as well. It's just an association that I can't really explain, but whatever.
Who is, by chance?
No.
Lumiru, they're a wonderful, wonderful, very wholesome, very positive content creator on Twitch. They're obscenely, it's actually, as a fairly edgy person myself, it's actually offensive to me how wholesome that they are. And the most of the political backlash that they've gotten over the course of their Twitch career has just been because they've talked with me, even though they came on to disagree with me about how I approach my rhetoric. And I think that attitude, not only is it really, really counterproductive, I think it actually dissuades any kind of bridge building or union building between people with different ideas of what the left should be, because some people are like, even the effort of reaching out is something that is getting punished.
No, yeah, I agree with that. I don't think people will be mad at me for talking to you, but I guess I wouldn't want to like talk to you, but kind of like skim over those things and kind of just make it like, okay, that doesn't matter, you know? But anyway, yeah, I agree. So yeah, I guess because, you know, a lot of people on the left, I think they are hesitant to talk to you. I mean, I've seen a lot of the flex within the left also being like, you know, people are too cowardly to talk to Vaush.
Beta. Beta males.
Yeah, right. If they actually had real arguments, and they would go on the stream and debate him, but like they're
message got modded. I'm not seeing a message.
not, whatever. I think actually recently, because yeah, the tweet that you posted, that because I tweeted, Lottie Blix had tweeted something that I had replied something.
Oh my god. We're going back memory lane. These are, you know, streamers I've been friendly with.
Which I apologize for. Like that, you know, I try to let everyone come into contact with, you know, my higher self, and that was an example of not that really. But I think I posted that because I was frustrated because I had seen you post something about like, oh, all these leftists. You know, they're vague posting about me. Like, why don't they call me out by name? And why don't they like come on and debate and whatever, right? And I was just like, all right.
I get my frustration. For one, I totally sympathize with the other side on this, because I recognize like on two sides. First of all, debate is not the only way to communicate ideas. The idea that like it's like Ben Shapiro, you know, he's like, I'll pay any amount of money to debate AOC. Like it's this annoying, like nasally, like please acknowledge me with your. I totally understand how that's like fucking obnoxious, but on the other hand, I guess my main contention is that this is the medium through which I communicate. I mean, the live debate format. It's, I mean, it's my job, so this is how I like talking to people. And my irritation is I feel like so many people take pot shots at me, but they don't ever want to talk about it. And when I want to talk about it with them, I don't want to bring them on here to epically disarm them with my rhetorical skill. I mostly just want to talk about the ideas that.
I mean, what I've seen is him epically destroy them, undermine, you know, their ability to exist as a content creator within a space. What I've seen from Vaush in terms of you know, people he disagrees with, people that he views as his detractors, is the epitome of blood sports debating. In other words, like you want to win so hard that you're willing to ruin the other person, to undermine their credibility entirely. right? Because it's so you're so dead set against taking the L, right?
Have. I feel like it makes, I don't know, the discourse a lot less toxic. But I think a lot of people assume that when I bring them on, I'm going to treat them the way that I treat Nazis. And I'm going to be like, all right, we've laid out these suppositional arguments.
The irony is that he doesn't destroy Nazis this way. Like, he debates these people, he debates far-right people, but he always leaves enough left, like enough hit points left, so he can battle them another time. Because for him, it's this performative slaying the dragon thing, right? The bad person that he's debating shows you what a good person he is, shows you what an asset, what a good in and of himself he is, and how ridiculous you would be to have any contention with him whatsoever. Because if you do, then you're against the Dragon Slayer, and if you're against the Dragon Slayer, you must be for the dragon, right? It's this weird game that he plays, and it results in that kind of attitude. It results in disagreements and ownages and W's, but never like a W that they can't come back from, right? That he reserves for, like I said before, people that are to the left of him, people that might make him look bad, people that are, have the potential to take the audience, take a certain portion of his audience from him, the way that he did to Destiny, right? So he's always he started out his career essentially as the recipient of a bunch of people that liked Destiny and thought that Destiny would be more amenable to leftism, and he's always cognizant of the possibility of that sort of thing happening to him. So when he debates somebody who's coming at him from the left, right, that's when you see the claws come out. That's when you see the blood sports, and that's what kind of makes him, I would say, pretty clearly a net negative to the left rather than a net positive. He treats fascists kinder than black people. True. Lumi goes by they them pronouns from what I recall as well.
I prepared a 53-point dissection of everything you believe, and we're going to go over it one by one. And I get why they'd want to avoid that, but now I feel like I'm fighting against ghosts, because if people disagree with my ideas and I call them out directly, I'm seen as the bully, even though I feel they prompted it by vague posting about me to begin with.
Huge chip on his shoulder.
No, I
huge chip.
Understand that as well. I guess. I guess that. In those situations, I mean, like, if the issue is that they feel like you've done something harmful and they're like upset by that, then like I think, of course, they don't really want to come on a stream in front of like thousands of people, like 60,000 people are going to watch this, and then have it be like, you potentially coming up with a bunch of reasons why like it's justified and they're wrong to feel like, what I mean? Like for people like that, I feel like they just don't want to do that. But I do understand, the frustration of just feeling like people don't want to talk to you. And I think that part of that comes from maybe the flex, like the whole flex of like, oh, people are cowardly if they don't want to debate. And it's not just you who's perpetuating that. I think a lot of that is like your audience, which we'll get to. But yeah, I mean, people, if maybe they just want to talk to you like personally, right? Like behind closed doors, but they feel like the only option is like a stream in front of thousands and thousands of people, or they're like a spineless coward that, shouldn't be taken seriously or whatever, right? So anyway, let's move on to audience, because this is what I think is like kind of the biggest issue.
Before we jump to that, is there one thing I could ask you? Because I'm interested in your opinion.
Sure.
By nature of the content that I do, I have to be contentious. It's like, it is, I mean, it's as much a part of my content as like an academic veneer or like an academic presentation of ideas as to yours. It's essential to what I do. So I like talking with people who disagree with me. If I feel as though there are people who are aggressive.
You like talking with people who disagree with you because you're content brain.
And sometimes even in bad faith from the left, condemning what I do or misrepresenting my positions. What alternative do I really have other than to say like, hey buddy, do you want to come on stream and debate it?
And some people say, what alternative do I have but to watch 3 minutes of ads every hour on the hour? It just seems to happen and there's nothing I can do to get out of it. You would, however, be incorrect. There are several things that you can do about the top of the hour ad break when it comes once again, as it's about to come in about 5 minutes, 4 minutes, I don't know, 6 minutes, whatever. It's coming soon, and it's coming hard, and it's coming for 3 straight minutes. That's a lot of coming. And if you don't want to be the recipient of all that comeuppance, I guess, you can get out of it, possibly even for free. If you have Prime, you have a free Amazon, you have a free sub. And if you use it on my channel, you will no longer see those ads, and it will cost you nothing. And you'll put money in my pocket, you'll help support the stream, and you'll get all the emotes. You'll get weasels. You will get weasels, right? You could also possibly pay $5 to get your eyeballs back, to not have to deal with all of that comment that goes on during that 3 minutes on your eye. Oh my God, why did this metaphor get so gross? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like, I hate this metaphor, right? This metaphor is personal. It's personal for me, okay? It's personal. I'm divulging too much of my own, personal pet peeves here. But anyway, so if you don't want that mess, God, I keep doing it. If you don't want to deal with that mess, you can get out of it for $5. It does cost you, it does cost $5 to get a sub for yourself on Twitch, and it gets you that sub for a month, and you will no longer have to see ads that way. You could also potentially luck out, I guess, and be the beneficiary of someone else's kind act of selfless altruism in getting a gift or a community sub. Although if you want to be one of those recipients of the gifts and community subs, it is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Suggesting that I say, like, hey, do you want to DM and talk about this privately, or that I should try to come off as, like,
that's right, Smegly, it's $5 per towel.
More amicably?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think you could like DM them and talk about it privately. I think maybe you could maybe work a bit on having that flex of like, everyone's scared of me, I destroy everybody, like whatever, having that be towards the right. But then for leftists, like posting about like, why don't they name me by name? Like, come on my stream or whatever. Like that is kind of, I don't know, aggressive and confrontational, and people might feel like this isn't really something that you really want to talk about openly and, earnestly with humility kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, I think some of these people engage in open bad faith, and I don't think they're much interested in discussing or resolving differences, more so in just shit talking me, at which point I feel like I have fair pass to do what I want with them. But it's hard to tell who's like sincere and not, I have no fucking idea who's lying anymore online. I have no clue. I don't know if Sean's bad faith on Twitter. I don't know, like Thought Slime. I have no fucking idea. I don't know who's actually engaging in good faith.
Yeah. Well, I think most people are like in their mind engaging in good faith. I think that there's a lot of obviously like miscommunication online, and people's, real intents can be, I guess, lost in the noise. But so moving into the
I'm not trying to put you out. Go ahead.
No, because I think this actually relates to your question of like, what can I do? Because I think that another reason why people are hesitant to talk to you is because like, and I want to make clear that, the vast majority of your audience is probably super awesome. Like I'm probably just talking about like a couple hundred like reply guys on Twitter, and like Twitter is a shithole anyway, but like that's what people, that's where people's impressions are formed of you, I think. For people who aren't like watching the stream or whatever, because like I know a lot of people who watch your content, watch my content, watch like, whatever, all kinds of content, and like they're all cool. But because people do kind of take shots at like, oh, the debate bro culture, and say this is not useful. This is bringing just like right-wing people into the left, and then like they're harassing people. And I don't think that's true. Like if we can think about, the right to far right pipeline, I think there could be a similar, like, I don't know, centrist or right to left pipeline where people come into contact with people like you first and then kind of move forward. And that's what people have said to me a lot, right? It's like, people come in contact with Vaush or with whoever, and then they come into the left, and then
I love the like common content in contact. Like, right, it sounds like we're talking about epidemiology here. This seems it may seem unreasonable, but that may be how you get on. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I might be reading chats to chatters. I feel bad. The first time I saw Mexie, I thought, is that Alina Hava from the past? Oh no, I didn't. Thought slime better than Vaush. Yeah, yeah. Not about Alina Hava, not like Alina Hava in any way other than looks. I don't follow these people. I lean on Irene to help keeping an eye on these weirdos. I was introduced to Thought Slime the same way I was introduced to Lance. Oh, the late great creationist cat, yeah. And his human slave Vadim. The old Vaush brings people to the left. Oh my god. I mean, yeah. This is where that comes from, right? This is some origin stuff, right? I don't think I've ever watched this video before. I've probably seen clips from it. It looks familiar, like this interaction, but in terms of like the entire thing, I don't think I've ever seen it before. So thank you, Natalie, for bringing this to us.
They consume your content and then they kind of move into the more like quote unquote softy left.
Yeah, the more orthodox left-leaning people. Which
okay, so softy left. Now, what does that mean? There was a phrase "uwu left" at some point. Sometimes like a pejorative. And like I feel like the problem with this is there's two different things that are being described, right? On one hand, a softy left is maybe somebody that doesn't want confrontation, doesn't want to be involved in drama, especially involving other lefties, you know, wants to kind of exist in a positive space and ignore what's negative, right? That's one sense of what a softy left means, you know. The other one is intersectional, right? If you're not okay with using slurs, for instance, you might be a softy lefty. This ties into the whole dirtbag left thing too, which, like I said, there always was like a point to the dirtbag movement in terms of resisting the kind of what you'd call like respectability politics, right? That I think is beneficial. But when you say dirtbag left, there's a lot of baggage that comes with that. That's not that.
Freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, for instance, right? So, you know, these definitions get used, and they're used by different people to mean different things, and it can be hard to tell what exactly, like for instance, Mexie means here in saying softy lefty. Like she exemplifies this in both senses. Like she's a intersectional leftist. You're not gonna, you know, catch Mexie using the R slur because she doesn't use the R slur, and I get the sense that Mexie wants to exist in a positive space, and if you know there's negativity outside that space, you know, I mean, like this is the most directly maybe I've seen Mexie deal with that kind of negativity. So yeah, no, it's a real and you know, in terms of who's on whose side, it's not clear either, right? By the definition of keeping it positive, avoiding you know, any kind of controversy or drama, I am not a softy lefty. But if you mean like intersectional leftist, yeah, I am. So I mean, like in terms of like whose side I'm on, it's really just a question of solidarity, of who's showing the solidarity. And that's, you know, that's something that you're going to see from the intersectional left more than the anti-intersectional left, like whatever you want to call Vaush, the reactionary left, the like bet I can de-radicalize a Nazi if I act enough like one left, the tactical inward left. You get my drift. You understand what I'm saying.
By the way, is a process I'm totally fine with. I don't like the idea that I'm any less left-leaning than the orthodox left-leaning people. I know my views are pretty radical by anyone's standards. I'm not like Kyle Kalinske, for example. But I like being a
What's up, Fuzzy Slippers? Yeah, PLN is good.
Process, you know. I
good
like
stuff.
being the what's that net you do that you grab like the fried chicken or something from the oil or whatever. I like being the one to catch all the crispy little like alt-righters and conservatives and stuff. I like bringing them up and
Wait, what do you call those? Like the fry bits? Is that what that's called? I'm remembering like a Steven Universe episode about like the best fries are like the little crispy bits that fall through the basket. It's called a basket, by the way. Yeah, it's called a basket. He's never worked at a restaurant. He's like, what is that thing called that the people make me the fries in? I don't know.
pulling them into the left. You know, I think it's a really useful part of the process.
Vaush invited Mexie on to talk Vaush.
I think it's really useful too, but I think what's happening for some people is like they're coming into the net and they're maybe getting like...
Wait, BCatK says, I'm slightly addicted to Reddit, unfortunately. How many Redditors do we have in here? No judgment, okay? No judgment. I just want to know how many people are Redditors, or regular Redditors.
Stuck in a certain place and then like not actually continuing through the funnel, and then people are seeing those people and interacting with them and then being like, oh fuck these debate bros, like all they're bringing in is these toxic people into the space that are like harassing us, and like they're not doing anything to, you know, show an example for them and kind of give them the tools to interact in the space in a way that's more productive.
Where in the pipeline are they? What are the political characteristics of this group of people you're describing?
That like
has he never had a real job? Well, look, I mean, I think my understanding is that he became a live streamer after college. Like I don't know. I have not heard of Vaush having a real job. I guess that doesn't mean that it never happened, but it, you know, if it did, you know, it was minimal. He's been, you know, full-time as a streamer for how many years? Like 4 years, 3 years, a lot of years.
Maybe they're, you know, they're interested in more left-leaning like economic policy or things like that. Maybe they're even into maybe anti-racism or whatever, like something, but they're still very, I think, attached to like patriarchy or like patriarchal modes of like dominating other people. They're still attached to.
Did Mexie just bring up dominance paradigm with Vaush? This is getting interesting. This is getting really interesting. Oh my god, saltines sound good.
I don't know, maybe different forms of oppression that they are exhibiting towards other people or like ignorant to. And I think part of that is that like the debate me bro culture, like we have that in like all movements, right? Like we have vegan debate me.
Oh yeah, we do.
You know?
A pretty prominent.
She's talking about Durian Rider. Do you know? I don't know if any people that have been on vegan YouTube, you might know of.
Yeah, a collection of them at that.
I feel like vegan YouTube's version of that is Durian Rider.
Yeah, exactly, right. But I mean that's not a great example because those people are like objectively reactionary. But you know, there's people who do argue, you know, oh, but they're bringing people into the vegan movement. And like, if I even engage with something that like Vegan Gain says or whatever.
Oh, Vegan Gains too, yeah.
of like the most violent, misogynist, like rape thready kind of bullshit, right? But I'm not supposed to say anything about that.
I've never thought about that, but yeah, it sounds kind of dangerous to be in the crosshairs of vegan gains' community. I found a vegan Mexican place that makes durian birria tacos. Durian tacos? I can't even imagine that. I can imagine like jackfruit tacos, maybe. Especially like shredded jackfruit, like shredded green pickled jackfruit tacos. That sounds good.
Because this is all just for the animals, right?
This is the question that I have, though. I think it's that this is a characterization of my audience that I hear a lot, but I don't think I've ever seen any evidence over it. I know it's difficult to gather evidence because there are no peer-reviewed studies on the political disposition of YouTube audiences. But when I look at like my chat or my Twitter replies or like my like Discord or whatever, these are usually like queer trans horny posters for the most part. I don't really see this like contingent of, there are edgy people, sure, but these like aggressively toxic people, I just don't really like see them. The rule in my community is edgy, but no edgier than me. I'm the threshold. You get to be a better person than
I believe that's the rule in my community too.
Which I think is a good like litmus test, you know, it's a decent metric. But when people say like they get caught in the pipeline, I don't really think I have this collection of people who follow me who are like in on the economic arguments, but they're still like deeply patriarchal, I guess. I just don't really see that, so I don't know where that's coming from.
I mean, Vaush, you don't regard yourself as being deeply patriarchal. Of course you're not going to see it. That's like a person with shit on his shoe walking in a field of shit and saying he doesn't smell the shit. Like, it doesn't smell like shit in here. It's like, yeah, you're nose blind. I've never seen people doing harassment and toxicity to enemies. Like, I call for them to do. So that's
Well, I mean, they're probably not replying to you in ways that are like offensive or oppressive or whatever, but like they are replying to other people and doing that. And like I said, like this is like the vast majority of your audience, I think, is awesome. And I think that they know what's up. Like they're empathetic people. They're just interested in like seeing a good debate and hearing good arguments and being armed with those arguments. But there's just, and there's something about like the debate me kind of format that produces these kinds of reply guys. And like, I'm just like, they're not doing you any favors, you know? So I feel like if we can maybe work on this and maybe like setting example for people like that, then a lot of people would have a lot less reason to feel like I don't want to engage with Vaush, you know? I don't know if I can trust other people's account or characterization of those members of my audience because I don't trust their characterizations of me. There are a lot of people who still think that I'm...
so this is Vaush on the right and Mexie on the left. Vegan leftist YouTuber Mexie also has a channel called Positive Leftist News.
Like this really like reactionary, edgy, like Nazbol debate bro. And if people think that of me in spite of all the contrary evidence of my content, I don't know how I can trust them to reasonably like characterize those members of my audience. What if all these debate bro types on Twitter are just other people like me who are genuinely progressive but are sick and tired of all of the hyper performative, you know, sensitivity on the Twitter left? I don't really know. I can't tell. Like if I had to take a guess, there are definitely people in my audience who fucking suck. I think that's probably a reasonable guess, given the size of my audience.
Maybe.
And they probably do take a lot of that toxic debate bro shit along with them. But I don't know I don't know if like that's like 10 people or if that's 100, or I don't know like how many of these people who are said to suck are actually just like me, in which case they're based and awesome. And if that's the case, if there are like the sensitive types on Twitter who take issue with those people,
the tenderqueer is...
No, fuck you guys. You're the ones who need to change.
He didn't even have this word yet.
The sensitive types on Twitter have been actively holding the left back for a long time, and that some change is needed, even if it hurts for them a little bit.
Well, I mean, again, like you're not seeing it. Like I'm seeing a lot of people who are being, you know, it's if you would go out on Twitter and call people like mentally ill, like disabled, pathetic, like whatever,
Yeah, it was just the one time. Okay, we've gotten better since. Hey, listen, that was just the one time. All right, we've all said we've all gone on Twitter and called everyone else mentally ill, degenerate, pathetic people.
No, actually, we haven't. We haven't, Vaush. We haven't.
Maybe, but like,
no, maybe it's not true.
I think what the issue is that I think
that's literally not something we all do.
Kind of culture, it really. I think it creates people who have, pretty strong parasocial relationships with.
Oh yeah, God, yeah.
Like more so than other content creators, and yeah, I mean, I think if people are coming in from the right, and like they're into this kind of like debate.
So I mean, this is something that I feel like Vaush asserted. You don't hear him talk about it as much now, but it's something that he used to assert, and nobody really challenged, right? The idea that Vaush is bringing people from the right and de-radicalizing them. That was like that was the word of the day, de-radicalization. And like the idea of like, why bother with taking normies and, selling leftism to them, making the argument for leftism, sharing leftism, can I interest you in some leftism, right? Why do that when at the end of the day, all that is a +1 in our column? When you take a far right individual and you de-radicalize them and they go from being a Nazi to being a leftist, then it's like you're adding 1 to our column, but you're also taking 1 from their column. So that must be more effective. That must be what we need. If there's an alt-right pipeline on YouTube that's leading people from just like, anti-SJW, SJW-owned kind of content all the way to race realism and Nazism, then maybe we should have a pipeline that does the opposite. And that could be Vaush. And he's just never provided any proof of that. And that's honestly not what I've seen from his audience. I was there not in the beginning, but probably close to the beginning. And all I ever saw was people who were solid leftists becoming shitbags and getting chips on their shoulder towards different communities, towards different identities. I never saw it work the other way. I never saw it where it was like, oh yeah, no, this person was, I mean, I shouldn't say never. I shouldn't say never. But I mean, more often than not, Vaush's effect on the left is to take people who are vaguely intersectional in their leftism and convince them that that's all a bunch of liberal shit, identity politics, and they don't need to do that anymore. That's not what a real leftist is. A real leftist calls people the arsler. That's all I've ever seen, is taking, people that I liked and considered my friends and, changing them to the kind of people that call other people arslers on my Twitter timeline so that I unfollow them, right? And it's sad. And it shouldn't have to be like that.
Like, I'm right, you're wrong, like, we're gonna whatever, because a lot of the debate me people on the right, like Sargon or whatever, they don't make any sense, right?
Oh, they're fucking insane. Yeah, absolutely. And their audiences are too.
Yeah, but what does a person like that give their audience, especially like the people on the far right who are really entrenched in this like toxic masculinity? Like, it gives them the sense of being right. It gives them the sense of like, I'm on the right side, and I'm gonna watch like my champion basically like emasculate other people, and that's what it's all like, right? Like, it's just like,
yeah, fuck yeah, absolutely.
It's like people trying to emasculate each other, or assert their masculinity through these performative, displays of their intellectual superiority. And so, yeah, like people become kind of like attached to that because, what could be more emasculating or embarrassing than either losing a debate or running scared from a debate
to like a man bun soy boy if nothing else. I completely agree. I think it's dirty business. I could never have a community as clean as somebody like say Sean's, for example, because just occasionally producing like really really well researched measured content, I don't think that's ever going to beget a community that forms the same type of like destructively parasocial interest that you could get from streaming every single day, you know, doing debates basically every single day, and building up this sense of confidence, maybe in some cases unearned confidence on the part of my audience. I just don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I guess if I have to choose like an archetype, I would say like the debate bro is infinitely more productive in terms of bringing about political goals than like the really sensitive type on Twitter, you know? I feel like those groups of people.
It's just so weird that this got coded as like the sensitive types, like sensitivity. Like, how sensitive are you? How, like, are you an artist? You're a sensitive artist, right? When it was really just about, like, are you a leftist who is intersectional, or are you a leftist with a chip on their shoulder that believes in things like anti-white racism, that thinks that the left's main problem, you know, regarding gender is misandry, not misogyny, right? That's what is actually meant by it. I don't know how much of this was a Trojan horse. You know, this argument that, like, what he's trying to say is that, like, y'all are some sensitive snowflakes over there, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I am fighting for you. I am your knight in shining armor, and I slay the dragon every week and leave it just alive enough to let it come back the next week so I can slay it again. And you need me to protect you, because otherwise I will be digging your graves when the fascists take over. Right? Literally something that he said on that Thought Slime Meltdown stream towards trans people. And, like, some people bought it. Xander Hall had a way of even more tortured metaphor than this that was about a rock tumbler. If you're familiar with a rock tumbler, it is a cylindrical device in which you put your rocks that maybe have some sharp edges on them. And there's like a, I don't know if there's sandpaper in there or what, but like they tumble around, and eventually those edges wear off of them. So Xander Hall said that Vaush's community was like where you put the really sharp rocks with all the rough edges, and they go in there and they get sanded down. So the idea was somebody comes into Vaush's community, maybe they're a little bit transphobic, maybe they're a little bit homophobic, maybe they're a little bit racist, but they hang out with Vaush long enough to be like, oh, fuck, racism is cringe, transphobia is cringe, homophobia is cringe. Those edges get worn away, and then they can either, you know, they can possibly get put into the next tumbler, which is like somebody that's more of a soft leftist, and on down the line. And this weird idea that like intersectional leftists were the ideal, but that's an ideal that can't be achieved with the kind of people that Vaush is trying to de-radicalize. And I mean, I'm glad that Xander Hall got to play with some rock tumblers, because that sounds like a lot of fun, but it's a shit metaphor, and it's not what's going on. Not even close.
Aren't actually interested in building leftism.
They're
more interested in preserving a space.
It makes brain rock smooth.
Feel comfortable. But I would make the argument they can.
Oh, there's a mixture that you got to add
under my wing, while me and my
debate bros are very unproductive. Absolutely, Vaush and his ilk are just anti-intersectional as their guiding principle. Yeah, like as an aesthetic. That's the aesthetic. That's what they're going for.
Angry as fuck followers actually carve out a space in the world for people like them to exist, because I can do that job 1,000 times better than any number of like performatively sensitive people on Twitter.
So, I mean, I guess I would disagree. Like, I don't think I think we're both doing like equally good work.
Yeah. You are absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I don't think even like the more like quote unquote sensitive people on Twitter, like I don't think that they are, not actually, producing people or producing political people who are like to have political goals. I don't know what I'm saying. Because, like bringing people in from the right, like, and if they do maintain this kind of like, debate me bro posture with people that they're interacting with, like you cannot take that, like you can't actually go out into a political organizing space with that kind of bravado or machismo. Like you can't do it.
I'm imagining in Vaush's mind, the wheels are turning right now, and he's thinking, watch me. Watch me. I'll send my followers out into every org to take it over. Watch me.
It does not work. I've been in so many leftist spaces that, even with people who don't consider themselves that way, it takes so much fucking emotional sensitivity and maturity to go through like accountability processes with your comrades or like whatever. I've had so many leftist spaces fall apart because.
Can you imagine what Vaush is thinking there? Accountability sessions with your comrades. Yeah, that
people weren't up to that task.
Not his thing
to really, deal interpersonally in a great way with each other. And then like for most of the organizing that's actually doing stuff, like tenant organizing, labor organizing, community organizing, like this is all being led by like racialized mothers, so you're not walking into that space with like any chip on your shoulder. You're extremely humble. Like there's just no room for like machismo and bravado in those spaces.
I want to say I completely agree with that. I would just want to distinguish between political efficacy in real life and political efficacy online. As we know, people like Sargon of Akkad, Count Dankula, Styx Hexenhammer, whatever, these people would be utterly ineffective in real-world politics, and we know that because they tried. But on YouTube, they have been extraordinarily effective in bringing literally millions of human beings over to reactionary politics. So I would say, like, listen, I do all my stuff online, okay? I'm not going outside, baby. But if I'm here on YouTube, like, that's where that's I think where I'm like.
It's really telling that Vaush is going to take a comment that Mexie made about like leftist coalition building and then say that, well, look at this example from the right wing. Because, the right wing's just doing the exact same thing as we are, only from the other side of the political perspective. It's like completely analogous. He called her baby? Oh, I didn't even catch that. Vaush is 100 times bigger, maybe 1,000 in watch hours. Oh, as opposed to Mexie. Mexie is good, but her actual reach is tiny. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if that. I'm not gonna assume that you're making like an argument of like, because like if what we got is a net negative, as I've argued Vaush is, then amplifying that negative is bad, right? Even though a positive number times another positive number, if higher numbers are good here, is more good. It's a higher, is a multiplicative factor. A negative number times a positive number is still a negative, and that's I don't know if that's the argument that you were trying to make, but yeah, that's where it falls to pieces.
Like
little tiny pieces like
political
this.
Interlocutor.
This.
And when I'm in that space, I feel as though the sensitive types are an active detriment because we don't really see them on the right that much. That's the nice thing about being a reactionary, right? If you're a reactionary YouTuber, you know your fan base is going to largely consist of white boy incels who are ready to die for the cause at any given moment because they have nothing going on in their lives. It's really effective for them politically. That's why they organize so much harassment and doxing, because they know all of their fans have nothing else in life to distract them. I think that kind of passion.
We need to bring that onto the left. We need to be doing that on the left. The right has actually got the right idea when it comes to this kind of nihilistic form of politics. I don't know. Why can't we have a left-wing version of that?
It's really effective at online radicalization. And while I'm not trying to exactly replicate that vibe, I do think that the way in which I engage with the community is especially effective in that sense,
So he's.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not.
I mean, like, this is Vaush saying it, and have I said this before? He's bringing the aesthetics and the baggage of blood sports politics onto the left. If you don't know, blood sport politics is a debate culture that rose up around the likes of the kill stream. The kill stream is a Nazi stream that Vaush once went on, and in order to own the Nazis, right, because he knows how this works, he said the N-word. But he made sure to let you know in a comment below that video that it was actually praxis for him to be saying the N-word there. that really put those Nazis on their back foot. That convinced a whole bunch of people. That night, the fact that Vaush, a leftist, supposedly anti-racist leftist, used the N-word to disarm these Nazis and to cuck these Nazis, right? That's really just what a huge tactical win we had that night when he did that. It's not like they were laughing at him for being a hypocrite or anything, Chad. It's not like he looked ridiculous and made a clown of himself. No, he definitely took the big W with that tactical N-word.
Not effective in bringing people in. And I do think that like education and, propaganda is vitally important. Like that's obviously a major step in what we're doing. I guess I would contend that, the people who are the quote unquote sensitive leftists, and like, I don't even know, like if I'm not a sensitive leftist, then I don't even know like what you're
I don't know.
about.
Are you?
Well, if I am, then yeah, then I would just debate that, the usefulness of what it's not like sensitive leftists are part of the problem, or they're not actually doing work that's being politically effective, right? Mm-hmm. Because like people like me, I'm like actually bringing people in, and I bring people even from the right in, like maybe not as much as you do, but like I do bring them in.
I want to clarify. When I say sensitive people, I mean like followers, not content creators. I don't usually attack content creators, even if I feel their content is sensitive, with few exceptions. But yeah, the work that you do, I think is valuable. I wouldn't discredit it.
Oh, so
I feel like 90% of what I've seen from Vaush is attacking fellow leftist content creators, right? That's another thing that he brought in from the blood sport world. Not just attack them, but fucking harass them off the internet. I've seen this happen multiple times with multiple content creators whose only sin was to trigger Vaush's fragility. Whose only sin was to disagree with him in a way that made him concerned that if he doesn't discredit them in some way, if he doesn't give you a reason to never listen to that person again, then you might believe that person. And he doesn't like what they're saying about him. He's worried about getting Vaush'd, right? In the same way that he took Destiny's like more leftward followers, Destiny's leftward audience. He's afraid that somebody might someday come along and do that to him. And his reaction is just scorched earth. I mean, you thought that Paul was being scorched earth earlier with that salt explosion, but nobody does scorched earth like Irish Daddy.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about creators.
Oh, my apologies. I should have clarified. No, I mean like the I guess the normies, or like the randos of Twitter. That's what really bugs me. And also a few people like Thought Slime, for example, I would consider to be a ringleader of that particular.
A ringleader. Thought Slime is the ringleader.
But I think that's it.
Oh, no, please talk more about Thought Slime, Vaush. I want to hear.
Thought Slime's doing really, really great work.
Oh, here we go.
I think that this line that's being drawn between like the soft and sensitive lefties and like the strong and like, not weak lefties, that like, I think the line being drawn is the thing that's really problematic. And I think that we could do better at, I guess, like moving people through the pipeline in ways that, that don't lead to a lot of.
But again, remember the error here is thinking that Vaush wants that Vaush is an ally in moving lefties through through the pipeline. That's actually what Vaush wants, right? If you really think about it, it's not in his interest. He talked about building a leftist media empire. There you go. That's his interest, right? Vaush is a good in and of himself. He's not thinking of the movement. He's not thinking of history. He's not thinking of a liberatory struggle, let alone a revolution. He's thinking of himself. He's thinking of his ego. He's thinking of its aggrandizement. And if you get in his way, are going to get burned.
People being harassed and then feeling like, this sucks, right? Because the goal isn't just economic, better economic policy. Like the goal is total liberation, right? So like the goal is actually like, we need to question actually the roots of patriarchy and like that as a system of oppression and like what power that gives certain people, and especially like, men, I guess.
I don't really.
So-
I do talk about social issues for about 90% of my content, though. If anything, people criticize me that economically I don't talk enough about revolutionary politics or Marxian economics or what have you. But when it comes to like
he does talk about men's issues too,
feminist or trans issues or race issues or what have you, I feel like that's the bulk of my content. But I'd pose this question. I'd pose this question to you then, like if seeing it from my perspective. So it is undeniable that there's always going to be some portion of my viewer base that's fairly toxic. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, whatever. Can't control everyone. With that being said, I often feel like I'm trying to argue with these conservatives and fascists and Nazis all the time, and I'm always getting, like, potshots are taken at me from the back. Every time I name search myself on Twitter, which you should never do, the top lists are always people talking about how I'm a problematic, Nazbol, hates trans people, hates black people, like the whole rundown, you know? It's always from somebody with some fucking pit crew avatar with, 72 followers. And
there we go, pit crews. Picking the fights with the pit crews.
The whole entire feed is like retweeted She-Ra fan art, okay? And God bless them, let them live their lives, all right? Love it. She-Ra, fun show.
Tell us how you really feel.
But holy shit, can I get like a fucking break cut for me for a moment? I feel like all the work I do and all the research I do off stream, like all of this is like anti-Nazi praxis. And then I wake up and most of the shit that I get is people who think like I should do it, but be nicer about it. And I don't really know what to do with that. I can't do what I do.
I really don't feel like anybody or many people have the problem with Vaush that he was too mean to a Nazi. I don't think that's the problem that people have.
While adopting the same type of performative sensitivity that a lot of other people have come to expect from the left. That's why I can do what I do. That's why people like Sean and Contra don't do debates, because it's impossible for them to maintain that decorum in environments with some of the people that we're trying to fight against. So it's just a cost of doing business. I don't know what to do with that, really.
I mean, like, and this doesn't make sense, right? This doesn't, like, he's not really arguing that, like, he legitimately thinks that people are wanting him to be nice to Nazis. What he's talking about is, do you think it's appropriate? Should I spare the Nazis me saying the N-word? Because I can say the N-word, and, like, right? Should, like that somehow by saying maybe don't use the N-word, right? That you are being nice, that is an argument for respectability politics for the Nazis. Like, right? You're going too hard. You gotta let up. They can't take it, Vaush. They can't take it. You gotta be gentle. No, nobody's saying that. That's not true, right? And later on, you got the example of the J.K. Rowling thing, right? You want Vaush to go hard on J.K. Rowling, right? Well, how could you possibly go harder on somebody who considers themselves a feminist than to be misogynist against them? And if you've got a problem with his misogyny against J.K. Rowling, well, it must be because you have a soft spot in your heart for J.K. Rowling. And you won't let him use the tools that he needs to defeat the dragon. You must be Team Dragon. Since you're not Team Knight who slays the dragon week after week and leaves it just, like, alive enough to bring it back for another battle, right? Then you must be on Team Dragon. If you're not... I mean, this is some Homelander shit. This is some serious fucking Homelander shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it wouldn't be so, I think people wouldn't really have as much of an issue, like, if you're just doing that with the right. I think people don't really like seeing that kind of a flex towards people on the left. And I mean, like, other content creators. So I think that, it's great that you're, like, bringing people through the door or whatever, and then here they are. I just think that once they're through the door, because, like, they respect you so much, like, they really do have, like, parasocial relationships with you.
No
and, like,
denying
they like a lot of people are very personally invested in, like, Vaush being right, and they will, like, take that to the rest of the Twitter sphere and be like, you know, whatever. Like if I have a disagreement with like American Johnson, like I'm not gonna get like a bunch of people being like, oh yeah, well like you don't even know like how great EJ is and like he would destroy you, like go on his stream, or you know what I mean? Like there wouldn't be like
kind
a
of
ton
disagreements do you have with American Johnson? Because my disagreements aren't people on Twitter kindly correcting me on something. My disagreements are where people insinuate that I'm a nosball because of the way I approach my content. That's the issue I have. If people approached me in good faith, like I'll happily talk with them in private, but I feel like a lot of people's criticism towards me are insane.
The Nosbull thing was a meme in his community for a long time. Like people would joke around and say Nosbull gang. I have talked about some real Nosbulls. Like spoiler, I don't think Vaush is a Nosbull, but I think that when people are saying that, you know, maybe they knew less about him back then. What they're picking up on it is that he's got a chip on his shoulder. And there's a lot of what comprises leftism, especially intersectional leftism, that Vaush seems utterly allergic to, right? Vaush is not a Nosbull. Vaush is reactionary. Vaush is capitalist realism brained. And Vaush is ultimately kind of useless as far as goals that we actually need to achieve to improve our material conditions.
It makes it really difficult for me to feel as though there's any response other than to just challenge them, because I consider these people to be doing a detriment to their left.
Are you talking about content creators think you're Nazballs?
There have been some insinuation to that effect, yeah. People like American Johnson, Thought Slime, what was the person that you just said? Lottie Blix? They tweet about that shit a lot.
Wow.
The Black Nationalism Arc got a bunch of people out of
calling out all of my friends.
No, I don't know how many of them
some
are
of my
content
friends.
Creators. Also, the optics of arguing with black people over their ideas on racism being stupid isn't really that good, even if I think they're wrong. But yeah, so well, that's just an
Yo, this is before the Professor Flowers debate.
Just an optical consideration. But I don't care. I mean, I'll bring trans people onto the stream and tell them their ideas are fucking stupid. Like, I don't care. If anyone has a good idea, they should be able to like defend it in an environment where it's being challenged. I think by somebody like me. If their ideas are good, they should be able to prove.
There we go. There we go. The field of battle is logic and reason. Facts don't care about your feelings. This is some Ben Shapiro ass shit.
Well,
I just don't know.
Like, didn't he say before? I thought he actually said something about like, maybe I'm mixing this up, but like the idea that debate is the ultimate sorter, the ultimate categorizer of truth from falsity, right? That's what he's selling here. If you're right, come and debate me because the truth will out. No. I have won debates where I was wrong. Right? It's not a way of finding truth
with these types, you know?
I mean, just on that, like, yes, people should be able to prove it, but like if you're talking to like a black person about their ideas on racism or like their own experience or whatever, you know, you don't have to like flex as if like what I'm saying is right and when you're saying is wrong, where like it can be like this is my personal opinion and like I don't.
The idea that the gut reaction of the majority of people upon witnessing a debate spectacle is the true indicator of truth or falsity, is the true indicator of right or wrong. Like, that's fucking reactionary. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, this is dominance paradigm manifest.
Have experience with this, so like.
But I do. I'm a sociology major. Nah, fuck them. They're wrong.
Here we go.
Some stupid fucking opinions on race. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck these people. I've seen people.
Here's where
Candace Owens lately.
You see how nice Mexie's trying to be. You see what kind of debate, what kind of interaction Mexie wants to have, and I feel like it took a turn right here. Just judging by Mexie's reaction, it took a turn. And became like, clearly this is not the kind of reaction that I was anticipating. Like, there's nothing that I can do to bridge the gap, to de-escalate, to have, a positive interaction, which is, I think, what Mexie wanted out of this situation. Right there, you see that the person that you're trying to work with, the person that you're trying to build bridges with, is fucking toxic.
What was that thing that what's her name? That black lady. Come on, guys. She defended Candace Owens. Cat Black. Yeah. She said she'd rather talk about race issues with Candace fucking Owens. Candace Hitler wasn't a nationalist Owens over a white guy or something like that. What am I supposed to do with these? I'm not going to politely...
More like, what are we supposed to do with you, bud?
Here's my opinion on your... Nah, fuck that. Absolutely not. These people are stupid. I'll bring them on. I'll tear them down like any conservative. Their ideas are harmful to the left.
If you're talking about conservatives, like, fine, but I don't think, like, I think there was a recent, like you were talking about.
But who's the actual conservative in this situation? Is it Cat Black or is it Vaush Limbaugh?
Somebody posted this thread. You were talking about, like, voting for Biden or whatever, and you were like, it's going to harm marginalized communities. And then, like, the person was like, I'm black. Like, this is not our guy or whatever. But then you were just like, no, that's stupid. Like, you don't represent black people or whatever. But it's like, you don't represent black people.
No, I don't. I represent good ideas. I don't think anyone represents their demographic. I just have my own ideas. But, like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, if a black person's like, fuck that, we're not riding with, like, okay, sure, come on, talk with me about it, This is one of the things that I think is detrimental to our ability to convince other people. This idea that fundamentally, like, your demographic orientation in any way bears, like, an effect on the arguments that you make. That liberal thing.
So these are some brainworms here. These are some fine... Like, these brainworms are probably considered a delicacy in the part of the world that Vaush is from. Right, these are some rare brainworms here. But what he's missing is an idea that I know if I said it to him, he would roll his eyes. Lived experience is what I'm talking about, right? There's a difference between learning about marginalized identities in a sociology program, even a sociology program that's not connected to criminology, and understanding what that experience actually looks like, actually feels like, actually comprises. And if your work is to discourse on these issues, and you think that your opinion is better than most black people's on issues of race, which is what he said, and kind of what he's saying here, and it wouldn't be the first time or the last time that he did that, then you gotta listen. And there I see his eyes roll again, or I imagine his eyes roll again, right? Listen to black people, listen to trans people. These are words that Vaush hates. These are words that Vaush reacts badly to. And yet, in order to have the good opinions that he claims to have, that would be a prerequisite. And, you might be missing something. Your analysis might be missing something if you're missing even a secondhand understanding, which was what you could get from talking to, people that live that experience, that live that life. You could get a secondhand sense of that. He's not even willing to. He doesn't need to. He's too smart. He can logic it all out in his big brain. He doesn't need to talk to anyone who's actually experienced racism. Right? Oh, no, but he could probably tell you since he's experienced so much anti-white racism. Go on. Oh my God, wait, where are we at? We are at 10 minutes before the end of the stream. Yeah, we're going to have to call it. We're going to have to cut it pretty soon here. We're close to where we started, I think. Maybe I feel like maybe
like this happened to me like recently, like I was like standing for Bernie. I was like out there doing this stuff, and then some black comrades of mine were like, hey, like this.
Zara says, we aren't wrong. This is so fucking upsetting. Our identity isn't for the proving. The way we discuss and describe our oppression does not require the acceptance and acknowledgement of from our oppressor to be valid. and he has no right to monetize aggressive pushback against our marginalization.
It's actually like, we're not voting, and like, this is why. And like, you know, indigenous comrades were like, yeah, we're not down with this, and this is why. And at first, admittedly, I responded like embarrassingly poorly to this like very gentle call-in, because I was just like, you know, what the hell are you talking about? Like, obviously this is,
I'm gonna have to keep my eye on the
better, blah blah blah. But anyway, like,
keep my eye on the time here.
Just like, you know, yeah, like if I'm saying like I'm doing this for you, and then people from that community are like, look, like it's not going to make a difference to us, like us under Obama versus us under Trump, like, you know.
Yeah,
he faces so much criticism that he can't distinguish between legitimate crit and nonsense. Also, he is too lazy and arrogant to figure it out. You know, I have seen critique of him that I don't regard as particularly legitimate, and I try to point it out, you know, when it actually is a misunderstanding or whatever. But yeah, he's got a huge chip on his shoulder. You gotta expect a certain degree of critique, even like not particularly useful critique as a larger content creator, and them's the breaks, I guess. Vaush is the ultimate I know what's best for them liberal. Yeah. His chat sometimes challenges him, but I feel like mostly the people who would challenge him, his ideas, have left. Yeah, there is a lot of that. There is a lot of that for sure.
That's stupid. That was stupid of them. You were swayed by a bad argument. I don't care how black-pilled these lefty indigenous folks are. They're still factually wrong.
Oh my god!
Bring them on my stream. I'll talk with them about it. Yeah, I'll bring them over.
I'll debate them all. Oh my god!
I do. Just so you know, I'm not trying to be like performatively cruel here or anything like that. But this is exactly what I mean. This is people who are so. I'm not trying to impugn you here. This is people who are so sensitive of the idea of talking over a black person that they will let black people like have bad ideas that hurt the world, and then they'll step back like, it's not my place to criticize. Yeah, it is. I mean, maybe you're not American. I'm an American. Like, I live in this country. I'm not going to let anyone get in the way of me trying to make this country a better place, even if they're a different skin color than I am.
Yeah, but if you're saying I'm doing this for your community, and
so he takes this, he shows his understanding of like intersectionality to be essentially Ben Shapiro's understanding. He thinks that what the left is doing is taking marginalization and turning it into social capital. This is literally a Peter Coffin argument, right? So in terms of the Nazbol thing, maybe that's where some of the confusion comes from, because this is literally a like an argument that Peter Coffin makes. But yeah, the idea is that like you've got an inverted social hierarchy on the left, and like he thinks that what that means is that people are saying that if he disagrees with a black person, if he disagrees with the trans person, he's automatically wrong. And that is just not how shit works, right? Just because we're on the left doesn't mean that privilege is not a thing. And he's got the advantage in terms of the social power dynamic, right? And that much is clear. Somebody mentioned earlier, Vaush being a larger content creator than Mexie. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Look, if somebody tells you, like if you hire a nutritionist and they're like, you know what you're gonna eat? Macaroni and cheese. That's right. That's the best food in the world. That's all you need is macaroni and cheese, pizza. We're gonna have some tiramisu for dessert, right? Okay, I mean, that's sounds delicious. That sounds delicious, but that might not be in your best interest to go with that plan, right? So what he's selling is something that is highly palatable to the highly privileged. If you're privileged and you feel kind of a chip on your shoulder about that privilege, maybe you gotten called out in situations on the left, right? Vaush is going to make sure to cultivate a safe space for you where you never have to think about your privilege. And we indulge that chip on your shoulder at every turn because we're indulging the chips on his shoulder too. Yeah, if Vaush has grown faster than other content creators, it is because he is very much catering to a certain taste. but that's not a taste that's good for the left. That's not a taste that's good for the world. And that's not a taste that's good for his community. It's not making them good comrades. It's not making them good leftists. It's not making them effective. It's essentially making them useful for him, making them his private army to go and do his bidding without him even asking. They see something that looks like VDS, they attack it. Anyway, what are we at? 5 minutes, 4 minutes before I gotta end stream.
They're like, bro, it does not matter. My community is going to be just as fucked with a Biden presidency as a Trump presidency.
Sassy Sasarai says, a lot of black streamers have said that they literally get more views and engagement if they replace their video with a PNG of a cartoon white man.
Like, I'm voting my conscience.
Many such many such cases.
You can't be like, you're fucked, you're stupid, shut up, that's wrong.
Well, I would make a better argument than that, I think. But no, the sentiment would be basically the same, yeah. I don't think they're representatives of their community. If they want to make the country a worse place, they can go sit in the dipshit corner over there while I try to bring together the rest of America. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like the dipshit in the dipshit corner would make more sense. Maybe. Vaush, who do you think the dipshit is here?
Like, obviously nobody wants to, like, obviously they're not going to come on your stream if, like, this is your flex, you know?
Well, it's not,
you're not being like, it is a flex, because you're not like, hey, let's actually talk about this, and I really want to understand your position, and I really want to understand why you don't want to vote for Biden and whatever. Like, I wouldn't vote for fucking Biden if I was in the States.
Okay, wait, but then I would argue with you on that too. But I'm not trying to flex, though. If they're wrong, I would talk about it with them. But when I argue with
they're not wrong. It's their position.
Okay.
You can say, like, my position is that I think that this would be better, and I think that tactically this is better to make the world better. But you can't say, like, your position is wrong. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you something, like, out of curiosity?
Yeah.
Okay, Morgan Freeman famously once said in an interview that in order to address racism in the United States of America, we just need to stop talking about it. That's what Morgan Freeman said. I forget the exact context of the interview. If you were the interviewer...
This is not what listen to black people means. It doesn't mean that Dave Chappelle is right about everything. It doesn't mean that Morgan Freeman is right about everything. It doesn't mean that Kanye is right about everything. It means that part of the equation of understanding something like racism is lived experience, and you don't have firsthand access to that lived experience. Luckily for you, because that is an experience of oppression as opposed to the privileged experience you actually occupy. Can I make it more simple? Is this...
And a black guy, Morgan Freeman, respectable black man, said to you, in order to fix racism, I think we need to stop...
Morgan Freeman has been widely criticized by black folks for this shit take.
...talking about it. What would you say to him? If you're on a public...
It's already a settled consensus with the black folks, with black folks, which he would know if he listened to black people.
...platform, millions of people are going to watch this interview. What do you say in response to that?
The big difference between, like, this example that you're trying to give here is...
Okay, oh my god, yes, this is fantastic. I think somebody said this earlier, but yeah, that makes it make sense, right? He went to, what he was called Humboldt State. It's now a Cal Poly. So that's how this all makes sense.
And is like a millionaire, right? Like, he's not actually facing racism in the...
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Material structure. It's a material economic structure.
We are like, I have to end the stream in less than a minute. Oh my god! I don't even have time to. I was gonna raid you into somebody at least. Maybe not this time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just shut down the stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. It's raining cats right now. I'm pretty happy, despite the gauntlet, the Vaush gauntlet, if you will, that I just went through. I said I was gonna do Sitch and Adam. I'm still gonna do Sitch and Adam. I'll try. Anyway, I gotta go. Meow. Much love. See you again tomorrow. Tomorrow, same bat.